got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from River State, from Opobo in River State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married. And I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university. And we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me, this is my responsibility. I'm like, nope. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but we kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pic. And they were like, whoa, the Upper Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all, I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. When they studied, came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they taught them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them, for us. Absolutely, upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you say. If you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point carrying all the chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors, but when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know. So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Lever Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then, was going on having the 3rd one. So it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates, Linters, the advertising agency used to be all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC words, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we're hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children you will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy, whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family, and I decided to go back, and I put in my resignation. There was nothing wrong. In fact, when I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation, so I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids said, they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was the number encouragement. You make more money doing your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give flask end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking at what. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like Ashok and Nadia. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So when, even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year activities. So that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah, this is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, look at me and like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her. And I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week. You know, I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will back me the top fashion designers there would, when the Alfadi does this thing once every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my boys, my 2 boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept them. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that, When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that is spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well. They love you. They want to take care of you. But nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women. Some leave. Some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can. Financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. A man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy. It makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving. You have to be forgiving. You understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them once, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest and the chest will be expanding and they won't sleep well and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes. And always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately or because I will tell you the truth no matter whose house is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house. So maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow you, your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of. I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring two of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do this? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite. I won't even say it. On the street, one of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people. I believe in education and that. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to say they stay and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have the levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, an act of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators, and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team, and I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does, at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive, and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss. I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a big difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in the government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy. And that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian, or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind. Because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them. We talk with them, we build with them. And together, I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. One of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action, it could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world-class. Our characters are world-class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to evade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly. Yeah, intellectual property. The minute, the U.S., if you take the state of California, California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world, and 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries: Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and metal, steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Starr, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say, is a good time to think, when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices. We'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos, with these guys rapping, serious stuff they're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers, and then he was like, "What do we do about these guys?" I said, "Just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it." My label was a hip hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip hop has changed, and everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip hop, that kind of hip hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming, and it overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago, where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think there are incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they got to think about. You got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you got to pay bills. But hip hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously from the perspective of I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. It's interesting, we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency, there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you're bringing to the table. Because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians, we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states and the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win. But in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. Because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian. It's up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome to Souq News Television. We are reaching you live from our studios in the commercial city of Lagos. I am Oyinpriye Krumale. Let's begin the day with the federal government's electricity subsidy to debt distribution companies has risen by 5.3 billion naira in 5 months, reaching 982.4 billion naira as of May 2025. Data from the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission shows that the monthly subsidy climbed from 196.44 billion naira in January to 201.75 billion naira in May, highlighting rising financial pressure in the power sector. The subsidy increase is driven by higher power generation costs and unstable foreign exchange rates. The latest multi-year tariff order reveals the government still covers nearly half the electricity costs for customers on bands B to E, while only band A customers pay the full cost reflective rate of over 210 naira per kilowatt per hour. Distribution companies such as Abuja, Ibadan, Eko, and Ikeja received tens of billions of naira in subsidies for May alone. Meanwhile, a proposed meeting between power producers and President Bola Tinubu to address the 4 trillion naira owed to generation companies remained delayed, with no date confirmed or payments made since the government's pledge to act. The Nigerian Education Loan Fund has disbursed 56.85 billion naira in students' loan within 1 year of its launch. The fund, established on May 24, 2024 by President Bola Tinubu's administration, was created to remove financial barriers for students in tertiary institutions. So far, 298,124 students across 198 institutions have benefited from the scheme, receiving support from tuition and daily living expenses. According to a statement released by the fund, 30.18 billion naira went to institutional fees, while 26.63 billion naira was allocated for upkeep allowances. The managing director of NEL Fund, Mr. Kintunde Sawyer, described the initiative as a bridge to opportunity, equity, and national transformation, on emphasizing its long-term impact on students and the nation. With over 600,000 students, the registrations, and more than 550,000 successful applications processed, the fund is growing rapidly. The Director of Strategic Communications, Mrs. Osheyemi Oluwatui, said NEL Fund is committed to ensuring that no Nigerian student is denied higher education due to lack of funds. Now, Africa's economic outlook has dimmed slightly as the African Development Bank lowers its growth forecast to 3.9% for 2025 and 4% for 2026. The cut, driven by global trade shifts and aid reductions, poses fresh challenges for businesses operating across the continent. Despite this, the 21 African countries are still expected to record over 5% growth this year. The bank links the performance to domestic economic reforms, diversification, and disciplined fiscal management, the trends that continue to create pockets of opportunity for investors and entrepreneurs. To sustain the momentum, the AFDB is urging governments to strengthen institutions and adopt investment-friendly policies. Transparent public finance, secure property rights, and legal predictability are seen as essential foundations for attracting private capital and driving long-term business growth. Now, South Africa's government confirmed it will not relax black economic empowerment laws to accommodate Elon Musk's Starlink or any foreign company. Communications Minister Solly Malatsi emphasized that the policy changes aim to recognize investments in digital infrastructure as alternatives to local equity ownership, not to create special treatment for Starlink. This approach supports the country's broader goal of addressing historical racial inequalities through inclusive economic participation. The new draft policy, announced shortly after President Cyril Ramaphosa's visit to the United States, allows telecom companies to meet empowerment requirements by investing in infrastructure rather than transferring 30% equity to historical disadvantaged groups. Minister Malatsi clarified that transformation remains non-negotiable and critical for South Africa's economic growth and development. The changes are designed to accelerate broadband expansion while keeping empowerment principles intact. Critics in Parliament have expressed concern that the timing of the policy's release soon after Ramaphosa's talks with former president or current president, I beg your pardon, Donald Trump, might signal undue influence from foreign business interests. However, Malatsi defended the process as transparent and aligned with existing laws, insisting that the policy will benefit the entire telecommunications sector and encourage multinational investment without compromising South Africa's empowerment objectives. Now, the World Bank has raised concern over Africa's preferences for importing food from distant markets instead of neighboring countries, describing it as a major setback to food security on the continent. In a report titled Transport Connectivity for Food Security in Africa, Strengthening Supply Chains, the bank stressed that inefficient logistics and trade policies are making local food more expensive, less accessible, and prone to waste. Despite a 160% increase in agricultural production over the past 30 years, food insecurity has worsened, with a 60% rise in food insecure populations over the last decade. According to the report, food in sub-Saharan African countries takes up to 4 times longer to reach consumers compared to Europe due to poor roads, weak transport systems, and broader delays. These inefficiencies lead to higher costs and up to 36% of food loss along supply chains. The bank emphasized that many African countries bypass regional trade because of unreliable infrastructure and restrictive trade policies, making imports from overseas more appealing than local alternatives. The World Bank urged African countries to invest in transport and logistics infrastructure to reverse the food insecurity trend. It stated that improved supply chains will not only reduce waste and food prices, but also strengthen regional trade, economic resilience, and access to nutritious meals. The bank also pledged to continue to support through its Food Security and Nutrition Action Plan and related initiatives to help African countries build stronger food systems. Many thanks for watching. Now do well to follow us on all our social media platforms on Souq News Television. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. To join us again.
Human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966, in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guaranty Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ig Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today's office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Aigboje Aige-Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Aige-Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Aige-Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Aigboje Aige-Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but, you know, with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, you know, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Aige-Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so, with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Aige-Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Igboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed, we scaled some pretty high heights and so on. And in a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, you know. Those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ig Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Igboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Igboje Ig Imokwede is back again. Ig Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ig Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music, and arts. Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos, for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls in the museum where there are pictures and artifacts. Some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it's never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
A very good morning to you and welcome to Just Africa. We are reaching you live from our studios in the commercial city of Lagos. My name is Oyim Priye Krumale, and I'm not doing this by myself. It's another wonderful time again right here on Just Africa. Good morning to you, Lumide.
Good morning, Priye. How are you doing?
I'm okay. How are you doing?
I'm all good.
You came in drenched this morning from the rain.
They call it showers of blessing.
Showers of blessing indeed. Well, we hope you're going to have some form of showers of blessing this morning as we jump into the main conversation this morning. It's Just Africa. Welcome once again. For decades, the economic narrative of Africa has largely been framed through the lens of loans, aid, and grants. Now, these financial instruments, typically delivered through bilateral agreement or international financial institutions, have aimed to support infrastructural development in healthcare, in education, and emergency relief. Countries like Ethiopia, Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana, Mozambique, and Democratic Republic of the Congo have been among the largest recipients of aid and concessional loans. Now, with billions of dollars flowing annually from these institutions like the World Bank, the IMF, African Development Bank, USAID of the United States of America, the European Union, and China's Belt and Road Initiative. The purpose of all these loans to support was largely developmental and to reduce poverty, build institutions, support governance, and promote human development. Yet, the appropriation and impact of these funds remain deeply, largely controversial. While some governments have used aid to build roads and improve health care and access to stabilize economies during crisis, others have frittered it away, or they've been accused of mismanagement, corruption, and the lack of accountability projects, and often abandoned, inflated, or rerouted to serve personal political interests, raising questions about the sustainability and aid-based development model. So the question beckons, Olumide, aid to Africa and investment. Is it a curse or a blessing?
Aids, grants, loans, whatever you like it, these are conditions. It comes with conditions that may not be favorable to our local communities. And just yesterday, while on another program, we were talking about how Chinese government are saying they want to do more. They want to
increase their stake of investment and business. They are
more investors into Africa. And I remember when Doc was saying that we don't need aid. We need partnership. We need you to come in and work for us. Don't borrow us money and tell us, oh, you will come and build roads, you come and do it. Build those infrastructures in Africa. Build it in Nigeria. Let the workforce be more of Nigerians. And yesterday, Moya was even saying it that 70% of the over 233 million population in Nigeria is the youth.
Yes, about 35. They are below the age from 35.
Yes, below the age of. So we have a very good workforce. It's just, I think it has to do with our leaders. Yes, it has to do with the will to say that, no, we do not need loans, grants, and this. Let's partner. I remember, I think last year or last 2 years, President Tinubu went for a business summit, trying to win investors to come into Nigeria, to come and invest. That's laudable. I think you should keep doing more of that. That is what we should be pushing for. That's the narrative we should be pushing for. Not that we need, anytime you see a documentary outside Nigeria or abroad, the way they depict Africa, it's like we live on trees. Then they show an emancipated child sitting on the ground to make it look like we don't even have, maybe to drive pity, but pity is not actually good. We need partnership. We need you to bring those equipment down here. Let's partner. Build those tech hubs here. Build those industries here. And let's move forward from there.
Okay, for me, I will have to take a different perspective from Doc's, proposition, its perspective and its analysis yesterday that Africa don't need aid. All we need is investment. Change the narrative, turn in, look inward, harness your solid minerals, harness the mineral deposits you're having in your country. Yes, and we are going to continue, we're going to look at that. But we're even also going to look at some of the aid that we have received and how some of this aid that we've received has impacted African countries, Nigeria, Kenya. But we also look at the downside where some countries don't want, or they falter in they breached the contract, on the conditions that governed the way the aid or the loan was given, and they have
fallen
to pay
victim of that too
for it. So, as far as Nigeria is concerned, the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway.
I think that's the only one.
I don't think that's the only one.
The Blue Rail?
Okay, maybe we should discuss that one first before we go to
How long did it take?
Oh, of course, it took years.
Years.
It took years. And before you knew it, this administration will come to power. It will reflect in the budget consistently, year in, year out. 4 years or 8 years is gone. Then another administration comes to power, and we see monies being allocated to fix the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. And if I'm not mistaken, if I'm to be moderate, I think we had more than 10 years.
I don't even know which administration to credit that.
Of course, a lot of administration. I'm sure when Jonathan was in power, he attended to that road. I'm sure when Obasanjo was in power, maybe there would have been reference to that road. I'm sure that that road was attended to, times without number, by the Buhari administration. And if Jonathan by himself spent 5 years on the saddle as president, or as the case may be, and former President Muhammadu Buhari spent his 8 years two term in office, that's about 13 years gone. So and that road, time in and time out, it kept reflecting in the budget. But the thing is, were we securing loans? I know we are discussing aid, but were we securing loans from foreign countries or from foreign donor agencies like the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, to facilitate the building or the repairing of that road? Of course, yes. Fashola was the Minister of Works in Buhari's administration. I think in the first administration, he was both Minister of Works and Housing. And there was a time the president came and had to separate those two ministries and made him Minister of Works. And there was one specific year he said that road is going to be completed in December. Okay, not the entire road, but a section of that road. A section of that road was going, because I remember vividly I was on that specific road covering a report and giving, reiterating the word of the former Minister of Works. But December came that year, and we exceeded December that year, and the road was not completed. And it was completed, and it was moved subsequently. So yes, we're talking about aid, but then we're getting grants, we're getting monies running to billions of dollars. And are we going to say we really are nested? So those who gave us this loan, or those who gave us the aid to facilitate such national critical project and facilities, are we going to say they did wrong, or they were trying to set us up for us? So as far as that road is concerned, okay, yes, you want to say something?
No,
as far as that road is concerned, because
sector.
Yesterday, when we were looking at that, some infrastructure and developed transportation within the continent of Africa, and how, when we looked at the portion of road development for road transportation, infrastructure-wise, we looked at the fact that that specific road, Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, carries about more than 250,000 vehicles.
Yes.
Commute through that road every day, and you can tell about the number of agricultural produce coming in from the northern part of the country, coming in from Sokoto, coming in from Kano, coming in from Benue State, coming in from Niger State, from Kebbi State, from Gombe State, down to the southern part of the country, then to the southwestern part of the country, and specifically to Lagos, heading all the way down to Mile 12 International Market. We could see how the nerve and the connection of that road. But the thing is, the money that we used to build that road, it came from government purse, but it came through loan and it came through aid. So it is an advantage, not only infrastructure-wise, economic-wise, because it facilitates commerce, business, and development.
The more recent one, the COVID-19 aid, what happened to it?
Tell us about it. So the COVID-19 aid.
We all saw what happened to the palliative. We saw how many, well, I don't want to go into politics, but we saw how many people stocked palliatives meant for the people, for themselves. We saw how people started looting warehouses, looting various places. All of a sudden, we were discovering warehouses that never existed.
Of course, it existed, but we didn't know that it's actually operational.
It's actually
functional.
And not just that, prominent people in Nigeria, I remember Dangote and $10, they gave the government a certain amount of money for COVID-19. What happened? Where did the money go? Who did it? Then I remember more recently there was a particular grant, or whether it was a grant or aid we got for Nigerians. I think it was supposed to be share 10,000 naira per person, and Nigerians basically rejected it, and that was cancelled and all that. But the thing is, it's not about getting this aid. It is how it is being implemented. It is how it is being actualized. Does it actually, if you are getting aid and you're saying this aid, this grant is for the people, I'm talking about the people now, does it actually get to the people? We remember how we did the cash transfer of 50,000 naira. I remember I asked you at the point that, Priya, did you get 50,000 naira in your account? But they said 50,000 naira has been dispersed to the less privileged.
The very poor. Of course, I do not belong to that class. And you too, you do not belong to that class. They say the very
Fair
poor.
enough.
Because I remember vividly when they were talking about the disbursement of that money, and they said, oh, to the very poor, to the lowest very poor of the society. So if I am not surprised I didn't get an alert. And I think you're not surprised you didn't get one too. So our responsibility is to look for the very poor, or who exactly does the government mean by very poor? We're going to
What about the bag of rice?
The bags of rice. We're still on the COVID-19
Yes.
the COVID-19 this now facilitated. Okay, for Nigeria, Nigeria responded to COVID-19 pandemic by implementing anti-COVID-19 mitigation strategies in travel restrictions, and social, not only social distancing and all of that, but the United States, through the U.S. Agency for International Development and Department of State, announced on April 17th that the new funding for Nigeria for prevention and mitigation of the novel coronavirus has reached $21.4 million. Approximately 4/5 of the assistance, that's nearly $18 million, will go towards humanitarian assistance and includes for risk communication, water and sanitation activities, infections and prevention of diseases, internally displaced persons, and their host communities. Yes.
How much did you call the figure?
The figure $21.4 million,
yes,
and then 4/5. That's about $18 million of that money was given to communications and sanitation activities, infections, prevention diseases, and coordination and humanitarian assistance for refugees, which are internally displaced persons and their host communities. That's a part of it for COVID-19. You have done well to have referenced some of the palliatives that came in, that the government of the country bought, and probably access from multinational agencies and the support coming from other bilateral.
Then we also found out that this COVID-19 palliative had been disbursed to state governors.
Yes. Yes, to state governors, and there were warehouses. We could see even when they went out during that time, when those warehouses were bungled, were boggled up by protesters to go fritter away some of this COVID-19 palliatives. We could see the faces of some people that belong to some political party, and their pictures, well printed on those COVID-19 palliatives. Yes, but that would be the management aspect of it. So, if Africa has not really utilized African countries, I mentioned the number of the names of those countries, Nigeria, Ghana, name it, Mozambique, and all of that. If they've not really maximized the monies that they've received for COVID-19, for other aid assistance that is coming from the Western countries or coming from the IMF, or from International Monetary Fund, from the Paris Club, and all of that, then it is not their fault.
Yes, I know.
Because it is intended for good, but mismanaged by those that it was intended for, or the ones who kept their economy. So if we're going to blame them, let's briefly take a look at some of the analysis that we have. Now, from aid to investment, and we are rewriting Africa's history by way of this narrative. The emerging shift from aid to dependency or investment-led growth marked a critical turning point in Africa's economic story. The continent is increasingly seeking strategic partnerships on foreign direct investment, private equity, and capital market development of fuel industrialization, entrepreneurship, and job creation. Now, rethinking this role of multilateral and global institutions, multilateral organizations such as the World Bank, International Monetary Fund, United Nations Development Programs, UNDP, and the African Development Bank are transitioning their models from traditional aid to blended finance risk guarantees and infrastructure investment vehicles, which is vehicles for instance, the AFDB's African Investment Forum now focuses on bankable investment opportunities rather than grants. World Bank, International Financial Organization, is increasingly investing in African startups and SMEs. These institutions recognize aid alone cannot develop Africa. Investment is required to unlock the continent's potential: agriculture, energy, fintech, transport, and digital economies. The rise of strategic investment partnership by these global players like China, the United Arab Emirates, India, UK, and the EU are now seen as funding African infrastructure, logistic hubs, railways, and industrial zones, but often under commercial terms rather than concessional aid. Africa is moving away from being a beneficiary of charity to being a continent offering returns to investment, market access, and strategic geopolitical influence. I'm going to give you examples on that, but just let's stop there for a moment. Now, do remember, China, either in Kenya, helped to build one of their seaports some years ago. Now, the current administration of William Ruto, when he came into office, had to face some challenges where the government, there was some form of inflation in the country, or inflation heightened. He made a lot of promises to the people in the country, but he had not been able to fulfill them, because there's one thing to make political promises, and there is another thing when you get into office, when you are faced with managing power, managing people, managing resources, with the myriad of problems, politically and economic-wise, that you have to deal with, and you shortage scarce resources. Then you are faced with the real deal. Okay. So China, at that moment, was threatening to take over that seaport from Kenya. And I believe they got over it, and they got to an amicable settlement. So that's just one of it. And that in itself is a disadvantage. But it boils down on the previous administration that managed that process, including the seaports. So currently now, as we speak, the current administration in Nigeria is engaging in the 3 million tech talent program by the Tinubu administration, with the target to train about 3 million Nigerian youths for startups. What? How much is that? The World Bank is saying that, okay, we are going to monitor it and see its impact. Then we are going to commit to it. But the EU has already given about 11 million pounds, 11 million euros, rather,
yes, 11 million euros.
For that project. So you could see that they are now even more strategic, that look, aid alone will not benefit African countries. Our aid needs to be channeled towards developmental purpose. So what are they doing now? They are targeting infrastructure.
You said that aid alone would not benefit
Africa.
Africa.
But they now have to be the one to manage the process by targeting infrastructural development. That means when they are giving this aid, they're okay, we are going to give it straight to the 3 million technical program initiative by the Tinubu administration. If we are giving this loan, we are giving this loan or aid, we are channeling it straight to the development or the empowerment of African SMEs. If we are giving this loan, we make sure that we are directing the loan towards infrastructural development by building an airport. China recently said they want to build an electric vehicle plant somewhere in Abuja. The lithium plant that we spoke about 4 of them, that the Minister of Solid Minerals of Mining, Dele Alake, talked about, they're about 80% complete. And they are being facilitated not only unilaterally by the Nigerian government. Some of them are coming from the loans that we are accessing from the multilateral agencies, and others are coming from monies that we are borrowing from China, from IMF, and other. So if they are not channeled, if it's just an executive order, like I was saying yesterday, how is it not going to benefit us? So whose fault is it? Because as you can see, we can safely say that the IMF is thinking for the good of Nigeria and other African countries. But the question is, by way of the way this loan has been administered and managed, the leadership of these African countries, are they thinking for the benefit of these African countries?
But I feel nobody gives you money for free without getting anything in return. Yesterday, I remember Doc was talking about a particular country that came out and said no to same-sex marriage and all that, and they were yanked out.
You were yanked out. Okay.
I remember during Jonathan's administration too, something like that happened.
Approached.
And he said no, and he was applauded. Nigerians really applauded him for that. I remember there was this particular aid, I'm trying to remember it, that though it was a rumor that part of the contract was that we were supposed to, it was supposed to encourage the LGBTQ community, while the federal government came out to debunk that it was not part of the
contract. Yes, it was an international, it was an international bill that had to do with trade. There's a pact, I've forgotten the name of it, but it's Nigeria.
Some of this,
yes.
Not all.
Minister Mohammed Idris, who is the Minister of Information.
So some of this aid, it comes with underlining conditions. If you look at some of our toll, I remember there was a particular toll gate in Lagos that they said they were going to collect toll fees, and Nigerians protested, and it was stopped. I think one of those ones running across Ajah and the rest, Ajaxes and all that, they were supposed to collect tolls. I remember even how long it took for, I think it was Jonathan administration, maybe Obasanjo, before we stopped the collection of toll gates along Ibadan Express and all that.
Okay.
Some of these are the things I'm talking about. Nobody gives you money for free. These aids, these grants, it doesn't just come for free. We hear every now and then, you hear IMF coming out to tell you, oh, do this, do this. Just yesterday, was it the World Bank that was saying that we should increase the
tariff on alcohol and sugary drinks
before we can access certain, why?
It's for
before we can access $750 million, whatever you call loan or grant or what. Why? Okay, must there be strings attached to you giving us certain things? Okay, fine. There's no, every country needs loan, grants, and all that.
Every country should be responsible for itself.
But don't give it to us. Let us decide what we'll use it for. Let us decide how we will use it. Don't tell us, oh, if I'm going to give you this, you must do this, you must do that, you must. Okay. Or better still, why can't we look inwards? Now, you talked about China building an electronic plant. We're having nonsense there. And I'm sure there are other investors. I think most of these investors are just looking to see what happens. Let's see what Innocent would do. Let's see what he will achieve. Then more people will come in. I believe that there are a lot of people who would still want to invest in oil. They are just, maybe Dangote is like the cat that bells the
one who bells the cat.
The one who bells the cat, rather. So I feel let's look inwards to how we can actually encourage investors. If we're going to get grants, if we're going to get loans, aids, and let it be a form of partnership. We've always discussed of how China is secretly depleting some of our resources, though it hasn't been confirmed yet. But these are some of the things. Chinese would not come into it. They see Nigeria as a what do you call it? A green land. Fertile enough for cultivation and all that. So that is why they're coming into Africa, because they believe that they would make and it's not as if they have the money, they're sending back they are repatriating the funds back home. So what are we gaining?
Okay. Yes, they are repatriating the money back home, according to the words of Olumide. So what are we gaining? You're still watching Just Africa. We're going to break briefly. And we'll take Cashcraft as we go on break. And when we return, we are talking about loans. We're talking about aids in Africa and investments. Is it a blessing or a curse? We as a country, as a continent, have we really managed the process and the proceeds that we've got from those who are the multilateral agencies that are, advancing these loans and these aids to us? Or are we the ones mismanaging it? And are the strings attached, the conditions, are they for our good? Do they even need to exist in the first place? Who are we to blame? We'll be back in a moment. Do stay with us.
Welcome to Cashcraft, where opportunities meet insight. Today, we're journeying into the field of prosperity where towering oil palms wave not just leaves, but the promise of wealth. From the humid groves of Edo to the rich red earth of Delta, a quiet boom is unfolding. Though has been there for many years, but we could take advantage of this. This is one opportunity that holds the key to food security, foreign exchange savings, and thousands of jobs. Yes, we're talking about palm oil, Africa's red gold. But how do you tap into this opportunity? What does it take to build a business around palm oil, from plantation to profit? Let's break it down, step by step. 1. Understand the landscape. The first step is knowledge. Nigeria's oil palm production has risen by over 41% in the past decades, from 8.2 million metric tons in 2014 to 11.6 million in 2023, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization. Yet, with over 200 million mouths to feed and rising global demand, we are still importing palm oil to close the gap. That's your opportunity to become a local producer or processor. Step 2, choose your entry point. There are 3 main ways to enter into the palm oil value chain. Palm plantation farming. Cultivating your own palm trees is long-term but rewarding. Now you can look at processing. Buying palm fruit, popularly known as banga, I'm sure you know that, and converting it into oil with machines. That's another one. And trading. You can buy and sell finished oil in local or export markets. Each has different startup costs and time frames, so you must match your capital, patience, and passion. Before I go further, remember that this is not a professional guide, rather a wake-up call that there are opportunities everywhere. Now let's go to step 3, get land or source supply. According to research, some initiatives like the Edo Oil Palm Development Program, EOPDP, and Delta State Delcom Scheme are making access to land to become easier. Findings shows that in Edo State, over 114,000 hectares have been allocated to both big and small investors, and over 65,000 hectares have already been accessed. In Delta, 130,000 hectares have been provided by communities under a cooperative model, with over 3,000 smallholders farmers already on board. Even if you can't own land, you can start small by sourcing fruit from cooperatives or leasing a small processing space. Of course you can. Now let's move to 4. Know the cost and time frame. It costs between $7,000 to $8,000 to cultivate 1 hectare of palm from nursery to maturity, but it takes about 3 to 4 years for the trees to start yielding. If you want quick returns, processing and trading may be better. You can buy a small-scale palm oil milling machines for 1.5 million to 3 million naira, or even less if you join a cooperative or lease. So let's go to step 5. Invest in knowledge and market access. Join farmer cooperatives like those in Delcom. They give access to training, markets, and funding. You can also link up with established companies like Presco and Okomo Oil. Yeah, I'm not marketing, but it's a way to tell you that, look, there are opportunities everywhere. All of these are listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Step 6, think sustainability and value addition. Palm oil is not just for stew and soup. Yeah, think big. You can produce refined oil, cosmetics, biodiesel, and export-grade products. Investors are already joining this, and governments are backing it. You can do your research. There is also growing interest in eco-friendly farming and traceable supply chains. If you do it right, foreign buyers will come looking. Palm oil may have its controversies, but in Africa, especially in Nigeria, it is heritage, it is economy, it is future. The rise of Edo and Delta as palm oil giants is not just about hectares or harvest. It is about people, creating jobs, reducing imports, and saving foreign exchange. If you are looking for a business with cheap roots and wide branches, palm oil may just be your calling. This has been Cashcraft, your guide to turning ideas into income. I am Grace Komalafe. Join us again next time, and remember, the ground beneath your feet might be your next big break. See you again.
Welcome back. Once again, many thanks for joining us. We are talking about aid to Africa, resources, loan. Is it for proper investment? Is it a blessing to the country, or is it a curse, or is it a trap? As most Africans have said, that the IMF, the European countries, the EU, and other countries, they're just advancing this loan to us because they want to entrap us. I don't believe that. In fact, I think Africa need loans. I think they need aid. If we are going to go to part of industrialization, the thing is, whenever we access this fund, we have to use it for the purpose for which it was advanced to us as a nation or as a continent. If not, we will go nowhere. So now, let's go on. African leaders, when we talk about domestic resources mobilization and accountability, African leaders are also being called upon to mobilize domestic capital, curb illicit financial flows, improve tax systems, and reduce corruption. Without these reforms, even well-structured aid or loans and investments may falter. There is a growing push for governments to create an enabling environment for business, for businesses, protect property rights, and reduce red tape to attract long-term capital narrative. And the power and the global perception shifting in the economic narrative is also another thing to consider. And that's not just about money. It's about reframing Africa from a continent of need to one of opportunity. Maybe the Chinese, maybe they saw many opportunity in Nigeria. Maybe other Western countries, maybe they see an opportunity in Nigeria and they feel we have to be part of, we have to have a chunk of these opportunities. The greenery in Africa is quite attractive to industrialists because we have some of the solid minerals here would be the food for their factories over there. Media, media organizations, think tanks, and African leaders must equally challenge the optics of dependency and champion a story of self-reliance, innovation, and partnership. This also means that tracking the effectiveness of aid received. I spoke about this earlier on. So, Olumide, I think we need loans. I think African countries, we need aid. We must channel them. Niger State, we discussed recently.
Okay.
With collaboration with Dangote.
True.
To do what? To take out about 32 acres of land for rice production, 30,000, 32,000. Then they're equally looking at, from what will come up from that, about 5.8 megawatts of electricity will be produced for the farming community, for the rice mill. There's going to be technology that will be running the rice mill. And the paddy rice, if the Niger State, this project in Niger State kicks off very well, it's really going to cater to, to local rice production and supply. And I dare say it will extend to supplying other African countries ambiguous to, proximous to Nigeria. So if we look at it on that aspect, Dangote is a local. So it's involving in that. But before then, must have received some form of loans in agriculture. Yesterday we were talking about the fertilizer saga and how the extension workers and some of the Ministry of Agriculture.
Still on this Dangote. Now imagine if this was an aid gotten from China or any other place. Now with Dangote on ground, with his foot on ground, there will be some form of or some level of transparency, because it's Dangote. He would want to see his money going to the right place. He wants to see his investment, every other thing going to the right place. He would ask questions because he's on ground. His team will be there, in collaboration with the Niger State, they will monitor this thing. They will they will make sure they see the impact of it. And if for further investment is needed, he will be advised by his experts and all that.
Okay.
The major thing, I'm not against loan and grants, but the major thing is transparency, accountability. Are we accountable for these loans? We remember all too well, I was reading some days back, about $24 million.
Yes.
Which was from EFCC, that was gotten from the former Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, as Ms. Betta Edu, 24 million. And this money was in 50 different bank accounts.
50 different bank accounts.
Yes. So now imagine one person is sitting on this amount. So I don't have problem with getting aids, getting grants. It's just, are we ripe for it?
Ripe for aid, for grants?
Yes. When I mean ripe, yes, accountability also, it falls under us being ripe for it. If we're not accountable to ourselves, we're not ripe for it. It's like you giving someone money. Someone comes to me today, oh, I don't have a job, and you give him money. Some people will tell you, teach him how to fish instead of giving him money. Show him that this is what you can do. Then you can give him some form of little money, and I know some tribes in Nigeria, what you do is you go and you come under someone as an apprenticeship. He will train you for years. Then when he is certain that, yes, this person can be on his own, he will give you something. Then you go establish your own venture and all that. That's also good.
But if we want to look at it now, let me say this. In 2024, total official development assistance to Africa from DAC members was estimated to be about $42 billion, representing 1% decrease in real term compared to 2023. Within this, net bilateral official development assistance to sub-Saharan African countries was about $36 billion. $36 billion, which is a 2% decrease. Additionally, the U.S. foreign aid to Africa in 2024, approximately $12.7 billion.
That's a lot.
U.S. aid. So this attitude, this leadership disposition of lack of planning or of lack of money or funds that will be specifically tied to projects is a key problem. The European Union or Europe during colonialism used Africans to build their economy. Not only Africans to build their economy, to build their farmlands, the minerals and the gemstones, most of the precious stones and the solid minerals they came and they carted away from here, served as food for their factories there.
True.
Some of the solid minerals that they've actually processed and they added value to it, built the electricity infrastructure in some of the most powerful European countries. In those climes, as we speak now, electric power doesn't blink. How many African countries do we have now that we can say we can boast for 3 months or 1 year? Constant power supply without electricity blinking. Now, when they ferried all these goods...
What about Ghana?
I'm coming. Ghana. Well, let's see if they've done it for a year. The whole of Ghana. Electricity.
I don't know about now. There was
for
a
1
time
year.
They celebrated 10 years.
10 years for electricity
back.
not blinking.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe
but I don't know about now.
I'll need to speak to a Ghanaian to
I don't now,
verify that.
Now, definitely, when they're about to take power, they would even inform you. It's not like...
Yes. Okay. So where I was going is this. When Europe were taking out these resources from Africa, one man in Europe did not take the whole of that fund to himself or to herself. Probably you can say it was corruptly taken away, shipped from Africa. That it corruptly dispensed in Europe. They spent it in building infrastructure that is for communal good, that is for social good, that is for developmental purposes. We could see all that spread around Europe. Until today, we could see that they are far developed and they have a name, the first world countries. Maybe this is the time for Europe to build Africa in return. And they've been doing that in terms of loan, in terms of aid, and in terms of grant. But what happened in return? African leaders are stealing away this money. As we speak, all European countries, that's why they have European Union, they are tied together by way of transportation. They are connected by rail. They are connected by road transportation. They are connected by seaports and by airports. And when you travel around Europe, as far as you are European and you are coming from these countries that are recognized within themselves, the documentation that is required for moving from one European country to another is very, very simple, and just as simple as those who have experienced it. And I'm not talking about Africans who experienced it. I'm talking about European citizens there. The African Continental Free Trade Area is supposed to be an umbrella body where African Union and African countries. Now, if in 2023 alone, foreign investment, or by way of loans, or by aids, is total about $12 billion that was given to Africa, or that came into the African continent. What did we use it for? Did we build roads to connect Nigeria to Niger Republic, to connect to Ghana, to connect to Congo, to connect to the West Africa, and connect it to South African countries, to connect to the East African countries? Are we doing that so that we can facilitate trade? Because as long as infrastructure is built to uphold trade, business, and investment and development, if that infrastructure is built, businesses will emerge to take advantage of this infrastructure that are going to create jobs for the people in society and bring further and more development. Industries are going to span up. Now we're talking about electricity. And for the moment that we do in Africa, we do not have electricity that can sustain our level of aspiration for industrialization. Is mind-boggling, and African presidents and leaders should think it twice. That is one thing I want to look after, and probably maybe after your input, then we can now start talking about other aspects too. If the AFCTA is what Africa is really taking advantage of.
You know, let's look at power also. We've also received, I'm looking at a $500 million project focused on improving disco performance and a large-scale metering program. That was from World Bank. We have the rural electrification. I think that's about, I can't get the figure right here, but these are some of the aids. And power, different administrations have come in and have gone, and none have been able to solve power. And you have always said it, that if you really want to create an enabling working environment for both local and foreign investors, fix power. Why haven't we? If we take this large chunk, if we take this 22 or is it $21 million, if we take it and invest it in power, would it work? Do we have the willpower? Will we be able to say no to corruption? Will it go to the right sources?
Why can't you just use the money for the purpose the money was allocated for or collected? Why can't we just use it for that purpose?
I'm saying, why not get aid or grant for power, to fix power? If you are getting to fix roads and the power is not stable, you yourself, you said it, that which country has gone 3 months without uninterrupted power? Why not fix the things that matter? Why not get grants and fix the things that matter?
No. What we should be looking at, we should be looking at the leadership in Africa.
Okay.
That's what we should be looking at. Now, okay, Ibrahim Traore of Burkina Faso is on the saddle.
Yes.
And one of the key...
Good initiative.
Yeah, some of the key assistance that he is asking from Russia, from North Korea, and some of the key members in the BRICS bloc is development. And that development is connecting major roads that have the potential to facilitate commercial and business trade routes and activities between Burkina Faso and Cote d'Ivoire. And Cote d'Ivoire. So, and that road at the moment now is receiving attention. Is also paying attention to power, to power, and is paying attention to water supply. Now, one thing we must understand is this. Why must it take a military president or a military administrator to jump into doing this? Because one of the key reasons, now we are not promoting coup or taking over power through the barrel of the gun. But these are some of the projects that the previous civilian administration would have engaged in and launched. The $8.9 million tomato paste factory is there that is working on. But the thing also is this. When he's doing this, he's going to be receiving loans, aids, and grants from some of the Western allies. Western allies, yes, which is not Europe, not France anymore. And this time it is Russia, it is China, it is North Korea, and all of that. So,
even though that could be political.
Yes, of course it is. There is no business that crosses from one country to another in the international business development, bilateral ties that does not have geopolitical undertones. They all have geopolitical undertones, and no country can just be attracted. Even Nigeria, that we talked about, some of those conditions are fueled by geopolitical undertones, by loyalty.
Yes.
And of course, they also use other concepts of balance of power. So if we're not careful with the kind of attention that nation is receiving, and it sprawls through all other sectors. Now, one other thing is including security. So if we're not careful, one name has been attached to civilian administration and civilian government in Africa, even though Paul Kagame wants to be rewriting that history, Paul Kagame of Rwanda. He seems to be rewriting that history. But one thing is always attached to African civilian leadership is that the way they run government is most likely, most of the time, is for primordial reasons. Personal interest and goals that are national development driven are scarce. And even when they are present, they are not well given the attention. And the monies for that purpose most of the time is frittered away through corruption. Why can't we just try to get something right? The Green Energy Initiative.
Thank you.
It's not what most African countries want to jump into, because they feel that if we are really going to nip it in the bud and go the way of industrialization, green energy will not solve it for us for now, because we do not have the capacity, we do not have the technology, and we are receiving attention from the World Bank and other bilateral, multilateral organizations to sponsor that initiative. But that means we are going to abandon the raw industrialization that is driven by electricity and that is also driven by the solid minerals that we are supposed to tap beneath our feet, most of which go contrary to the Green Energy Initiative. So until African leaders put their foot on the ground and to be individual, to be goal-oriented, and goal-oriented means having like a 30, 50, 60 years in any African country. There is a national development plan that has been set in place that he is bound to follow. Yes, they have goals. They have manifesto, which is the party manifesto through which they win election and got into power. They will have to attend to that as well. But the national development plan that would have come into existence by way of state, by way of the sovereign state national plan that has been put on ground should take precedence more than the plan or the manifesto that has been touted by the political party to get into power. So even if he's going to come to power, of course, 60% should be given to developing the national plan, and 40% should be channeled towards developing the state's, the political party's plan for getting into power, because they equally hold that responsibility to the people who actually casted their vote for them to take over political power.
I would gladly agree with you that we need loans, we need grants, we need aids. if certain things are put in place, creating an enabling environment, investing in human capital, invest in education. Look at our education sector. It is deplorable. It is not good. Look at health. Okay, fine, let's say entrepreneurship support. We are trying to, I think maybe, let's say we're testing the waters. We're trying to, develop that with this whole skill acquisition, partnership and all that. Let's say that is being looked at. What about health? What about education? These are where we really need these grants, these aids to go. Not building every year we're always building roads, we're always building roads, we're always building roads. It's like we've signed maybe a long-term or forever deal with that. But basically, I mean, building an infrastructure that supports local and foreign investment, it really matters. We need that.
Okay.
Do you understand? We do not need pity. Join us in our journey. Come and build, like you said, fine, we cannot go into renewable energy because we don't even have the technology. Even, what do you call it, the refinery, we need more refineries. We need that technology. We need that infrastructure. We need it in Nigeria. We shouldn't be exporting. We shouldn't be then we bring it back and we are buying it at a very exorbitant price. It doesn't. Dangote should not even be the only one. We should have more. Yes, we have illegal miners, we have oil bunkering and illegal oil refineries and all that. What can be done? I remember Doc was saying that they don't know, these people who own this illegal mining fact, they don't even have the technology to produce it in its purest form. Let's look into that.
Okay. Thank you so much for watching Just Africa this morning, and this is where we will draw the curtain. But before we go, we have something special for you completely, but that's after we've left to bring that to your wave. Many thanks for watching. My name is Oyim Priye Krumale.
And I am Olumide Shokoya. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Now we'll bring you the uniqueness of Africa. We're taking you down to Guinea-Bissau, and we're saying bye-bye with that.
Guinea-Bissau, a small coastal nation in West Africa, often escapes the spotlight due to its size and political instability. However, this nation possesses a wealth of cultural, ecological, and social uniqueness that sets it apart from many of its African peers. From matriarchal communities to remarkable biodiversity, Guinea-Bissau offers a compelling study in African distinctiveness. With a population of just over 2 million, Guinea-Bissau is home to more than 20 ethnic groups, each contributing unique languages, customs, and traditional practices to the national identity. The country's linguistic diversity is further enriched by the widespread use of Guinea-Bissau Creole, a Portuguese-based Creole language that serves as a unifying medium of communication across different communities. Formerly part of the Cabo Empire and later a Portuguese colony, Guinea-Bissau was among the first African countries to engage in a protracted armed struggle for independence, led by the African Party for the Independence of Guinea and Cape Verde under the revolutionary Amilcar Cabral. Its bold resistance and eventual liberation in 1973 set a precedent for anti-colonial movements across the continent. The country remains one of the few Lusophone nations in Africa, sharing strong cultural and diplomatic ties with Brazil, Portugal, and other Portuguese-speaking countries, forming a distinct Lusophone African identity. Guinea-Bissau's biodiversity is another defining characteristic, particularly the Bijagos Archipelago, a UNESCO Biosphere Reserve consisting of more than 80 islands. This ecological haven is not only vital for marine conservation, but also embodies a unique matriarchal culture where women play central roles in community leadership and spiritual practices.
The islands are recognized globally for their rich marine life, including sea turtles, manatees, and migratory birds, attracting researchers and conservationists from around the world. Economically, Guinea-Bissau is highly reliant on cashew nut production, which forms the backbone of its export economy. Despite recurring political instability and limited infrastructure, the country remains an important agricultural hub with untapped potential in fisheries, tourism, and sustainable development. Its geographic position along the Atlantic and proximity to other West African nations also offers opportunities for regional trade and integration. Guinea-Bissau's resilience in the face of persistent challenges, ranging from coups and weak governance to poverty and illicit trade, continues to shape its unique narrative within Africa. It is a nation marked by endurance, cultural vibrancy, and natural beauty, striving to transform its rich heritage and strategic assets into sustainable growth and global engagement. I'm Moyosore Adebi for Souq News TV.
A drop makes a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes this woman more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Born Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from at age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant. Finally, only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what? I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, in Kano State, where she worked as an audit trainee at Akitola Williams & Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after a service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't a thing.
You would have thought that having done or gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because they had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work. I did well. They offered me permanent employment, but I said, thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager. In a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just a month before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into Souq Chair Center Limited, following a venture merger with Souq SA and Guarantee Trust Bank in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talents, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from our entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awoshika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolayan movie titled Citation, which in addition to the book she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in Business Administration and Management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of Souq SA of France, GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to know that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of the Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awoshika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the Board of Trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jura Limited and Cabri Nigeria PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015. Following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja, she became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence. Ibukun Awoshika's Octo-Nigerian father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence in her life, passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Ilupeju. He was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awoshika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Excel Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awoshika by building the Ibukun Awoshika Sports Center at our beloved secondary school, Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara, Durutoye, Ndidi Ukuano, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other successful people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop at anything to achieving their God-given dreams. For her, she believes that regardless of how illustrious her career is and how successful she could ever get in life, her family and husband remain the most important gift in her life. Ibukun Awoshika.
AME, the Chief Executive Officer, Faith Foundation. Please, can you please recognize that she's presently present. Please let the hands together for her. Thank you so much. Ushers, please, I'll need to be on standby to see many of my guests and not seated where they should be, so that they can let me do that. All right. I think we have, I don't know if we have the founder of the Last Transact yet. Right. Okay. The legal state manager for Small and Medium Enterprise Development Agency of Nigeria, SMEDA, Dr. Olukumi Odetauju, still on his way. Mr. Twinji Ope, co-founder of Get Funded Africa Technologies, still on his way. Dr. Itausa of Sam Aze, that's the general manager of Souq News. You are recognized as well. Mr. Shino Banikeshi is here with us, the managing director of Goxie Micro Insurance Bank. You're welcome. So, round of applause. Can you wave your hands so that we do that here with us? Thank you so much. Please, ushers. Yes. Can you get me moving to its appropriate seat? Thank you so much. Mrs. Tino Olatunsin Ajayi, Asborn Ambassador, former President, Association of Professional Women Bankers. Alright, still on our way. Mr. Richard E. Monige, Regional Manager, Bank of Industry. You're most welcome. A round of applause for him. Thank you so much. Right, we're still expecting the representative from SON, NAFDAC, and the Raw Material Research and Development Council of Nigeria. If you have the representative, please let us know. Alright. Okay. I think it's safe to move on while we await other guests that are meant to take their seat here today. But meanwhile, while we do that, please let me at this point in time announce to us that this event once again is put together by ASBON, Association of Business Owners of Nigeria, in collaboration with the Lagos State Ministry of Commerce, Trade, Industry, Cooperatives and Investment. And we are here today. It's going to be a record-breaking event for you. This is your first time. Please, this is your first time. Please, can you wave your hand? This is your first time. Oh, wow, we have first time here. Wow. But don't worry, we'll serve you a drink now. That's the first time, don't worry. But that's what we do in churches, yes or yes. First timers, don't worry. Because you get drink, you're not raising your hand. You didn't raise it before. Because you had to be entertained, there's no problem. Alright, everyone will also be entertained here today. We have our sponsors and brand. Many of them. We have a Souq Bank, which is the lead sponsor of the platinum category, and of course, 7-Up would be company makers of Pepsi. And that's why you see Pepsi outside there. So please don't worry, we will be duly entertained. Back to the industry, Adosa, Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, Souq News, Girls American Insurance Company, the CRC Credit Bureau Limited, and of course, yes, these are some of our sponsors. And at this point in time, I think it's important that we know why we are doing this. For 5 consecutive years, this organization have ensured that this event is put together to celebrate stakeholders who are adding value to the small and medium enterprises in Nigeria, and to shed more light to give us more insight as to why they've been consistent with this event. Please, I would like to invite no other person than the lead convener, the president of the Association of Small Business Owners of Nigeria, a great visionary, a great pathfinder. Please, let's celebrate Dr. Femi Egbesola.
Please permit me to stand on existing protocols for the special mention of the Executive Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Banky Souq, the Executive Governor of State Prince, therefore, appeal to CON, the Commissioner for Commerce, Cooperative Trade and Investments, Mrs. Olashade Ambrose-Bidebe, the Honorable Commissioner for Commerce, Industrial Trade and Investments, State, Mr. Souq and Dio Bola, and other heads of ministries, departments, and agencies representing our children. I am aware that the DDO of FIDRO being represented here. Can we please have this stand up for recognition? Okay, thank you very much. I would think if I want to mention everybody has ought to be mentioned. Every one of us is important. I also like to thank very seriously the keynote speaker for today, David, I think you're coming out times to here. And of course, our panelists, quite a number of them are already around. Thank you so much for being here today. The commissioner will soon be here to give a speech. But before then, we're going to go down to my speech, which is to give the opening address. So on behalf of the Association of Small Business Owners of Nigeria, in collaboration with the Lagos State Ministry of Commerce, Cooperative Industry and Investments, I warmly welcome you to the Nigerian National MSME Business Awards. This is the 5th edition, and it is designed to celebrate, appreciate, and enable supporters of the MSME ecosystem. We have created a platform to say thank you for supporting us in all areas, institutions, governments, development partners, and the rest. And it is our desire to find a way to create a platform to recognize and appreciate. That's the essence of this award event. And at the same time, it's not just about appreciating them, it's about pushing them to do more. Our program is designed to say, please, we want you to. So today, it's not just about appreciating, it's about also encouraging them to support us to more. We are kids, the other side is we are kids, we need a push, we need a support. Everyone in the ecosystem can give to us. We also want to thank our sponsors that we are today all of us, without the sponsors, we also thank the media and of course, every other person, including my own immediate community, has one men and women.
Members of our phone, I think they are by this side, right? Please, please celebrate them. Let's put our hands together for them. The drivers of the economy, yes or yes. I think you guys have a slogan. As one, start small. Wow. Mr. David, can you help? You know it. Wow, amazing. Osborne, Souq, Brody, see, it's very important, especially the last one. You want to start now. Many ideas are probably died in the heads of the conceivers, like, I will start tomorrow. I have this idea, and yet you never have the opportunity to start. So it's very important. Start now. God bless you for consistently putting this together. You are indeed drivers of the economy, and we celebrate what you are doing under the able leadership of the President, Dr. Femi Ekmeshola. Very energetic man. I don't know where he gets energy from. See, yesterday he was still reaching out, putting the dots on the I's, crossing the T's, ensuring everything is, on point. God bless you. I love your meticulousness. There's so much I'm learning from you, sir. God bless you, sir. Thank you so much. All right, on this note, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, it's the 5th SME Business Awards, National SME Business Awards, put together by Osborne. We'll be inviting our key note speakers to speak for us at this point in time. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker is for all the basic, the Executive Director of Faith Foundation, Mrs. Adenike Adeyemi. She will speak to us on sustainable business practices, the new competitive advantage for SMEs. A round of applause for her one more time.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Abby. Great, thank you once again. I'm really delighted to be here at the 5th Nigerian National SME Business Awards. Very honored to be giving the keynote address. All protocols duly observed and I stand on the existing protocols that were earlier on outlined, and hopefully our special guests coming, and I know definitely need time to acknowledge them once they come. I also would like to, I love the Osborne Start Small, Start Now. That's it's a very inspiring, but also very strategic slogan, and I think it speaks to the essence of what Osborne is, but also what Osborne should be, and the role that you play within the ecosystem. For me, whenever I come to events like this, the people who are very important to me as VIPs, those who are building businesses of different forms. You are my VIPs, you are the champions of our work in so many ways. You are the ones that hold our economies nationally, community-wise, locally. Nobody gets blessings like people that run businesses. And I know recently we talked a lot about emotional and mental health for business owners because they need it. Many people more than other people that do it. And I'm also happy to see that we have quite a lot of women here. No prejudice to our men, but it's a lot. You are home builders, you are community builders, you are nation builders. So I want to especially acknowledge our MSMEs who are here in the room. So good morning once again, everyone.
Decision on MSME can actually take view of the affordability of microinsurance for them to adopt affordable microinsurance for them to be as a means of risk management to protect themselves in the event that they experience shock. And of course, with as little as 1,500 naira, an MSME can actually be able to access to protect their means of livelihood. Or a minimum of 500 naira monthly premium payment. They will actually buy a health coverage, that will, of course, protect themselves, protect their staff, and member of household against issue of out-of-pocket, health services. And of course, an MSME with that same little amount of money will also be able to access, some kind of insurance protection that will support the education of their children. All of these are very essential in terms of support the MSME needs. What we found mostly is that MSME are not able to adopt, the old mechanisms that MSME adopt are always very challenging. and most of the time, quite often than not, erodes their, small saving by having to deep-harness their, already existing asset or saving for them to actually meet some of these challenges. Thank you.
You'll be shocked to see that a lot of small businesses do not have access to data or do not make data-driven decisions that help their businesses perform, right? So to achieve continued success in a growing economy like Nigeria, small businesses need to focus on solutions that help them stay efficient.
We are very focused on sustainability because we understand that SMEs are the engines and the main focus of any economy in any nation. So why do we talk about sustainability? There are different ways of ensuring that there's sustainability through strategic programs that it does. In SMEDA, we have various programs that are focused towards the whole MSMEs. Then we are also gender-centric and we focus on those that are mainly meant for women and youths. Some of the programs, we have about 15 programs off the top of my head. We have some that are focused on those in agriculture, the textile and the likes of them. For example, we have the YSP, which is Women in Self-Employment Program, which is focusing on women that are working for themselves and trying to thrive. So we always try to identify all these businesses and look at how we can have a strategic partnership within the ecosystem and build sustainability. Thank you.
Some time ago, I was in Kigali and we were having a conversation and somebody said something that was quite very traumatic for me as a person. And he said there are two nations on earth that are very passionate about telling how bad they are, and those nations are Nigeria and South Africa. So we tell it with very serious energy. And what picture does this paint out there is that nothing good is happening here. And so people are not even willing to come around to say want to do business with us because the way the media is structured in Nigeria only tells the bad news. We have data about things that are not working. We have data about things that are so bad. But on the good side of the country, nobody is telling it. And this is the challenge that, of course, the country is facing. So when people are thinking about Nigeria, the things that they can easily think about are the things that are not working. And this was a challenge for us. And so in 2022, we were in the UAE, and we saw the way the environment was working. It's not as if the things that are happening there, we don't have them here. But the way they are positioned in the media makes everybody want to do business with them. So we decided to also come back home and see how we can position media differently in Nigeria. That we're not just going to be talking about politicians, how much money is embezzled, but we also need to talk about the good things that are happening within the business environment. There are a lot of people who are doing excellently well. There's one woman selling amala there. Is training their children overseas. Nobody is giving them the platform to talk. So Souq News came into existence to give platform to businesses, small and medium-scale businesses, voices in Africa, so that people all over the world can see what we're doing, see your visibility, support your project, and then of course you can also become a global champion.
You walk around, you see people doing great things, doing business, and if you ask them if they have their business registration, you discover that someone has been doing business for a long time, for some of them 10, 15 years, they don't have business registration. Some of them, they don't even have business accounts registered in the business name, or they operate these businesses practically in their own name. And this is part of the challenges that they face in accessing finance as another challenge. Because as part of the challenges that will occur when you don't have a business properly structured, access to finance also becomes a challenge for you, as you do not have credit history developed over time for people to make informed decisions on whether they want to partner with you or not. So these are part of the challenges that small businesses face in developing their businesses. Thank you.
What we have done is to actually connect financial access to digital inclusion, right? By providing the opportunity for SMEs based on, like Mr. Demi mentioned something about credit score and things like that, based on their credit score, their record keeping, and their transaction history, to be able to access some types of funding. right, through one of our what I would have to mention. Right, so there's money that's accessible single digits, ranging from about 7% to 3%, starting from as low as 100,000 up to 5 million. And the best part about it is that this product initially is free to the SME. All they need to do is to register. It's called the Provide. They're able to establish their online presence. Photographers, barbers, small shop owners. There's no reason why they can't use technology, right, to actually formalize their business and be able to create that history, to be able to access funding that is available to them. By becoming more organized, more productive, and also more effective. So, as people in finance know, it's about following the money. Usually there is criteria that is set out, and this criteria, just like he said as well, it requires certain things like coming to the formal economy, right? Taxes, business name, having a bank account. I used to have a tailor that started from absolutely zero, right? He built his business such that he had like a bungalow in front and back, several staff. When you want to pay money, this into his private account. Doesn't make any sense. And he's actually well spoken, better spoken than I am. So until SMEs can actually understand that it's about criteria, right? And it's not free money. They have to follow a process to meet these criteria. Then they continue to laugh. I've been in a session with the Marine Director here at Ogun State stakeholders meeting where some of the SME associations are complaining to, I won't mention Development Bank Association, that, oh, you're saying you have 5 billion, you're saying you have 10 billion, but only 500 members have collected this money. And the representative told them that, look, there is criteria. Some of you know this criteria, you're not bothered. Some of you are just too disorganized. Some of you actually qualified, but you just don't want to put yourselves in a position where you can access this money.
But I would like you to tell us, I can see, I mean, there might be 5 business plans on the table. Yeah. What makes one better than the other? What are the key things as a lender that you look for?
So, good business. So that we mentioned financial discipline is one. I'm looking at for example, the requirement that he mentioned as part of the document that was submitted to me, as part of the business plan. But in reviewing all these documents, I'm looking at the financial discipline amongst all of them. Who amongst all of them is discipline enough to? Because it shows, as you are modeling this document, it shows the plan.
What is discipline? Retaining funds or less expenditure?
No, it depends. It depends. For some businesses, it depends on the nature of business anyway. No one size fits all.
Correct, but yes. Usually what are the things? It's just different sectors.
And generally, you look at how you leverage expenses, right? What do you spend your money on? Basically, it shows in the business how you expend from your business. Do you use it to solve personal problems as against destroying family businesses?
I think content they say today is king in the media. What we're doing today is that nobody's creating content for you, you're actually creating your own content. Take for example, you produce granite and you're showing on your mobile phone, for example, the process that you take to produce this granite has come to the market, and people are looking at it and they say, oh, how hygienic that you are. They're not just buying something because you also find it. Because there are too many narratives in the social media, for example, today, people believe that there are some certain things that want to buy chips on the road and say, oh, they are using chemical to produce it. Now, this is discourages people from participating. But if you create content to show, for example, from your oil, how it's genuine.
Social media.
Social media, yes, of course.
Putting together
yes,
professional to do it, or it's something that they can do, or there are courses.
Of course, the mobile phone is a television house today, really. So you may not even name a media house, for example, and you put them together on either your Instagram or your Facebook, and the word can say it, and it gets viral, especially when the story that you are telling is so touching and has a human angle to it. And what I'm saying is that yes, for those who are big, yes, you can have somebody who is your media strategist, is going to help you design content and invest so much on it. But as a small business, you can actually create your content with your mobile phone. And most of the content that you see today that actually go viral are done on mobile phone, not on the big cameras that, of course, the medias are carrying. But what we can only do is to validate some of all this story when we also give you the platform to tell the story, and then, of course, we help you distribute to wider audiences. There are a lot of platforms, there are a lot of softwares that are available today in the space. Some of them are free, some of the lessons you can actually get. For example, if you download a Canva, for example, on your phone, it can help you aggregate your photos, your videos within your phone and produce a content. There are AI-powered tools today you find on the app. Before now, when, of course, as a radio station, you want to produce your ident, you need somebody to come voice from. Today, there are AIs who does that free for you. And those facilities are available, and of course, businesses can leverage it to actually tell their story.
Okay, so how UNAB is helping small businesses today? We're doing it in 4 ways. The very first thing is we're helping businesses manage their transactions. And I talked about efficiency in the first place, right? We are managing transactions by ensuring efficiency, automating certain things that you need to do, so that small businesses can focus on producing whether your product or creating your design as a service provider. As a result of those transactions, we are also using that to build credit profiles for small businesses. Credit profiling is a big issue in Nigeria and Africa today. Right? There was a publication outside recently that the CBN have confirmed that businesses can now have transaction histories passed around with banks, which is a great thing because it has been a major problem till date. Right? So that's how we're solving that particular part. Another thing is we're providing financial insights. Please take note, I didn't say data. Data is the raw form. Right? Like I give an example within the team. I say data is your road, your pepper. Insight is the soup, right? It's the useful form of it, right? Because a lot of businesses have a lot of data, right? But they don't know how to make use of it. So we provide financial insights that you can actually use to make data-driven decisions to achieve continued success. And the last thing is, which we know is super important for businesses, is investment opportunities, right? How do people access investment opportunities? Because a lot of small businesses have stash cash that they're not using. Now, bordering on efficiency, how do they make efficient use of money that they're not using to run their business daily? And I'll border on one more thing, which is payments that you talked about. So, in the digital world of today, security is a major issue. And how we're solving that is by ensuring that people or businesses have seamless and secure transactions every day. We have stuff like escrow. I'm sure a number of us must have heard of it. And escrow basically means that there's a middleman that collects the money when two people want to transact. Then after the transaction is done, we pass it to who's supposed to receive it. And as a result of that, we've had a lot of satisfied businesses growing daily based on that.
MSME is the issue of accessibility to finance. And one of our flagship products, which I think I need to talk about here, is a product that actually helps to support, micro and small scale business owner to be able to repay a loan. Giving them, some kind of guarantee or support, through microfinance bank, microfinance institution, cooperative society, and all of that. I sometimes wonder each time I listen to institutions that are doing lending, talking about collateral. There are actually an insurance product that can actually help support an MSME to see them through the period of that loan and then able to repay their loan. And what we do, therefore, with that product is that we support lending institutions, we support cooperative society. All of these institutions are involved in lending so that we can support them, provide some kind of insurance that can see the customer through the period of that loan and then able to help them repay in case they fall into any challenges and they do not have the ability to repay the loan. Our product also, like I said, earlier on, cut across virtually. Even a Keke driver can actually have access to a full form of insurance. And then going to your question, one of the some of the major challenges, and I'm actually going to talk about just 3 of them. One of the major challenges, which of course, both from the supply and the demand side, is the issue of awareness. When you talk about awareness of insurance today, a lot of many people would say they don't know even micro, and that's why I started earlier on speaking about what microinsurance is actually all about. Awareness is still not, we have the fault, some of us who are the operator. Most of our strategy are, most times skewed to the above the line customer. I mean the literate and the, major organization and all of that. I think we need to readdress our, strategy to ensure that it also addresses some of those, the BTL, that's the below the line, kinds of customer, where we have quite a number of MSME. And of course also the issue of public trust and negative perception is still very much there in insurance. A lot of people still, even though there have been a lot of improvement, a lot of people still feel insurance, they do not trust the insurance company to be able to pay to pay their claim. And I tell you, a lot of people have actually been made in that regard. There are regulatory supervision these days that ensures that when an insurance company takes your risk, they must fulfill the obligation of paying claim. And should they fail to do that, there are sanctions that goes with that. And then thirdly, the issue of God forbid. I know, that's cultural and of course religious belief. When you talk about, most of the time when representative goes out to go and talk about insurance, the moment he mentions death or anything, or disability that could, be a form of insurance coverage, they say God forbid. So there are a lot of God forbid, and people most times do not want to actually listen to insurance company. People pick the product before, they stop them from, having. I do believe that if we are able to address some of these things, if we have, opportunity and the kind of collaboration that we do, especially with the like of ASBON, where we talk to, their representative about insurance as we are doing today, many people will actually see the benefit of insurance and then be able to take on a product that will help them remain resilient and sustainable into the future. Thank you.
My apologies for coming late, but Lagos is very big. So, but I'm nevertheless delighted to be here, and all the more so. I'm happy that I also got here in time to listen to some of the very insightful dialogue on the just concluded panel. That was really very good. I'm here to deliver the Executive Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu's speech, and goodwill and thank you, appreciative comments by the Special Advisor, Deputy Director General, Open State Investment Promotion and Facilitation Agency, and my dear sister, Ms. Shola Arubieke. Representatives of the commerce, representatives, obviously myself, my colleagues from the Ministry of Commerce, Industry, Trade and Investment, all here. Applaud them now. The Director General, Federal Research Institute Oshodi, FIRO, Mr. Lawal Adekunle. The President and convener here today of the Association of Small Businesses in Nigeria, ASBON, Dr. Femi Egbeshola. Representatives of governments here present, leaders of business membership organizations here present, esteemed members of the panel of discussion, distinguished guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. The acceptance speech by Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu. I am truly honored and humbled to accept the esteemed award for the most supportive governor for MSMEs in Nigeria from the Association of Small Business Owners of Nigeria, ASBON. I commend ASBON's leadership for their unwavering commitment to the MSME community and for tirelessly advocating for small businesses throughout our country. I dedicate this recognition to the hard-working people of Lagos State especially our enterprising MSME community, whose resilience, creativity, and entrepreneurial spirit drive our economy. From the beginning of our administration, we've understood just how important micro, small, and medium enterprises are in fueling economic growth, creating jobs, sparking innovation, and alleviating poverty. To create a greater Lagos, it was clear, and it is clear, that empowering our MSMEs, the true engines of grassroots development, is essential. Our firm commitment to supporting small businesses is evident in our policies and initiatives, which include expanding the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, LSTEF, providing billions of naira in loans and grants to MSMEs across various sectors, making it easier for them to access affordable funding and grow their businesses, launching the post-COVID-19 Lagos MSME Recovery Fund, which delivered essential relief to businesses hit hard by the pandemic, investing in enterprise hubs, business clinics, and industrial parks to foster environments where businesses can really flourish, strengthening market access through initiatives like the Lagos State MSME Trade Fairs, the MSME Digital Marketplace, and forming strategic partnerships with private sector players, facilitating capacity building training and mentorship programs in collaboration with local and international partners, helping MSME operators gain the skills they need for the digitized world, inaugurating the Lagos State Council on MSMEs to create a coordinated platform for policy development, advocacy, and support for small businesses, simplifying the business registration process and introducing tax relief measures to lighten financial burdens, particularly during these economic times. Over the past 4 years, through the Micro Enterprise Support Initiative, MESI, we have empowered more than 11,000 startup businesses, particularly focusing on vulnerable groups, women, and graduates from our skills acquisition centers. Our goal in Lagos State is to tackle poverty, is to boost wealth, and to help ease the economic challenges faced by the people of Lagos State. What is most important is that we are committed to listening, to engaging directly with MSMEs in order to truly understand their challenges and work collectively to create sustainable, impactful solutions. I want to assure you that we will ensure a business-friendly atmosphere, investing in infrastructure, encouraging innovation, and promoting inclusivity, making sure that every small business in Lagos has the chance to flourish. So let me take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude once again to Asborn for this recognition. Your commitment to celebrating excellence in entrepreneurship is truly admirable. To all, yes please, let's applaud it. To all MSME operators in Lagos State, your contributions are appreciated, and your government is firmly behind you. Let us keep working towards building a greater Lagos, one that is competitive on a global scale, economically thriving and socially inclusive. Thank you all, and God bless you. Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu.
Yes, kindly put your word. Please come on, come on. Will you 7 up to mix and go yes or yes? Yes. Now let them know so that they can continue to. All right, please take your award to Her Excellency, and she will do us the honors of presenting.
I'm incredibly delighted on behalf of the Nigerian National Airline to present to you, on behalf of ASCON, the Nigerian National SME Business Awards. You are the winner of the SME Impact Leader Award, SME Man of the Year Award. I'm delighted to present to you Mr. Siad Madu, the Managing Director of Seminole Public Company.
Please look at the camera.
Madam, thank you very much for the award. It's a great honor for me to receive it, especially from you on behalf of Mr. Governor. It's a great honor. Thank you very much. Together we make it better, Lagos.
For Mr. Governor, as the SME-friendly governor, and this award will be jointly presented by our own Shola Obieke. Please come up, and Dr. Femi Shola presented this award to Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, SME most friendly governor of the year 2025. Let's celebrate that.
Presents the Nigerian National SME Business Awards for 2025 to His Excellency Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu as the SME Most Friendly Governor of the year 2025.
Okay.
Commissioner of the Year for Business-Friendly Reforms under the Nigerian National SME Business Awards 2025. Can you give it up to the winner?
I'm delighted to accept this on behalf of the entire, because you know, as they say, it takes many people to make a village, and it's actually a team award. So these are the Director of Commerce and the Deputy Director of Commerce, and we all work together. So it's actually our award. Thank you all very, very much indeed. Thank you.
I present to you this award as the SME Most Supported State Ministry of the Year. Big congratulations.
SME Hero in Public Service, and the winner is Shola Obieke.
On behalf of Nigerian National SME Business Awards, year 2025, the Vibrant State Investment Agency in Nigeria State category, and the winner is Open State Investment Promotion and Facilitation Agency.
For small business growth in Nigeria. The winner is Mr. Kola Emmanuel Sofela from Nation
behalf of the National SMA Business Awards, year 2025, the first SME brand of the year, and the winner is at Finance Bank.
Present to you this Nigeria National SME Business Awards year 2025 as the winner for Customer Choice Innovation in Business Management. Congratulations.
Are you a man of business in need of support? Visit www.osborne.org and register for free under the Nano Free membership portal today.
Join us and make a difference. Together, we can build a thriving future of Nigeria. So, to be part of the Osborne Collective Impact Initiative, please call 091-191-69773 or send an email to osbornecollectiveimpact@gmail.com.
Or donate to Fidelity Bank account 5600189903.
Let's join hands to empower dreams, create businesses, and transform Nigeria together. Your support, their growth, our future.
So that's it. Let's have the cake. Yeah, let the cake stand. Let's get this thing here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. President asked me to give a 10-minute speech. I'm not very good at speeches, so I'll tell you a story. They introduced me as the MD of 7-Up Bottling Company, but I am the MD of 7-Up Bottling Company. I'm the chairman of the Food and Beverage Recycling Alliance, and I'm the founder of a company called SME Scale. When I meet people and they ask me and I tell them my titles, they say, how lucky you are. And I look them in the face, I say, guys, I'm not lucky at all. This is not luck, this is determination, this is sweat, this is 24 hours work. Now why I'm telling you this story? Because I've been working very closely with SMEs for the last 2 years. And SMEs fit within 3 categories. The lucky SMEs, starting a company is so easy. Anyone can go tomorrow and start a company. The ones that work hard and smart and maybe a bit lucky, they scale up and grow very fast. The other ones, the second category of lucky SMEs are the ones that shut down. The third and worst category in my point of view, and please guys, what I will tell you now, you might not like it, but the worst category of SMEs are the SMEs that continue 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. Because we are like, SMEs are like human beings. We are born as babies, and we become children, and we become teenagers. I went in a coma for 1 year, not knowing what to do. I was on the shock. So I moved after that 1 year. I said, enough is enough, I have to do it. I started traveling and working in the worst countries in the world when it comes to safety. I don't know if anyone worked in Iraq after the American invasion. And people say Nigeria is unsafe. There, you have a probability of coming back home of 50% every day. I had to work 9 years, getting all my salary and paying to close my debts. And big thanks to Nigeria, the last year I came to Nigeria and I closed my last debt in Nigeria. So, if we look at that journey, when I closed my company, you all were much better than me. Nobody can debate that. But the moral of the story is, when we are determined to do things, when we do it the right way, the results will come. It took me 9 years to recover, and I made a promise to myself that I want to make people avoid that experience. How do I help people not go through this and go through nine years of suffering, and it was real suffering? Who better than Nigerians that I should give that back? I've been in Nigeria for the last 18 years. I never lasted in any other country more than 1 year to 2 years. I madly fell in love with Nigeria. Nigeria made me what I am. And this is what I said. I want to pay back to this country and pay back in double-sided way. One way through the economy, as it was mentioned, because SMEs are the economy. And the second way is how do I minimize the suffering of people? Companies that struggle based on my experience, how can I pass on that experience? Based on that, we do every 10 days a one-day workshop for 100 SMEs where I manage 90% of the time. I sit with them, I talk with them, I joke with them, we plan together. And I categorize them in 3 categories. 1/3 come to the workshop to chop food. What do I do? They just come to eat, leave, finish, they disappear. Another 1/3 or more come there, they want their business to grow, but they want to move all the problems to me so that I grow their business. It doesn't work that way. But there's a 10%, every session I have 5 to 10 SMEs that I feel they are determined to grow. They have a good idea, they have the passion. This is all what is needed for you to grow your business. Whatever people tell you, and sometimes I get offended by SMEs telling me, I'm waiting for the grant from here or intervention. I say, why the heck? You are not beggars, guys. Without money, with small money, if you have a great idea, you will get the money. Whether from BOI or from a grant or from a bank, if you have a great idea, you can do it. So the objective is not to make you better SMEs. The objective is to take you out of the SME space and go into the larger mega companies. You might say, yeah, this is the MD of the 7-Up, he can give us lots of grammar. But we have a 90% success rate with companies that are determined to succeed. A company called Mamalicious, I don't know who knows it here, they started with us a year ago with 20 million naira of revenue. Today they are making 2.2 billion naira. 2.2 billion naira. We have companies, small companies dealing with fufu, with gari, they are most interesting, but now they are repositioning all this and growing their business significantly. I'm not promoting SME scale-up because it's not for profit. So all the attendance, anything is for free. People come, attend, we guide them, they can come meet with me anytime. Only one condition, they must be determined to go out of SME space within 6 months. And this is what we are aiming for. So if you have the idea, if you have the passion, you are welcome to join us. Nothing to be paid. So, just get out of the concept that you believe you are small. Believe you are big, and there are lots of people that will help you grow there, but you have to do it. People will be there to just help you and guide you. Thank you very much, guys.
Nano entrepreneurs makes about 85.5% of the total MSME ecosystem, meaning that we have 32.86 million MSMEs, but which are nano. And you begin to wonder, who are the nanos? Who do we refer to as nanos? These are small businesses, very small businesses, the solopreneurs that most often are being run by one person, one man or woman, and then they hardly have to run. 300,000 naira per annum. You can see they are indeed nano. This particular set of part of the ecosystem are not registered. Many of them are structured. They do not have access to funding, and they find it difficult to scale. So for us, we believe that for a country to succeed, it is important for every one of us in the ecosystem to focus more on the nano part of the ecosystem. And that's what we have done in our school. We decided that we are focusing on nano, and we take it as a decision, a strategic decision from January this year. We've been able to go to a number of markets, and what we do when we go to this market is to identify these nano entrepreneurs, see how we can uphold them. We also provide them funding, we have provided mentoring, and we support their business to scale. We also ensure that their businesses are insured. So we are now working with Moxie Microfinance, Microinsurance, to ensure that they are insured in case of shocks. This will help them to sustain their business and to be able to grow and scale. In between January and now, we've been able to impact 287 different nanopreneurs. Today we invited about 10 of them to come from different sections, from Yanopaja, from Oba, from Ikeja, from Shomolu and the rest. Can you please stand up for recognition, nanos? Can you stand up for recognition? Can we put our hands together for them? Thank you so much for coming. Yes, thank you so much for coming. But the question is, can we do this alone? The answer is a capital no. It's a project we cannot do alone. We want to continue to ensure that they get the support they need. And for that to be sustained, we need government to support us. We need corporate organizations like yours to support us. We need individuals to support us. There are so many platforms that we can use to support us to keep the initiative running. One of such is identifying those nanos in your area and deciding to impact them through us. Could you like that some other people in your church, in your mosque, in your street, or all of that, and you feel that there's need to raise them up, lift them up, why don't you partner with Hasbro and see how we can support this? I told you I'm not going to be spending more than 3 minutes, so I'm going to watch this video. It's less than a minute. Can we have the video? We're going to watch the video less than a minute, and I will be off here. Thank you for your listening attention. We are going to cut a cake to officially launch the Nano initiative right after the video. I am sure that with your permission, we will request that the commissioner help us to take pictures after the cutting of the cake. Can we have the cake on the stage, please?
The DJ representative, please join us. Thank you.
All right, we'll be very fast. I would like to, first and foremost, can we give Asbon an outstanding round of applause? This was an incredibly impactful initiative and one that actually affects the masses. And for that, I commend you. And that's one of the reasons I stayed, because I was listening to what you were saying. And quite frankly, this is the core mandate of the Ministry of Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investment. So on that note, and on behalf of all of everyone here on the stage here today, I will say, and may everyone, every business, every nano, I like that term, I'm going to be using a solopreneur, continue to thrive and evolve into an entrepreneur. And on that note, can I say, after 3, shall we say after 3? Can we all say after? On that note, after 3, can we all shout? I haven't said 3 yet. 1, 2, 3.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafor, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Obalende, and in fact we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse. That's what we, So I was born in that little place and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had you here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We needed that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with scholars bus, which was virtually provided for free. When scholars bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalende, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well, and so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends, okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you. That I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were brothers keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. There was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokunbo, Okekpokpo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay, so those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them, we still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. You know, we help out. Because, I mean, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, you know, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school, but some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers. And a lot of the time, I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published. And I liked it, okay? You open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafor, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafor. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, you know, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, you know, they would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what called me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine, you want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University and studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing. And I was writing under the name of Akibodilon. Now, Akibodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at Jekirandu Hall, you know. So one of the roles I played was Akibodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akibodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happened during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawa. That program for 3 years became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing in And what did I go to? Linters, advertising. When I walked into Linters, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. You know, then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Linters. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, look, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Linters. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, you know. So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Linters. And Linters and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. You know. So that was my life. From Linters, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, you know, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akodusi left Admark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we said, beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann. Got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, no, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, no, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that. He said, no, he just wants to talk to you. So I picked up, he picked up the line and said, my name is this. And I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? So I said, she, no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, you know, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks. It is very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. You know, there weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me? Anyway, to cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, you know, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, you know, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago, you know, but I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then, okay? Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other, we knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, I mean, if you had a news that was breaking, you know, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, you know. So newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, you know, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, in the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. I mean, for instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio, okay? Interesting stories. I had, there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So we were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing it. A lot of the time you could never get across. Okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be. Okay? So now people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the news stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problems. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check, okay? We have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be, So, in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts before you can believe, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. People are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram. People are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity. And I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. Thanks to our mobile news. I mean, you talk to people in any village in Nigeria, and suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app, and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted a news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, Remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bank? I said, I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank. Who will come into the bank and get properly served? Who will come into the bank and feel like human? Who will come into the bank feel important? Because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay? So that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits. Okay? But at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest, 20%, 23%, blah, 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 blah. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so high. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the bank than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must just say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. I mean, in the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, it goes as far as. I mean, maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to. So there'll be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And suddenly, banks started, employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks. So people can spread out and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system and we are still growing. Now, the banks for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring and the governor of Central Bank will come shaking because you had the power, bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do, and it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN go. No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. Go and do this. Go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them, and you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So look at the changing of our redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. What Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this space. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it. People who deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. We all know, simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, president said so, president said. Even things that the president did not say, president said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country, even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. And he will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth, which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother is carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go around Obalende, Igoshere, Bamboshe, Oshoji, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold, I make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street off Igoshere, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up till where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to, to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. who lied you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you were going reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university did it occur to you, okay, I'm going to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igboshere Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear buba and shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, I mean, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, you know, even when his dress is khaki and khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long time, up till a point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, you know, but these days I have just acquired that fashion taste, you know, which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? Become what I'm known with. And I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. I think, number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, I mean, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. They too, unconsciously, will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. He doesn't come in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that. And the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates, staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. They took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern young families, most if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out when they can be like. They can wear, you know, I mean, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, where did their parents go to see what the children are wearing? Normally the female. Even the guys wearing what they, things they don't use the belt, the trouser would just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, I mean, we want them to express their scared to talk to your parents, to talk to your children. No. We should never be scared to talk to them. Because they are not going to take us over. They are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. You know? They're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family. Your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right, because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know you, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. Don't spoil the children. Give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. In those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling. Okay? You still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. Families are growing, society is expanding, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up till the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as they're still within your influence, it's very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and all that. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming. Okay, I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week. Okay, and then of course, I walk. You know, there's this thing that keeps on saying, I mean, if all you can do is walk for 30-40 minutes a day, okay? And then, of course, I'm an avid fan of football up till today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down on my European Premier League sessions. So I love football and I love lawn tennis up to now. Now, favorite color, subdued. Okay. Hot colors frighten me. Okay. And if you have to do it, just make it minimal. When I pick my dress, for instance, you got to know you want the kind of shirt you want to wear to match the color of the tie you want to use, to match the color of your suit, so it doesn't run riot. So it's extremely important. And I said to my friend, just Google it. What color matches this and what color matches that, you know, so you don't become like a Christmas tree, you know, on the road. That was the third one, food. I grew up enjoying my eba and amala. Growing up from Obalinde, okay? So I do my eba, I do my amala. Rice, occasionally. But then these days, from age 70 upwards, oh, the doctors are screaming, watch what you eat, what the quantity you eat. So my wife draws up a weekly timetable. Monday is this, Tuesday is that, Wednesday is that, and she manages to mix up the slightly heavy one and the slightly lighter one, so that you have a good mix. With age, you cut down on a lot of things. Cut down on your booze, cut down on your champagne, you cut down on your wine, you cut down on your salt. In fact, it's like they're punishing us. But then they say that is the way to go, to be able to at least live longer and enjoy more of life.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folk tales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikan, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and, we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of architectural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Mohammed, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, tools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority, photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitat, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society, and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we've been doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous. To the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They deem me free to come to National Museum. Anytime they feel like, we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. You know, even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it's great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that are presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think I gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komolafe, Souq Perspective.
Imagine a world without the roar of a lion, the flight of an eagle, or the rhythmic dance of ocean waves teeming with life. Wildlife is more than just the animals in their natural habitat. It is the lifeblood of our ecosystems, shaping the environment and maintaining nature's delicate balance. Yet, with each passing year, human activities threaten this balance. Deforestation, habitat destruction, pollution, and climate change are pushing many species to the brink of extinction. That is why World Wildlife Day is marked on every March 3rd, a global call to action to protect and preserve the rich biodiversity that sustains life on Earth. It is a reminder that wildlife is not just about the animals, it is about us, our survival, our food, our medicine, our future. Wildlife Conservation Finance, investing in people and planet, shines on a spotlight the urgent need for sustainable funding to protect ecosystems. It highlights the role of financial investment in safeguarding both wildlife and human livelihoods, because when we invest in nature, we invest in ourselves. From individuals to policymakers, businesses to conservationists, every tree saved, every habitat protected, and every species conserved is a step towards securing a healthier planet for future generations. As humans, let's act before it's too late. The fate of wildlife is in our hands, and in saving them, we just might be saving ourselves. Chike Okolo, Souq News Television.
A very good day to you and welcome to the news. We're reaching you live from Souq News Studios in the commercial city of Lagos. I'm Oyempriye Krumale, and now we begin with our first story. Nigeria's public debt is set to rise significantly as President Bola Tinubu has asked the National Assembly to approve fresh foreign loans worth over $24 billion. If approved, this will raise the country's external debt to nearly $70 billion and push total public debt beyond 180 trillion naira by 2026. The loans, according to the president, will fund key sectors such as infrastructure, healthcare, and education. A separate request was also made to clear pension arrears through a 758 billion naira bond issuance. Both economists are raising concern. They warn that without proper use, the loans could worsen the country's already high debt servicing burden and limit spending on essential services. Now, the Central Bank of Nigeria has introduced 3 new financial instruments to support Islamic banking and improve liquidity in the non-interest financial sector. In a circular released last week, the CBN unveiled the Nigerian Non-Interest Financial Institutions Master Repurchase Agreement. The CBN Non-Interest Asset-Backed Securities and the CBN Non-Interest Notes. The move is part of the effort to give Islamic Bank more tools to manage short-term funds without breaching Sharia principles. The central bank says these instruments will help standardize operations, encourage broader market participation, and align Nigeria's Islamic financial system with global best practices. The Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit has raised concern over a sharp rise in suspicious financial transactions between Nigeria and 2 major global financial hubs, Dubai and Hong Kong. In a report released this May, the agency revealed that it received over 400 suspicious transaction reports known as STRS between January 2021 and September 2024. With a combined value exceeding $48 billion alone, accounting for nearly $30 billion in flagged transactions, while Hong Kong saw transactions worth over 18 billion naira. The Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit says that both destinations are becoming hotspots for illicit financial flows due to weak regulatory oversight, the use of shell companies, and loopholes that are being exploited by criminal networks. Is now calling on Nigerian banks and financial regulators to tighten controls, enhance due diligence, and report suspicious activities swiftly, warning that inactions could damage Nigeria's global reputation and financial integrity. Moving on, the Nigerian Ports Authority and Dangote Industries have agreed to work together to strengthen Nigeria's marine and blue economy with a focus on expanding export operations. Aliko Dangote, who led a team to the Nigerian Ports Authority headquarters in Lagos, said the partnership is critical as Dangote Industries is currently the agency's biggest client. He noted that operations at the Lekki port alone will involve over 800 ships annually, handling crude oil, refined products, and fertilizer exports. He also emphasized the efficient port services are key to their success and called for import and more support from the federal government to equip the NPA. The NPA Managing Director, Abubakar Dansoho, also confirmed that Dangote was at the authority to express gratitude over the federal government's one-stop shop policy and the Naira for Crude initiative. Meanwhile, the United States has temporarily suspended the processing of student and exchange visas as it tightens security checks on social media activity. This directive, signed by the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, affects international students, including many Nigerians hoping to study in American universities. An internal memo seen by news agencies says that no new visa appointment will be made until further notice, as new guidelines on social media vetting are being prepared. The move could disrupt travel plans for many Nigerian youths planning to relocate abroad in search of better opportunities, with the U.S. being top destination. While officials said that the suspension may be brief, there is no confirmed timeline for resuming visa processing, according to reports. Now, consumer confidence in the United States has bounced back following a temporary trade truce between Washington, D.C. and Beijing. According to Global Research Group, the conference board and sentiment rose sharply in May, marking the first increase after 5 months of decline. The boost came shortly after the White House eased tariffs on Chinese imports, bringing them down from 145 to 30% for 90 days. While the move has sparked optimism, experts said that many Americans are still concerned about rising prices and the long-term impact of trade tensions. Many thanks for watching. Now do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souq News Television. My name is Oyempriye Krumale. Coming up shortly is Souq Business Landscape. Do stay with us.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
At the core of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
This hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. That they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethoughts. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, When you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come out with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatment for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical therapy and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, Souq News TV.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Abdul Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group, a family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in dyed soup products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business to establish BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Obela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which is at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of Bois Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40 in the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Souq. Bois invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 with a refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Omu-Obela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, Bua Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. Bua Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, Bua Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in Bua Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. Bua Foods PLC and Bua Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, Bua Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021. A recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Ilegunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Elon Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching Souq News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. Souq News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching Souq News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souq News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souq News, okay? Stay updated with Souq News.
My name is Aton Kene. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching Souq News and stay glued to Souq News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souq News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeliji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souq Enlightenment.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to your show, that time of the day where we gather around our phones, our sets, and those digital devices that separate us from the unknown to look and talk SBL, Souq Business Landscape. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks. And the next few minutes that will turn into hours and one, we will talk about stories that are making the headlines, stories that are getting people talking, stories that have caused argument across Nigeria and beyond, development, business, money, loans. You heard me right. And we will put some perspective to it. Then you should also try catching your breath and join us on every platform. Just go to Souq News TV on all social media platforms and join the conversations. We want to hear from you and we want to read what you have to say and your thoughts. I am not here alone, so join me to introduce the best men to work with. When I say the best, I really mean it. On all sides. On my left is the man that went with Christ. Your Excellency, Priye, how are you doing?
Great day to you.
You are shocked?
No, yes. Your Excellencies.
Of course, yes.
Okay. No, it's nice to be with your friend. Once again.
That took him by surprise.
Oh, that took him by surprise. Then I have he's here on an Asian mission and he's packed and loaded.
Yeah, so glad to be here, Mr. Chooks. This will be a good show. I can already feel it.
Definitely. And also join me in also welcoming Olumide. He's here.
Good afternoon, Chooks. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
It looks like a portfolio manager.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
As we speak, Black Rock is learning. So yes, we'll be looking at 4 major stories. Number 1 is heating up. Number 2, public service announcement, and you have to take note. Number 3 is there. Then number 4, we will talk about it. So the first, we're looking at $24 billion loan. I'll get into it later. Then we're looking at the second one, World Bank telling Nigerians that we are having issues with food. And they are giving a particular excuse or particular reason why there is an issue with food, but it's coming from the World Bank, in quotes, so keep it looked. Then we're looking at the public service announcement. You need to get informed. Then we take responsibility for this. That has to do with the diphtheria issue. You heard me very well. Diphtheria issue is not an epidemic yet, but it is there as we speak. Imo State is having issues. Lagos State is also having issues. Schools have been shut. So we'll talk about that. Then we will lastly look at the U.S. suspending student visas. For some reason, we'll go into that and more being our gist and our talk and our argument. And we want to also read from you, remember. So let's get this ball going. Nigeria's debt is set to rise sharply as President Bola Ahmed Tinubu seeks National Assembly approval for a $24.14 billion foreign loan. I take it again. National Assembly approval for a $24.14 billion foreign loan, potentially increasing total public debt to over 182 trillion naira. This is in naira by 2026. At the current exchange rate, the proposed borrowing adds 38.24 trillion naira to Nigeria's debt stock, raising investors' concern about fiscal sustainability and exchange rate pressure.
Economics warned that rising debt servicing costs, already higher than capital spending, could crowd out investment in infrastructure and social services. They urged the government to ensure the funds are used for productive projects that stimulate economic growth, warning that poor implementation could worsen Nigeria's economic outlook. Business leaders and analysts, including Johnson Chukwu and Muda Yusuf, stressed the importance of private sector collaboration and transparency. Without clear returns on borrowed funds, they say Nigeria risks falling into deeper debt trap, eroding investors' confidence and weakening long-term financial stability. Okay, while I catch my breath and we get to swallow what I've read, and I hope we all understood it, let's get to the nitty-gritty of this. $24.14 billion loan from outside Nigeria. My dear fellow learned people,
we are not lawyers.
Are we ready? Are we ready for this amount of money coming into this country in debt? We add more oxygen into this place right now. Are we ready for this?
I think Krumala and I were discussing, Chooks were also discussing current debt at about 182 trillion. You divide that by the population, which is approximately 237 million. You have 766,000. That's each Nigerian should be owing 766,000 currently.
So 1%?
1%
is owing 766. If we go by the population of Nigeria?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Whether rich, poor, underprivileged, yeah, that's approximately how much one person is owing. And it's quite really funny because now, Nigeria's heavy dependence on oil is about 70 to 80%. We have a tax to GDP about 8% to 15%, African average. Then we have Nigeria's debt to GDP ratio, which is about 35 to 40. But the cake here is debt to service revenue ratio is dangerously higher, about 90%.
That's before this particular one.
Before this particular.
For this projection.
Yes, before this. So, I mean, I'm wondering who are the president's financial advisors? Who are really advising him to take these loans? What? Priya likes loan. We discussed it this morning. Priya says loans are good for the country. So
which side of Priya was saying that? It does. We need to distinguish. Now, there are different packets of Priya.
Priya said loan is good for the country.
That's the packet that discussed with you at that point in time.
So maybe Priya can take us through
before we
the
get
merits
to Priya,
of this.
Let's get to someone that speaks with a whole lot of vibes of the Gen Z generation.
Interesting.
Moyo.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, again, I think my major issue here is, Nigeria falling into a debt trap in a way where it's just like a cyclic motion of us taking loans and trying to settle loans. It's like robbing Peter to pay Paul. You're always still going to be owing somebody. You know what I mean? So that's the situation that especially when he mentioned the debt servicing ratio, it's very high. 90. It's dangerously high. 90%, it's crazy. So that's why
you about 90% before this.
Even before this, so imagine the numbers would have gone on by now. And this is why I think it was last week when I was here and we were talking about who advises and stuff like that. And I know that the Ministry of Finance has a role to play in this. Even the Attorney General would advise on the agreement. If there's so many people who come together, there's so many parties. Okay. So I'm like, how can these many people? Why are these many people?
Let me give you more points. Let me give you more points.
Yeah.
And I also need to hear from you before I come to Priya, because I know he is representing some very good
pro loans.
We won't go pro loans.
Okay.
Now the government have come out to say that some of this money is going into infrastructure. Let me put it the way the past president would call it. Then also education. But in specifics, we didn't see those particular specifics. Then let's also remember that. A large chunk of our budget was meant to be funded by loans.
Yes.
Good, but this amount, is it not too big?
It's too much. This money, you can't keep borrowing money when you don't have a sustainable system on ground. Even though this infrastructure, all the lones is enough for infrastructure. Where are we seeing
on paper?
Yeah, on paper. That's the thing. Are we seeing all the infrastructure? And the thing with infrastructure is that infrastructure pays back. It gives you back. So if we're not seeing the infrastructure, where are we going to get the revenue that will be enough for us to even pay these loans in the first instance? So again, we are pushing it. We are going to enter a debt trap if we continue going through this route.
Are we not in a debt trap already?
Add to what he's saying, future governments, which each government comes in and they'll tell you, oh, this is what we meant. Future governments and generations will inherit this burden of repayment, of course, potentially limiting the fiscal flexibility. So, I mean, aren't we looking at all this?
Okay. While we are looking at that, let me come to Priye. Now, our external reserve as of 2024 December was 40.19. But as of February 2025, it fell to 39.4 billion. Which means dollars, right? Dollars. It would mean something is going down. But now, if we look at the debt servicing, we're servicing as of last year 2-point-something billion, but there's a projection from Finch and from our own debt service office that we are going to service debt by 5.2 billion specifics for 2025, although some of that will go into repaying some debt. And now we're looking at picking up 24.14
dollars. Please
So,
always include that dollars.
24.14 Now, if we decide to convert that to naira, that is about 36 point thereabout trillion.
About 38 trillion.
38 point something trillion. Priye, shed light.
Educate us.
Thank you very much.
First of all,
educate us.
I need to correct an impression. I'm not pro-loan. I think our conversation this morning was based on aid.
Okay.
Aid, Africa, from aid to investment. And we are looking at sustainable development and growth in the continent of Africa. And the one thing that our conversation, was really centered and focused on was how we were able to utilize or efficiently deploy the loans to the different sectors of the economy. Okay, however, coming back to this, it's, do remember that what governs the budgetary process is that the executive proposes and is at the mercy of the legislative arm of government. And of course, while the legislative arm of government would have questioned some very relevant ministries, departments, and agencies concerning their budget for sectoral purposes, and would have looked through that before they go ahead to approve or to strike out, to make their additions and subtractions, and finally come up with the final document for the government, the executive, to append its signature. So the external borrowing plan forms part of the 2025-2026 borrowing program, and it aims to support key sectors that you've talked about: infrastructure, agriculture, education, water resources, security, and public finance. Yes, there is a great demand by Nigerians, or will I call questioning or probing, that look, do not just mention the ambiguous name of infrastructure, agriculture, public finance, security. Please be project specific. And that is a justifiable argument. However, we also have to know that the biggest economy in the world today, which represents the United States of America, followed by the Republic of China itself, you could see that as big as their economy is, as big as the dominating role they play in global politics, in geopolitics and trade, and in geo-trading among nations, that they are equally owing themselves.
Can we help ourselves with this kind of argument? That when we talk about money, let's not compare us on any indices with them. Their defense budget alone is 90% of the entire African budget. Defense budget alone. So let's also remember that whatever they are owing is a percentage of their external reserve. Of their, it's not, they don't even do external reserve, of their foreign reserve. No, of their internal reserve. But as we speak right now, what we owe is more than our reserve, both local and external.
External. Yes. Okay, fine. First of all, I think we will need a financial expert and probably someone from the government to defend that.
Someone from the government?
Yes, to defend that. So But one thing I'm trying to create, an impression I'm trying to create and bring to the table is this. You just mentioned about the United States and how their budget is running into $900 billion, and if not more. That's the one that is even shown on paper. There are others that is not shown on paper. As big and humongous as that budget, as that economy is, they do not just rely and depend on their IGR as a state. They equally get loans. They have debts that they are servicing. Now, we cannot, nobody in Nigeria should be justifying the government's action of this excessive borrowing. Excessive in the sense that if we were to make comparison, like you rightly said, with our foreign reserve of $40 billion.
39.18.
Of $40 billion.
39.1.
It doesn't look.
That's at February.
It doesn't appear, or it doesn't look logical. It doesn't sound logical.
Okay.
So if we are borrowing that and we borrow such amount, of what are the contracts or what are the projects that we're going to be tying these loans to? If we tie those loans to projects that are not capital projects, if they are just a recurrent project, of course, it falls back on us because our liability grows larger. And in that particular case, maybe what you'll be owing the government this time will be more than 700,000 naira. It should be approaching $1 million naira for you.
Why you pointing
so,
to us?
yes, we are at the disadvantage. But the thing is, it is incumbent on the government to make sure that, look, we need to channel these loans to areas that will bring more for the government. Now, do remember, and I would like to...
For the government or for the people?
When I mean for the government is the representative of the people. And the government manages the resources. The government manages the resources on behalf of the people. So it is incumbent,
Can we look at this other side of it? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you. Now, the president came on board and removed oil subsidy.
Please come again.
I'm trying to run some timeline. When the president came on board, the first he did on the first day was subsidy is gone. Good. Now, we are looking forward to having gotten some money from that subsidy removal.
Yes.
Which was also told that, hey, the money that was being spent on subsidy, we'll accumulate it and we'll be able to spend it
judiciously, of course.
So we are looking at how much has been gotten. As we speak, we are not even sure how much has come from subsidy removal that we paid. Now, for those, if you say band A, okay, subsidy was taken off electricity supply. As we speak, we don't know how much government has saved from that.
I think you would be very, very correct if you said subsidy has been partially removed from electricity.
Subsidy has been somehow been removed from electricity. Now, for all this, we are asking ourselves, how much have we gotten? If we can get some transparency or some information, as okay, this is how much we've gotten, this is where it is, this is what we are spending it on. Okay, now we know that oil is not the price at which it was benchmarked on the budget. But okay, how much are we getting? How much? That way, it's easy for government to come out tomorrow and say, this is what it is, this is what we are planning.
Okay, so
like this should be the first time we are seeing a borrowing in one chunk of $24.14 billion. It causes heads to roll and ask questions.
It does. It's sorry, I just want to even point out that as at, was it 2024, Wale Edun, according to reports, came out to say that Nigeria saved $20 billion in subsidy removal.
$20 billion?
Yeah. But my problem here is that the figures are conflicting. Because in the 25th of January, the deputy speaker said we've saved $10 billion.
Okay, now what's the source of
These are Nigerian papers. This is Punch. I'm looking at Guardian. I'm looking at the Cable. I'm looking at Nairametrics as well.
Okay, so there's a level of
there's not much transparency.
We're not clear in that. However, you rightly said that when subsidy was removed, the government came out and said we're making more money as it is now. But you have to also understand that since the central government removed fuel subsidy, there was also an understanding that Nigerians were told that now we have more money going to the subnational government. which are the state governments. Because if removing fuel subsidy brings more money to the government of the day, then how much we disburse to that was shared between the federal, state, and local government, have now increased in size.
Is
and
this
just a moment. No, it's not about going this route. It's so that we are clear about some certain things, that we don't just heap up some form of responsibility on the federal government, on the central government, which to an extent we are correct, but we must also beam our searchlight on the subnational governments. More monies have been going to the subnational governments. Now, the way Nigerians and the way every other person hold the government and the center to be accountable and to be responsible and to give detailed reports on the way and manner it spends every naira and every kobo should also be extended to the subnational government. Let's call the Ogun State government. Let's call the Lagos State government. Let's call the Kaduna State government, the Delta State government. Let's call the Kano State government, the Kebbi State government, the Ondo State government. Let's call them to ground and other subnational government. Now look, it has been said that since the removal of subsidy, that your subventions coming from the federal government has increased. So in that other way, can we also see a reflection of the increase of your income coming from the federal government to reflect on the way you plan the economic development at the state level? Can we also see that reflect in agriculture? Can we also see that reflect in electricity? Okay. Can we see that reflect in other very, very key aspects and sectors of the economy at the state level to attend to the needs of the people? Because these are the levels of government that are even more closer to the people than the central government. So we must also balance the equation on that.
Okay. Now, while we are balancing this equation, let's come back to this 24.14. Yeah. If you are in the National Assembly, will you veto it?
I would definitely veto it. I would, yes.
If you are in the National Assembly, where will you swing?
I'll go with him.
You go with him.
Also, this loan is for the federal government.
Yes.
So if we're pointing the searchlight on federal government and what they use loans to do, I don't think we should even mention the state and local government. Let's focus on the federal government.
I was just referencing the state government because he referenced the removal of fuel subsidy and the amount of money that now accrues to the government. And that amount of money that accrues to the government is being shared between the federal, state, and local government.
Okay. Now, let me get to you. If you are in the National Assembly, what side will you swing?
Okay, so if I were in the National Assembly, a few things will inform where the pendulum of my decision is going to swing. If I am in the opposition political party, if I'm in the opposition... No, it is very, very correct. And for us not to just... These are not questions you can just give yes or no.
Okay, if you are in your position, where will you go?
And I believe you have your premise for choosing that decision. If I'm in the opposition political party, it is my responsibility as an opposition political party to probe and to put eagle eye on every objective, every plan, either financially.
That's the responsibility of a person in the House of Assembly.
That's the responsibility of the opposition political party.
The opposition is supposed to be a watchdog.
Yes,
but not to always antagonize.
The opposition, not to antagonize.
Where will you swing?
Just no. Wait a minute. So let me finish. Let me finish. At least one after the other. Okay. So if I'm the opposition, even if I may go against it, but I'm going to make sure I put pen to paper and give reasons why, because I need that subsequent, formally before now, the loans that you have collected, on what have you, the channels that you have drifted on the project, have we achieved that purpose? And of course, the committee on the National Assembly who's been charged with the oversight function to look at that particular sector for which the loan has been directed to will also need to come out to give an account of that. So as an opposition, I'm going to do that. But if it is my political party, then because in my political, if it is my if it is my political party, yes, I'm not going to take less than a minute. If it is my political party, yes, please. If it is my political party, then I will have to see, because the principal or the leader of my political party would have, really told Nigerians that this is the line, these are the manifestos, this is the project that we are anchoring to make sure we bring our plan about, in this case, quote unquote, I don't belong to a political party, but in this case, the renewed hope agenda.
Okay.
This is the plan that we have. And because as a good party member, I will want the party to succeed in fulfilling its mandate to Nigerians, I will have to go with Mr. President and go with the party's decision to vote that, make sure that the National Assembly append his signature and give a yay vote to the president and approve it for him to access this loan for the development of our country, for the benefits of Nigerians.
Hold on. Yes, go ahead.
I was going to say, we've forgotten that there's currency risk at play here, because any further depreciation to the naira will increase the cost of repayment.
Yes.
Are we looking at that too?
And it is putting pressure on our forex. It is putting a lot of pressure on our forex.
You are even going too far, because that has already happened like 4 times in this administration.
Yes.
Upon all the loans we've taken, both those before him and the ones he took. Now, Priya, thank you very much. Now, for everyone out there, and for those in National Assembly, all what we are asking is specifics. Inform us better. Let's know what this money will be used for. Then also, we will also ask the National Assembly, both those in the state, even councillors, let's have a policy and a legislature where if you take a loan before you leave, you repay it.
True.
We'll take a short break, and when we return, SBA will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Traffic regulations are practices put in place in both developed and underdeveloped countries. They are designed to ensure the safety of all road users, reduce accidents, and promote orderly movement. Either you are a driver or a passenger, every road user is required to understand and follow these laws. Under obligations, drivers must possess a valid driver's license issued by the authorized body. In Nigeria, this is the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC.
Individual, like I've just said, most Nigerians, as we know, celebrate their date of birth. And as such, when you obtain a driver's license, say for 3 years or 5 years, you already know if you do it today, in the next 5 years, when you'll be celebrating your birthday, you are already aware that your license is due for renewal. You don't have to even wait until that date. By law, a month to that date, you should start processing the renewal of the driver's license.
While other countries have their respective designated authorities, vehicles must also be properly registered and insured, with up-to-date documentation readily available when requested by law enforcement officers. Mandatory rules include observing speed limits, which vary depending on the road type. In cities, the limit is 50 km per hour, increasing to 80 km per hour on highways and 100 km per hour on expressways. Before hitting the road, seat belts are mandatory for both drivers and front seat passengers. Also, all traffic signs, signals, and road markings must be obeyed. Drivers must remember that using a mobile phone while driving is a punishable offense unless assisted by a hands-free device. Drunk driving is illegal, with penalties ranging from fines and license suspension to imprisonment. For passengers, wearing seatbelts is essential and distracting the driver should be avoided at all costs. In public transport, any reckless driving should be reported to the authorities, and pedestrians, on the other hand, must also cross at designated pedestrian crossings, zebra crossings, or pedestrian bridges where available. They should follow pedestrian traffic lights and only cross when the signal indicates it is safe. Looking left, right, and left again before stepping onto the road is crucial and should avoid running while crossing. Making eye contact with approaching vehicles ensures they see you before you proceed. By following traffic regulations, road users can prevent accidents, protect lives, and contribute to smoother transportation for everyone. Grace Komolafe, Souq News Television.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. It's SBL, and we are still talking now. We're getting straight to the next story. It has to do with food and World Bank. The World Bank has raised concerns about food insecurity in Africa, blaming it in part on poor logistics and trade choices. In a new report titled Transport Connectivity for Food Security in Africa, the bank criticized African countries for importing food from distant markets instead of neighboring nations. Yeah. It argued that this practice increases food prices and delays access, especially in a region where agricultural output is rising, but many people still cannot afford nutritious meals. The report highlighted that weak transport systems, poor roads, inefficient border processing, and restrictive trade policies contribute to supply chain failures. It found that food takes 4 times longer to reach consumers in sub-Saharan Africa than in Europe, causing up to 36% loss during transit. The bank stressed that logistics, not just food production, must be prioritized to reduce hunger and food waste across the continent, citing a 60% rise in food insecurity populations in the past decade. The bank called for urgent investment in transport infrastructure. It noted that better logistics would encourage regional food trade, improve access to, make African food system more resilient. Through initiatives like its Food Security and Nutrition Action Plan, the bank pledged continued support to help African countries overcome these challenges. Now, this is coming from the World Bank to African nations. Can we entirely blame food wahala, in quotes, on transportation and logistics?
I mean,
if we go by what the World Bank just said, Moyo.
It's a major part of the value chain. I would also say this, that the WEF Forum, what do we call World Economic Forum, they did say that 70% of Africans make a living from agriculture. So it does make you think, if 70% of Africans are into agriculture, obviously we have the capacity, so to speak, to actually feed ourselves. So that means that there's a breakdown somewhere, and it has to be transportation and logistics, right? There's a lot of food insecurity in Africa for people who are majorly dependent on agriculture. So this is where obviously the government needs to come in and ensure that there's trade diversification and there's food price stabilization, because food is expensive in Nigeria for some weird reason. When we produce a lot of food ourselves, we have lands that can produce food.
Food is expensive in Lagos.
Food is expensive in Lagos. It's not.
I said food is expensive in Lagos.
Is that an agreement, or I'm not sure?
I'm just telling you.
It is. It is.
Lagos.
Yeah, we're saying the same thing. It's very expensive, and I wonder what.
Nigeria is big. There are places where food is not expensive.
Well, those are those who are involved in subsistence farming.
Okay, now thank you for bringing it.
Yeah.
That's where I was going to. So if we say 70% of Africans are farmers, have we thought about that a large chunk of that 70%, more than 95% of that 70% are just smallholder farmers?
Exactly, but you also have to understand that, again, 70%
and that those smallholder farmers,
again, you also have to understand that
enough to feed
you have to
themselves.
understand that the farmers that feed most of the world, 70% of them come from a family of farmers, right? This is something that they do as a family.
That are not smallholder farmers.
It starts with subsistent farming and grows into that. So we don't even have a way of scaling that in Africa. That's our major problem. Ability to scale to the next level. That's where the problem lies. And that's why a lot of people would say, I mean, even when we were talking about the last topic, I think a lot of people said we must prioritize private and public partnerships instead of just collecting loans. Like what happened in what's the state again? Niger State with Dangote. So again, we have to have access, the farmers have to have access to scalability. In the Western countries, they do, but not so much here in Africa.
Okay, I'm still on you. It's easy for them there in the West because they are open to collaboration and partnerships. But here in Africa, we have a mentality of my own. It's ours. So now how do you get Okeke and Okafor to get their lands together and farm bigger?
I mean, there's a breakdown in communication somewhere, and also there's also the thing that a lot of countries have allegiance to Western powers.
Okay.
Again, I would say this, if, say for example, South Africa and Nigeria wanted to partner on something, and then China swoops in for a reason, who do you think Nigeria is going to follow?
Okay, now for that particular answer, let me come to you.
No, but who do you think? It's right on the money, it's right there.
First of all, you asked him whether he believes transportation is actually the major problem. I do not believe transportation is a major. I think insecurity is number one.
Yeah, there's that.
Because whoever thought that we'll wake up to an era whereby farmers will be paying bandits for protection? Tax. Whoever, did you ever dream you would wake up to this kind of era?
No.
So I feel, well, World Bank, because yes, was it not just yesterday they were saying increase tariff and we'll give you this. World Bank is known for that. They come out with these, policies, these
Are you saying this particular report that they've come out with is a precursor to a narrative or something that is coming?
No, I won't say that, but I'm not just picking holes. I'm saying it's not 100% true.
Okay.
Insecurity tops it over transportation. Just this morning, or was it yesterday, Priya and I were discussing about transportation concerning food in Africa and all that. We were talking about how, and Priya was talking about how to make the roads connectivity, how to develop interconnectivity for our roads, especially the farmers in the rural areas where the roads there are not, there's so much dilapidated and all that. Yes, it is part of the problem, but I think the major problem is insecurity. If we're able to fix that, I think it will reduce by 50%. Yes, transportation is still there and some other, factors.
Can I also say something just for clarity?
Go ahead.
When you say transportation, I think it's the whole,
the whole logistics
part. Whether it's bad road, whether it's insecurity, whether people's food are getting stolen on the road, whether they have to pay tax. I think it's kind of under, transportation as well.
Logistics. Okay, now, let's get this way. The World Bank is telling us that we should trade amongst ourselves. That is sounding strange coming from the World Bank. Now, Africa is importing well over 70% of rice. It's coming from outside this country. Now, for Nigeria is importing well over 95% of wheat. To make it bad, we're even importing from war-torn countries for wheat. And Africa has the potential of not importing wheat at all. And that goes for a lot of other, be it consumable crops, cash crops, every one of them. why is World Bank focusing on logistics?
That's quite a tactical one. For World Bank, first of all, before I go to why World Bank is focusing on transportation, we need to answer one particular question. The question is the direction or the claims of World Bank about transportation or the lack of logistics impeding or hindering the value chain in agriculture. Is it verifiable? Is it true?
Yes, it's there.
Okay, fine. If it is there, then let's handle it. Now, why would the World Bank be doing that? They felt, like you rightly said, importation. First of all, two things you said that it sounds somewhat strange coming from the World Bank, given the antecedents and how they have been adjudged or criticized for trying to, being the financial advisor of CBN of different countries, most especially in Africa. And as a result of that, people feel that whenever the World Bank is doing this, there's an ulterior motive in that. So why is the World Bank doing this? As we speak, the last time that we have the president of African Development Bank and one of Nigerian billionaires in person of Tuli Lumelu and one other African representing one of the African countries, it should be from Tanzania, was talking about how it would be very, very important, or what we stand to gain if 1.4 billion people trades amongst themselves. When transportation will come in, we need to look at some form of the structure of the World Bank, who is currently belling the cat, who is currently leading out that organization in the World Bank. And for political reasons, because you cannot completely divorce politics from business and economy and from issues that have to do with geopolitics. So if we look at that structure, then if we look at the powers that be and how they are going against each other, then we will know we want to tie a part of that conversation from that aspect. However, importing wheat or the explosion in price coming from wheat when Ukraine or when Russia invaded Ukraine and all of that is obvious, and it's very, very clear that Ukraine is part of the world exporter of wheat and flour. And the war in their particular country, gave rise to that anomaly. So for us, if the World Bank gives a good advice, I think we should go with it.
Yes.
But however, we should also scrutinize it. But if you give advice that is contrary to the development of our economy, then we can equally speak up. Now, before we came on stage, we talked about how the World Bank, or even yesterday, said the government of Nigeria, right? The Nigerian government should put a tariff on
alcohol,
tobacco.
Yes,
sugar beverages, closed sugar beverages.
Sugar beverages, but we also know that these sugar beverages, most of them equally come out of the country. They are shipped into the country because most, if not 50% of manufactured products in this country come from outside the country.
Agricultural products too.
Agricultural products
because they are also byproduct of agriculture.
Oh yes, okay. So if they do that, then if the World Bank is saying that, then that is a good advice for us.
And hope you know that particular policy is tied to a loan.
It's tied.
I was going to say that.
No, of course.
Okay,
when you say
condition,
when you say tied to a loan, what loan and what is the condition?
Remove it, add money to it, tax it the more, impoverish the people the more. Now let's get to this.
I don't think that's the perspective of the World Bank.
Let's get this way. Now, for everyone out there, growing up, it was safer traveling the roads, and the government has to do more, adding to what they are doing right now to make the roads and the farms safe. But growing up, when you apply places like Kano, Kaduna, all the way to the east, there are structures that always struck you. Sometimes you might not know what they are until maybe you go back to your primary school textbooks and you know, okay, those are silos. They were scattered in remote areas.
Yes.
They were there.
Yes.
But gradually they started dilapidating. People were not using them anymore and they just turned to abandoned property. To God be the glory, the last time I went to Abuja, And just between Gwagwalada and Abaji, I started seeing silos again. So are we looking forward to seeing this resurgence of storage facilities? If we say farmers should farm more, if we say, okay, let's come talk them to communities for them to get more done, and we'll sort ourselves, they still need to store. Somebody needs to take off them. We are not just waiting for a Dangote to do it. What will you say to other billionaires, other people? It could even be people that have finished school. Get into this space.
I like that you brought up the storage facility. Again, because I like to look at the numbers, and this is even based on a study from Cornell University. About 37% of food, of agriculture is lost, is wasted, it's spoiled, you know, and
after post-harvest.
Post-harvest, and that means there's a problem with the storage, you know, situation.
That is for them. Ours is more.
Ours, and this is sub-Saharan Africa. There's 49 countries in sub-Saharan Africa. This amounts to $1 trillion. That loss alone.
A year.
A year. This amounts to $1 trillion. So, you know, I'm on board with what you say. I love that you brought that up because it's a big issue, especially here in Nigeria. Back in the day, we used to have all those silos. They pile it all up, and we had it scattered across the nation. Now we don't. I've been to Abuja. I did not say it. So I don't know.
I went to Abuja just last month. So
okay, that's right. Okay, fair.
I had to take a video. I had to just stop and take a video.
Because last time I was there, I didn't see none of that. I just saw a lot of people in different things.
But one thing that you mentioned, the thing is, when agriculture, we all knew, was the mainstay of the Nigerian economy.
It's still the mainstay.
It's not, but it should. It could be.
It's still the mainstay.
Why is it mainstay? No. The thing is, it was the mainstay.
Who is buying these eggs?
It was the mainstay.
Selling eggs. Nobody's buying it now. They just complained last week that nobody's buying the egg. Who wants to buy the egg?
It was
so it's one thing to be into agriculture and another thing for it to mean something.
It was the mainstay of the Nigerian economy.
Of the Nigerian economy.
Until we discover oil.
Crude. Okay.
After we discover crude, a lot of people, including the government, attention to invest, diverted. And because it is called the oil boom and they equally have ulterior motives, they started moving. So that's a failure of leadership. It's a failure of leadership that, forgot that they had something they were living on until they discovered something else. So the action that they were supposed to take is to diversify the Nigerian economy and to make sure that the Nigerian economy, as at that point in time when we discovered crude, was standing on two legs. But we left the granite pyramids that we used to have and we ran into crude oil. Now, that actually led to the dysfunctional state of those facilities that you saw. And because after then, we've been seeing where both economic experts, politicians have been coming up and they now started the conversation of diversification and diversifying the Nigerian economy and the need for it and why the government has done its own little bidding, which though it has not done much, to create an enabling ecosystem for people to come and, participate. We've been seeing them.
Must it be government?
Well, if to create an ecosystem...
Must it be government that will champion the people to get back to farm?
No, it's not the government. But however, the government have a role to play.
They have a major role.
It has a role to play because when we talk about logistics, Olumide was making reference to security, and I don't want to start mentioning some of the gory incidents that happened some time ago, where we talked about where we saw rice farmers, most especially in their 10s, in their 20s, in fact, even in their 30s. I mean, when I say 30, number of 30 of them were murdered in their farms by bandits and by terrorists, and we don't want to go there. And how people left their investment in the northern part of the country, and how some of them borrowed billions of naira, beg your pardon, to facilitate this project, and how that has gone. Currently, as we speak, people, private entrepreneurs and private investors are beginning to look and beginning to see the prospect again in agriculture, because I personally know some farmers on individual basis, and we also know the larger farmers who are participating in this sector and how they are getting some result. And they know that because of the army of population or the army of consumers that we have in the country, it is a venture that will profit both a large-scale investor and a subsistent investor, like Moyo rightly said. So what we need to do is the government to consolidate on its efforts to creating an ecosystem and an enabling environment to give out loans, single-digit profits.
Now you're going to loans.
Single digits.
Some months ago, some years back, not too long, during the Buhari administration, loans were given to rice farmers to be specific. I am going there. Loans were given to rice farmers, majority of them from the north. And as these loans got to those that got them, we saw cases of them marrying extra wives. Yes. I'm not saying more wives, just extra wives, because they didn't need those particular
they already had enough.
Now, for the real people that really needed those monies, they didn't get it. So these are issues where it's not just about bringing out these monies and giving out. We need to really follow up and make sure that the giving bodies get these funds to the people that really need it. Then also, we also need to look at the issue of mechanization.
Okay.
There is so much the hand and the leg can do. There is so much the machete and the hoe can do. We need to develop our own mechanization, not just taking mechanization from the West, because we don't have lands the way they have lands. Lands on this side belong to 3, 4, 5, 6. There are boundaries all over the place. So we need that kind of mechanization whereby this will work for me, you, and the next person. And we can all come together and produce one single kind of crop. And not just lumping everything on one land and harvesting now gives issues. That way we will produce more. And with the advent of silos coming up, I pray we see lots more than we've seen. Tomorrow will be better than the security we're also talking about.
Silos.
I think, I just think that they're finally sort of like a takeaway on all of this. I think it's very important that our government prioritize improvement of the logistics. This is what World Bank are talking about.
Definitely.
So they must prioritize improvement alongside increasing agricultural output. They should also foster a better regional collaboration with other our neighbors. Let's talk to.
Yes.
What can we do for each other? Not every time we should wait for somebody in the UK or somebody abroad in the Western countries to come to us. We should also incentivize private sector investment. As you said, storage, with storage facilities, rural feeder roads, very crucial, and also cold chains, so that we can let's do this thing ourselves. It's not every time you collect a loan, you're going to beg somebody, you're going to do all of that. These are things that we can do. We have the capacity to do it again. It's just the will.
Okay, so one aspect that people are going to hold the government responsible is this. The government talks about diversification of Nigerian economy and diversification of Nigerian economy. Now, for some of us or some other experts that you speak to and want to give an advice to the government is that, okay, if you're talking about diversification of the Nigerian economy, our importation into this country, most of which constitute manufactured goods, and they're coming from outside the country, and you want to make Nigeria an industrialized, state. So you don't even need to preach about diversification of Nigerian economy, just make electricity available.
Thank you.
And things are just going to sprung up naturally. Now, the logistics that you're talking about, through the instrument of the African Continental Free Trade Area.
Yes.
If African countries are going to take advantage of this, I think when former President Muhammadu Buhari said he wants to build a railway, is it from Katsina to Niger Republic?
Yeah. A loan was taken.
A loan, fine, we know a loan was taken to want to build that public facility that holds a strategic, position, a strategic place when it comes to trade between one country and another, and for easy movement of these goods and services that will be that will benefit both countries.
I don't know. I feel like there were some diagnostics on that, and it felt like
Niger
was taking a lot more.
Of course, we collected money.
It was more like it wasn't exactly meaningful for Nigeria really at the moment.
No. See, there is no better time. Yeah. There is no better time, because if we are waiting for the better time, we will never get that.
I don't know if I'm taking those to do charity. I'm not sure if
I would have preferred that we would have done that contract without taking a loan. However, even if we are are going to take a loan to do it,
Okay.
if we are taking a loan to do it, then we must be able to make sure that that bidding process is not to make sure that it is swindled, but that the bidding process is given to a Nigerian company for us to keep the money back in our economy.
Nigerian companies don't build roads.
Great. Then see that disadvantage because we do not have a company that builds railway stations at this moment. So we take the loan from foreign governments or from foreign multilateral agencies, and we take that money to facilitate that project back to foreign companies. So no part of that money is retained back into the economy, and that is injurious to Nigerian economy. And these are the things that we must advise government to do. Now, in building that logistics, if 30%, let's even assume that 30% of the produce, post-harvest produce in Nigeria farming or in Nigeria's agricultural produce get lost because of the lack of better roads to the rural communities for which most of major farmers are farming are located. We do not have storage, we do not have silos. Thank God to Niger State, who is currently building about 32 silos for that purpose because of its collaboration with Dangote. Great. If the government can take care of that, building infrastructure to those places, if the government can put a halt or put a legislative framework to guide that process to make sure that, look, all these, the major income or the subsistence farming in terms of fish farming in the Niger Delta, most especially in River State, in Delta State, in Ondo State, and some other states in the southern part of the country, we're going to make sure that, look, because oil spillage is, destroying the fish farms in those areas. So by way of that, government is that you are not going to relocate those people, give them compensation for that, and reestablish them in that particular aspect of survival of their primary earnings, then it's going to be good for everyone. If the government is going to do that and make sure we are guided not only by executive orders, but also by legislative framework, then we'll be heading somewhere.
I wanted to say something. One of the safest means of transportation is train. And just like you rightly confirmed, Nigeria does not.
We can, but we are not as this moment.
Now, imagine we had a railway from Niger to Lagos or from Kano.
There is.
There is.
There is.
Working.
Working is a different.
But it is in existence.
Functionality is another. Now, I remember when I was in secondary school, kids were brought to my school, but I never followed them from Lagos. They would come through. Do you want to go by rail? Yes. So the school will take you to the rail station in Mina, and they will bring you back to Lagos. 3 days.
3 days. So
sorry, the train journey is 3 days.
Yes, that was
That's why it's not working. Nobody's doing that.
No, but that it was fun. That was then.
That was then. Now it will be more efficient.
So imagine the economic impact it will have. So, I mean, well.
But yes, the economic impact will be massive. However, it boils back to what I said. Do we have a local company that is, into this business of
if the local company, if you even have one and the local company bids, would they get it?
No, they have to get it.
It has to do with government policy.
It has to do with, that is why I talk about legislative
Nigeria first.
Yeah.
China didn't wake up one day and start building rails.
Yes.
They made mistakes.
Exactly.
They corrected. They built on it. So if the government says we are going to look for local content and get our people to do this, then we will do it. And that is the way forward. There are Nigerian companies. If they don't do it or you hold them responsible, they'll fix it. Exactly. For agriculture,
they're not running anywhere.
For agriculture, it doesn't matter the kind of tie you wear, or the shoe you wear, or where you go to eat at the end of the day, or who you toast. You will eat. So now, it doesn't matter what your bank account is, or the doctor or PhD in front of your name, or a prof. You will eat. So let's all get involved, whether at the production level or post-production level, or adding value to it. Be you in government, be you the follower. And we'll get better at it. We can't just keep complaining when our hands are not dirty. This is still Souq Business Landscape. We will take a very short break. We'll return to our stories. And we want to hear from you. Go to Souq TV, Souq News TV. Go there and join this conversation. Send us a message. And you will be reading from us, not too short a time from now. Don't go anywhere. SBA will be right back.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Welcome back. This is Souq Business Landscape. This next story we are taking is a public service announcement, and we want to keep you informed so that you will take actions and help the next person. There has been a deadly diphtheria, yes, you heard me, outbreak in Mbutu community in Abombise local government area of Imo State. Now, this is there has been temporary closure of schools, disrupting academic activities and alarming parents. Though the exact number of child fatalities remain unconfirmed, local authorities reported several deaths just days after the disease surfaced, prompting urgent public health concern. Now, the local government and the state, they are at it. Also, the World Bank I've also sent a team to Imo State, the Imo State Ministry of Health also, and the local health workers, they have been deployed. As we speak, people there are taking caution. Now, why are we saying this? Diphtheria is not just something that is common. It's it's one of those childhood diseases. And for children, for infants, they get to vaccinate them, but it's communicable. Sometime towards the end of last year and early part of this year, there were also cases of diphtheria in Lagos, and some lives were lost. Now, we are not trying to scare you, but we're only trying to make you to know that, hey, keep your environment clean. The Harmattan is gone, but rain is coming with a lot of cold and a lot of things in the air.
A lot of flooding and stuff.
So take care of yourself. Kind of symptoms you get to see are sore throat, swollen lymph nodes,
coughing,
your neck area. For some people, coughing, difficulty in breathing, some form of thick membrane covering your nasal and your throat sides. And for very little kids, they just running fever and being restless. So if you have a child that has not been vaccinated, because it's very important that have not been vaccinated, and you can't put your hands on what's happening, hey, take that child and head to the closest health center. So if you happen to be in Imo State, this is not time to spread any form of panic. Don't. Just try and make sure your child is vaccinated. It's not painful, it's not difficult. And this is the good part of it. As long as you're vaccinated, you have a high percentage of not contacting it.
Yes, and even if you do, the risks are very low. I mean, for some of the vaccinations, there's like 70% chance it doesn't even affect you. 97% chance it doesn't affect you. So I think every child should get the vaccination, that's for sure.
Okay, so the thing is, what bothers me is the number of people that have been affected. 25,000. 25,000 people.
That's a lot of people.
That's a lot of people, and it calls for concern. I'm glad that the World Health Organization, which is part of the team, and the Imo State Health Ministry, which is the state arm of the ministry, is working in collaboration with the health organization, the World Health Organization, to tackle that. And also the Federal Ministry of Health also should step in. Yes, to make sure that because there's a participation of a multilateral agency, there's a participation of a subnational government, there should be a participation of the central government, of the federal government, either by way of fund, either by way of assistance, by way of providing medical personnel, or deploying some form of equipment to consolidate what they already have on ground to take care of people as large as 25,000 children. And of course, if you say 25,000, the tendency that since it's communicable disease, the tendency that it would have been spread to some other part of the town, of that local government, or maybe an adjoining local government could be very, very possible. So we could have a number to contain this person and to nip in the bud any tendency to get it out. Well, of course, the best way, I'm looking at the best way to manage the process. And because if you shut down schools, it's good because they will stop gathering.
Yeah.
Okay, but so when they stop gathering, the health officials need to going to move around.
Yeah, definitely. Just go house to house.
House to house.
Yeah, and we need to bring back
do that.
stuff like that.
I was thinking probably he asked them to come to school and they all come and you
that's
vaccinate all of that. Vaccinate everybody before they go or before they go home.
That's a life
from a medical perspective, that doesn't look at
that's a no-no.
It's a no-no. Yes, so the government should continue to, and it's I think because from the take-home we had after the advent of COVID-19 was that whether it's at a subnational level or at the federal level or a continental level, that to some extent we have developed an extra muscle to tackle some of these diseases that might sprung up any point in time because of the emergency that COVID-19 came with and the global collaboration that we had, reaching out to other parts of the world that complemented individual efforts in the way that, and I think we had.
Also, I think this figure 25,000, how was it determined? Because you also need to do contact tracing, because this 25,000, you need to know those who have been in contact with this 25,000. So it definitely might exceed 25,000.
And it's possible it might not be up to 25,000.
It's possible. So how do we contain this, and how do we make sure it does not reoccur? Because this is not the first time we're hearing diphtheria. I would have suggested an emergency state of emergency in that particular state, because this
apart from the state of emergency, for the community itself, we should be seeing something like a quarantine zone.
Thank you.
Where we just try to tell them, hey, don't get scared, you're not dying, just stay where you are and get better. Then for the federal government, almost 100% of the vaccine projects is federal government, then states now come, then local government. So it comes from federal down to the states. For the state and the federal government, this is when we need to see that mass deployment of health workers, service health workers, be it from the state, be it from the local government.
With protective gears.
It's not that into that particular vicinity. And let's see mass vaccination. Yes. Then for the state and the federal government, we should see a form whereby those that are in the hospitals right now, let's take the bill off them. It makes it easy for people not to worry about the cost of treatment. So if you have it already, or if you're scared that you're in the hospital, hey, let's provide
it. To make them more receptive to treatment.
Yes, let's provide let them stay there for as long as
let's provide that.
But I also think that we should, because most of this is post-mortem, pre-mortem, I think the major thing, because we must also take into, for perspective, even according to WHO, our vaccination rate is very low. It's very.
It used to
low.
be high before.
Yeah, it used to be. Like, I used to wake up in the morning and I see those women with their bags with the cloths. I don't see them anymore. I don't know if I don't see them as often as I used to.
Very high. Now, this is where national orientation come in. Because National Orientation Agency used to be very good at it. You wake up in the morning and that's one of the first jingles you're hearing on radio.
Yes.
It's there on TV. You see the stickers everywhere. And
if you notice, we're much better at national orientation before than today. Back then, I used to hear family planning bikini every time I turn on TV.
HIV,
they did series. What are we doing now?
By the time the jingle is coming out, your mother is closing your ears. But they'll still keep saying it. So this is where we need everybody to put their hands down, their heads down, and let people be informed. Information is key at this particular point. So for those in Imo State, hey, please don't travel.
Our hearts are with you.
Stay and get
Yes,
better.
don't travel.
Yes, we are begging you, don't travel.
Very important. I beg of you.
Stay there and get better. If your child is not feeling fine, hey, just a few days. It's a bacterial infection and antibiotics will knock it off early. And if you traveled there, please
stay there too. Don't come back.
If you've come, for those that have come,
submit yourself.
Please signify and let the health workers know. It's better we keep this isolated so that we don't get to spread this and it doesn't turn to something that is going beyond Imo State. Thank you very much. Remember, pass the message and the news around and stay healthy. Now let's go to our last story for today. That is where we want to hit. The United States Secretary of State, United States of America, the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, he has ordered that suspension of student visa processing, signaling intensified scrutiny of international applicants' social media profile. Forgive me for those that like posting anything. Now, your social media profile is very important. An internal cable confirmed on Tuesday instructing embassies and consulates to halt new students and exchange visa appointments until new guidelines are issued. This move marks a significant shift in visa policy under President Donald Trump's administration, which has adopted a tough stance on foreign student entry. International students have long been a major source of funding for United States universities, but recent actions such as visa revocations and attempts to bar top institutions like Harvard University from enrolling non-American students have raised concerns about the economic and academic impact. The cable suggests the pause in processing may be temporary, but U.S. missions are already battling heavy backlogs, which could delay autumn admissions and disrupt revenue streams for schools. State Department officials emphasize that the goal is to ensure all applicants are thoroughly vetted for security and intent. Secretary Rubio recently confirmed revoking thousands of visas since January, primarily targeting students linked to pro-Gaza activism. Now you know. The administration's position is that the enhanced screening aligns with broader foreign policy interests, though critics warn it could undermine U.S. higher education global competitiveness. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, now we are here. What say ye?
Well, I think you rightly said it. It was related to Gaza. There was a protest.
Several.
Yes, in Palestine, and that was part of the reasons why this policy or initiative was brought by. But, you know, and the fact that, yes, your social media will be scrutinized. That's, some experts have said that it's an infringement.
That's the first place they are going to.
Who
are you behind this mask?
You can't blame them, because I remember I think that was last year, with the advent of the new terrorist group, La Kurawa, they were recruiting people on social media for 1 million naira on social media. So,
why didn't I say it?
Well,
Thank God you didn't.
You said?
Thank God you didn't.
Who told you?
So,
I would have made a whole lot of money and would still
I'm not doing anything.
And I think their major concern is security. They're trying to scrutinize people coming into the country, and Trump is really heavy on that. And so, but the only issue I have is an infringement on people's privacy, and So, but definitely.
To what extent? Once you post something on social media, is it private? Is it private again?
I think it is private because that's why you have followers. It's not like.
But you just posted it. It's a social media platform.
Yeah, but that's why you have followers. That people you follow who can see your posts.
But you know,
but
and also, I know what you're about to say. Your For You page and all of that. That's based on algorithm. It's people who like similar things. So it's not like a random person is just going to see my post.
No,
okay.
Let me give you a typical example. If I just post unilaterally,
I will not see it.
Hold on, debt to blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
And I come to work in your workplace, and you check up people's social media, and you just see, okay, debt to. Will you employ me?
Obviously not, because now I know that you have a murderous tendency.
Even now, most companies would ask you to drop your social media handles.
And they'll get to find who you are behind the mask.
Again, but it's also, what if I have like 5 different? Some people have burners and they have this and that. So I don't know. I just feel like.
You know, you're dealing with the State Department.
Well, then they should not ask me. They should find out. Then.
They will definitely find. They don't even need to ask.
They don't need to ask me then. Don't stress me then.
Okay, now Priya, let's twist this a bit. Now these are Republicans. Do you think the Democrats will do this?
To vet into people's privacy?
Yes.
Oh,
I tell you,
first of all,
it depends. If you call it privacy, that's also controversial. Do you think they will go this far of saying, no, we are not bringing you in because of your alignment?
No, what do you mean by alignment?
Alignment,
your
political
views, yeah.
Well, the Democratic Party, of course, they are more liberal in their policies and the way they allow people to come into their country, which is one of the heavy criticism that the current president had against them. And you could see he's angrily talking about that and he's calling the former president names for taking up a policy that brings people, criminals, and prisoners into the United States, and he want them out. I want them out. Give them $15,000. Oh, no.
$1,000.
Give them $15,000.
No,
By the time we get you and put them into prison, question them, feed them for a few days, and we are able to confirm that they came in illegally, and we have to get them out. By the time they take them out, they realize they've spent about $15,000 or $17,000. I'm like, oh, and we've taken out more than 100,000 illegal immigrants. That's a lot of money.
That is a lot.
Okay, so you know what? We're going to leave you to come by yourself. Just come by yourself and we'll give you $1,000. But for the liberals, for the Democrats, I don't think they will want to do that. Because currently, as we speak, even people within the Republican Party are against this stance because there are cases in court talking about, look, there's a child somewhere that is 3 years old and the parent or the mom and the dad came into the country with illegally documents. So are you now going to ship the parents out and you're going to leave the 3-year-old to themselves? And so there's a legal battle concerning that. But let's look at it from the economic perspective. In 2023 to 2024 academic year, foreign students contributed nearly $44 billion to the United States economy, and it includes spending on tuition fees, housing, transportation, and expenses, and they equally provided about 378,000 jobs for the United States economy. So if you're going to take that out, the parliament are going to be looking at you, most especially those that we have in the Democratic Party will be looking at you and will be asking it, okay, so what are you going to, if we are going to be making this annually, $44 billion, we have a budget to fund, Mr. President, so what is going to be the alternative? Where are you going to replace this $44 billion? We are looking at a tendency where we have people
$44 billion and the job
the job they do. The job they do. Get those 378,000 people that do those odd jobs out of the United States because they equally pay tax to the government. Now, if you get them out, the government is going to lose more than $44 billion. And these are the arguments they are going to place to Parliament and the current administration that, look, hey, where are you going to, close this gap? And if you do not have a substantial where you're going to close it, of course, they can come out and say, hey, we put in tariffs on most of the goods coming into this country.
Those are tariffs?
Those are tariffs. So we have something...
These are human beings?
No, of course, we are going to supplement. Because, of course, the argument that will come from the opposition political party is not going to just go around the human aspect. They're going to be telling you there's a gap you need to close economically. And the funds that is coming to the United States of America, there's a job line that also needs to be closed. So who is going to pay for all this? If your tariff will suffice and it's going to stand, if it's not going to put us at loggerheads and cost us the hard-earned foreign diplomatic relationship that will form with some of our close allies, then we are going to yield to that. But if we are going to be in the disadvantage and we stand in the position of losing $50 billion, I'm sorry, Mr. President, we're really going to have a contending period of time in the chambers and parliament.
Okay, now Donald Trump has 4 years to go. He just came in. Earlier, before now, he had this particular policy where he said, every foreign student that graduates well in the States should stay.
Citizen.
And they should make the person stay.
So that's a must stay.
No, it's not a must.
It's not a must. He said every foreign student that does well,
came out topmost in your class,
that the government should make the person stay. Now you're coming today and Marco Rubio is saying, let's vet. Let's slow down on foreign students. Are we not seeing a kind of contradiction here? Or are we just looking at it from the security part of it?
I think it's just the security part of it that they are looking at. They are not saying the whole thing is going to be scrapped. They are just saying, let's streamline.
Let's vet.
Let's vet those that are coming in. But also, if you look at it, most universities, especially the public ones, are the ones that are going to lose because they rely heavily on international students, tuition fees, which is now used to subsidize programs and scholarships for the local ones.
Okay. So that is the money we are losing on this side.
Exactly. Well, they call it brain gain right now. It's not more brain drain.
Okay.
So
one of the, let me get to Moyo. Now, Moyo, Harvard and Princeton.
Yeah.
In quotes, they say it's one of the best. It's one of the oldest and one of their elite schools there. But now, those were also grounds for a whole lot of anti-Semitic and a lot of the protests that happened. And they've taken strong stance on them without saying directly that this is why we are doing this. But we know that the Republican Party are poised in support of a particular group.
Yeah.
And these places of learning were not towing that line.
Yes.
What advice would you be giving to both sides, both the government and the university sides?
What advice will I be giving to the government?
Both the university side, because the government is also pulling out funding from them.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, we all saw the Twitter back and forth between the president and the Harvard University, where he sent the letter and they corrected the letter grammatically. You know, so I mean, it's not anything I can say. Everybody's going to stand on their principles, and I love it. That's why I love the Americans so much. And
their democracy.
Their democracy is very principled. And everybody should stand on what they truly believe in. Personally, I feel if US doesn't want you to come, we have options in Australia, we have options in Canada.
Why are we not having options in Ife, having options
you have options in Hudegbe. You have options.
What's that?
In Ghana.
What's that?
It's in the Republic of Benin.
No. Please, can we leave Benin out of this for now?
Okay, fair.
Yes,
actually,
yes.
I know why you said accreditation issues.
Yes.
Fair. Okay, so Ghana.
We have Ghana.
You have Ghana.
What happened to Ife?
UNISA.
What happened to Akoka?
Yeah, we have them too. So there are also options again. Because who am I to say? Who am I to tell the American people not to? Even though I know it's a bit rooted in racism, it is their prerogative. So who am I to tell them not to vet everybody that's coming into the country? If we are so committed to traveling there, then we have to play by their rules. That's what it is.
Why you
give unto Caesar what is Caesar?
Why you play by their rules? Now let me get to you. We get to see people post a lot of things on social media, majorly here in Nigeria, and they just get away with it. No aftermath, no responsibility.
E.g. Speed Darlington.
You didn't hear that?
No, I didn't actually.
Now, do you think that in time to come, what we are dropping in that social media space is going to count?
Okay, there's a story I've heard about someone who wanted to contest because he was quite famous. Because I heard the story from a third party, I can't really get the name of the person. But it was in the United States. He wanted to contest for the position of the president. He was a famous person. He had lived some kind of life that he has put some private engagement in public domain. And they allowed him because he was quite famous and he's like just making, he's coming up and all of that. It was one of the dailies in the US that posted his image of when he was going out randy, when he was like a randy person.
And he was
putting on glasses.
Wild oaths.
Yes, putting on glasses down to very pants. Then
no description.
No description. Then he was dancing with ladies who are equally dressed in the same way because they went swimming and no
in a compromising position.
What's compromising about
so when they put that, they just made a post about that look, this sort of person wants to become the president of the United States of America. You know,
and that career ended.
In fact, that ambition.
So American president cannot swim again.
No, see, that's not it. See, there's a position that you're contesting for, no matter how democratic and how secular that environment is. Because
can you bring this description down
to so the thing is, when you make posts in social media, I think these days people are more careful, except for people who don't see themselves amounting to something big in the coming future, because people will hold you to account. Even some of our politicians who have made comments running their mouths, party manifestos, I will make sure that you have power for 8 years. I will make sure that your children, your great-grandchildren don't pay school fees. And
did you really go there?
Then you now come.
Is this reported speech?
No, but did you really go there?
Or that I will make sure that there is no electricity, will never blink in your life.
Yeah.
Then you now get into the saddle of power, and probably you're not even on the saddle of power. You're criticizing the current government. That look, you promised X, Y, Z, but look at what we have. This is complete balderdash. Then some people who just go and fish out your dealings on social media or something you've said some time ago and just put it on the public domain. So look at the human being that said X, Y, Z. So for the United States government, they feel that's one of the routes
for Nigerian government
to go. Okay, no, I'm going back to US.
No, don't go back.
I'm going back to
Stay
US.
here.
So for the United States government, they felt that okay, what's the current target of this administration is that look, we have too many criminals that came into the United States illegally that are not well documented, and as it is now, because of the United States policies that this current president took while he was president then and now. And some of the things that came to limelight when the Democrats were president, when they were on the governing saddle, he felt that look, if we're going to make sure that we check your social media, I don't think they are encroaching into a private. We are talking about national security.
Okay, Priya.
And if we're talking about national security, your own little corner of saying that, oh, this is my privacy. If this is your privacy, then please don't come to the United States.
Energy.
Well, in rounding off, there was this particular music star. I'm sure you're aware. He was aware. He made some racial statements, and he was dropped by major companies. Just a particular. Thank you very much.
Okay. Now,
then in closing, let me land. In closing, I would just say the internet never forgets. So be careful.
Be careful out there. Now, security is what we shouldn't play with. We get to see, in quote, a lot of security concerns, non-state actors in Nigeria forming and showing themselves up in security on the social media platforms. Our security people should be able to get and pick them up, because if you can pick those that criticize the government, you should be able to find them.
Yes.
We have no excuse on that particular one. So remember, diphtheria, keep yourself safe. World Bank, thank you very much for the logistics story. And our president, we wish you the very best. Remember, this is SBL, and we want you to be part of this conversation. So go to Souq News TV. Let's get to hear from you. How has SBL affected you? How has it made your day? And how can we get better? So go there and tell us. Let's talk. My name is Souq, John Rogers Souq, and it's been my pleasure being part of this particular program today. You can follow me on all social media platforms. I see GUVNORC Governor. And I have these very handsome men here, and you will get to hear their closing. Moyo.
Thank you so much, Souq. Moyo Soria Debi. You can follow me on all social media platforms at Moyo Lagos. It's been great being on the show with you guys.
Yes, and I am Oyempriye Krumale. You can follow me on Instagram at Oyimpriye8 and on X at Oyimpriye5.
It's been an impactful and insightful discussion. Thanks. Let's do this again. I am Olumide Shokoya. You can follow me on Instagram at Media Juggernaut.
My name is Muiba Wonu Folami, an indigenous of Lagos State, Ikorodu, to be specific. I was born in Lagos 86 years ago, and to the glory of God, I'm still alive and well, and trying to be a relative in the cause of women. I attended primary school. I started at Ansarudin Alakuru School. From there to CMS Girls School, and then Queen's College, Lagos. From Queen's College, I went to the Portsmouth College of Technology for my A-levels, and then University of London for my first degree in law. The same university for my master's degree in law. I had, between obtaining my master's and my first degree, I was in Nigeria to do the mandatory law school course. I was one of the last people to do a 3-month course before it was changed to 1 year. And then went back to England for my master's. And from there to lecture at the University of Zambia. Back to Nigeria, I was appointed by Dr. Taslim Elias, the CJ of Nigeria, to the Commission for Advance Notice to Lawyers of Developments in Law. It was a commission funded by the Ford Foundation to keep lawyers abreast of the developments in law. I was a director there. Then from there, I was admitted to the Federal Ministry of Justice. After being legal advisor to many ministries, I ended up as the Director of Public Prosecutions for the Federation. And after that, whilst I was the Director of DPP, I was appointed Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. After retirement, I've been involved in social work, in religion. I've always had religion, but I spend more time on religion. I read, I watch telly, and I live a good life, to the glory of God. You see, when you begin to think that it was not until 2007 that women started to get equal pay in tennis tournaments. And it was something that was fought for. Little things like that does not add to equality. But when it was done, it may be small, but at work, even at work in employment, women are still discriminated against. And most women do 2 jobs. They look after the home, and they do the normal work that a man does in an office. Why I fail to understand this inequality in the treatment of women is that the work, the responsibilities in the workplace is not reduced for women, even though we do not want to be paid the same salary as men. It's a fight that has continued, and in that area, I think we need to do more to push for more recognition. Women have contributed immensely to the society. The men that are now resisting equal pay were brought up by women. Exactly. That's what I do not understand, that they can think like that. We continue to push.
But how can we speed this up?
By bringing it to the attention of world powers, recognition by every country of equal opportunities, equal pay. I want to know, somebody to explain to me the jobs that women cannot do.
Yeah.
They've contributed immensely. Even in the new thing, IT, we're at par with men. So I do not see the reason for it. Unfortunately, I did not experience it, because when I left university, I practiced law briefly in my uncle's chambers before I went to University of Zambia as a lecturer. There, my position was enhanced in the sense that I was a foreigner, and I got all the benefits of being a foreigner, serving in their service. Fortunately, in Nigeria today, the federal government does not discriminate in terms of salaries. Whether you're a man or a woman, you get the same salary scale, and you are promoted on equal basis. Kudos to the federal government, to Nigeria for that. But in the private sector, things are different. In some companies, this is the areas that we have to work on, because the job content is the same. Some of these facilities are available in Nigeria. I learned by being a member of the Society for the Disabled that every government body must admit a certain percentage of women and of disabled people. So most times this opportunity is not taken. They are bound to employ them. We continue to push for that to be implemented in most ministries. It's important because it's there. You have to take a certain percentage of disabled people to work in government positions. It's important that we work to enforce that rule in our society. When it comes to discrimination, Nigeria is way ahead of some developed countries. because maybe because we, through slavery, we faced discrimination right from the beginning. We now know how to resist it. But in my country, Nigeria, in the federal government, in the state government, there is no discrimination. It may happen in private organizations, but they must continue to push to let them understand that the job content is the same. Well, you see, traditionally, under our culture, women are in the other room. To borrow the quotation.
Yeah.
That's our society. That's our culture. It's going to take a long time to evolve. In my time, female education was not so popular. It's only the educated few that strove to send their children to school, their girl child to school. They end up trading with their mothers or going to market and getting married off early. But as education began to rise in our community, its value was seen by my parents and others of their contemporaries to educate the girl child. And I believe the society is benefiting from that. So we must continue to push for the education of women, of girls. I have thought that, when I read that, the certain state government has appointed look at our National Assembly, 4 women in the Senate. Isn't that shameful? And that is the society. We have to continue to push women up. Let these political parties know that we want women. Let us organize ourselves to continue to vote for women massively. I give kudos to our governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. His cabinet women is well represented in his cabinet. And I enjoy that, I love him for that. And I continue to urge him to do more. He's done a lot. I think Lagos State has the largest representative of women in cabinet. First of all, they have to project themselves in their office space, their workspace. Let everybody know that they are equal to the task. Let us organize. There's a lot of society groups and societies that cater for the interest of women. I believe now violence against women is reducing in the society because there are sanctions for such behavior. I must say that speaking to the organization in charge of violence against women, I was amused to learn that some men come there to complain and that they are also being violated and abused.
Yes, it's a two-way thing.
It's a two-way thing. So that is reducing our society. Education of the girl child is important. We have to let the locals know that education is important. Let them showcase to them the lives of those who have been educated and who have holding high positions. I'm glad that our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has returned history to the classrooms. It's important. Let them know about people that have contributed to the development of our societies and country. It's important. Yes, it's education. It's education. Once people are educated and they know that there is nothing a man can do that a woman cannot do when it comes to the workplace. We have women engineers, miners, and also all of that. Give me a job specific that a woman cannot do, then I'll change my views. So the moment you begin to upgrade education, let government now continue to vote more for education. I don't believe we are doing enough. There is a UN convention, and I think Nigeria is part of that convention, that a certain amount of a nation's income should be devoted to education. I'm not sure whether Nigeria is complying with that. But some states are better than others. And we must, education, I believe in education of the girl child. Some states now are taking children, girls off the street. Hawking is completely prohibited. Things like that will help. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we are not advanced enough to use our votes to change things. We are still not voting for individuals. We are voting for party, irrespective of performance. Education will help. And when we join other nations for the same purpose, we get results. Our organizations who are fighting for women in Nigeria should join worldwide organizations to showcase our own situation and learn. I believe that when you talk to others, you come back with ideas on how to improve things. So we must improve things by telling women in positions to show, to continue to prove that they are more than up to the task. It will not come to us on a platter of gold. We must show by our actions and behavior that we are up to the task. Of course, some women are wrong in claiming equal rights to their husbands in the house. I completely abhor that behavior. Even though they are husband and wife, the man in my culture remains the head. You should be respected. You should be respected. It's only now the condition of living is so high that you join the two incomes together to run the house. In the past, it was the men that ran the house to pay for everything. Maybe some of these women are thinking that because they are contributing a quota to the development, that they have equal rights. Yes, they have equal rights on the upbringing of the children in their homes and everything. But respect is important. That will keep the home, and the children will learn and imbibe it into their own children too. Equal rights does not, in my view, mean that you can be rude, can not submit to your husband's wishes. Equal rights means something differently. Respect comes out of it. It's important. I go out and I'm like appalled at the way women dress. Oh. There's a competition to show as much of your body, to do that much as your, to do as much of your body that you can. It's absolutely disgusting. They're not women. They're no longer women. The exposure, things that if you did in my time, a member of the community will cover you with a cloth and send you home. Because community mattered at that time. You dare not misbehave outside your compound because this community is watching you and reprimanding you if you go wrong, if you behave badly outside. That is law. And that is why you see people, even their dressing, show disrespect to womanhood and to themselves and to the community. We must learn, teach our children etiquette of dressing, speech, how to think and speak in a decent manner. We don't have it anymore. We're losing it, and it's shameful because people are appreciating naked women on the streets. Both sides. If people dress badly and you tell them and ignore them, they won't try the next time. For instance, I believe nobody can dress to come to my house or to come to my party like a naked woman. I will turn her back. I will turn her back. So that's the type of thing that we should all do. Let the people doing this know that we do not appreciate things like this. When the society itself corrects it, we must correct it individually. We should, it doesn't, if their parents cannot correct it, we must, by ignoring them and not allowing them to come near us. Show our women that have contributed to the society.
Yeah.
Show them, showcase them, showcase them.
Yeah.
We have the first woman senior advocate of Nigeria. We have Okonjo Iweala. We have, in the UN. We have all sorts. We have, what's this pharmaceutical woman? She's done so much. The younger ones are there. Little ones like Shadi Okoya is managing her husband's company and doing well. Let's encourage them. They are young. The young ones, they are working to improve the society. There's so many of them out there. We should showcase them. Let them know that we have women who are of top quality, intelligent, and well-behaved, and they dress well. Dressing well is dressing in a manner that is appealing to the eyes, not nakedness. That's my darling, this new CJN of Nigeria.
Okay.
Who do that? I did talk about Kikiri. I mean, we're there. female CJN. And there are so many female chief judges all over the Federation. There are so many in the medical profession, in the engineering profession. We have pilots. So let them know that there is nothing that a woman cannot do. In IT, in everything, women are moving forward. We should showcase them. We should let their pictures be seen in our newspapers, in our news, in everything, to encourage young girls that you too can get there. If they don't see, and if they don't know the history of these women, how they got there, they too will not be inspired. We have to inspire the young people with the achievements of women achievers. Kekere rose from magistrate to right to the top. I admire her. She's well composed, well behaved. Some of these people, when they become something, they lose their heads. They start to, no, she's so respectful, well behaved, well dressed. I don't think she would allow herself or her children to come out naked. Never. So people like that, Okonjo Iweala are the same. We have a lot.
In life, the path to success is often windy and filled with obstacles. However, it's only those who exhibit courage to continue that are reckoned with. If there's one man who is armed with the sheer courage of a lion, the unusual foresight to spot the opportunities, Michael Adenuga makes the perfect reference. The name Mike Adenuga is synonymous with entrepreneurial excellence and tenacity. A self-made billionaire hailing from the heart of Africa, Adenuga's story is one that is laced with the threads of perseverance and ambition.
Today, I really feel excited.
Against all odds, Adenuga has risen to become one of the wealthiest individuals on the African continent. His knack for spotting business opportunities and the courage to seize them has led to the creation of a vast empire that spans telecommunications, oil, and real estate. But what truly sets Adenuga apart is not just his wealth, but the indomitable spirit that has propelled him to the pinnacle of success. His journey is a powerful narrative of a man who, despite the odds, has managed to carve out a niche for himself in some of the most competitive industries. From his humble beginnings to his rise as one of Africa's most influential business figures, Adenuga's story serves as a beacon of inspiration for aspiring entrepreneurs everywhere. Born on 29th of April 1953, Mike Adenuga's story begins in Ibadan, Nigeria, a vibrant city steeped in culture. Ibadan was the backdrop for Adenuga's early years. His father, a school teacher, and his mother, a businesswoman, were humble, hardworking individuals. Their influence on young Adenuga was profound, instilling in him the values of perseverance, integrity, and ambition. Adenuga's early education took place in Ibadan, a local school where he exhibited a sharp mind and a keen sense of curiosity. His parents, recognizing his potential, encouraged him to pursue his studies with diligence and tenacity. These formative years laid the groundwork for the titan. Despite the modest means of his family, Adenuga was never deterred. He understood that the path to success was paved with perseverance and a relentless work ethic. From an early age, he demonstrated a knack for entrepreneurship. His first ventures were modest, grounded, mirroring the reality of his circumstances. One of his earliest jobs was as a taxi driver. This experience was more than just a means to an end. It served as a classroom on wheels, offering lessons in humility, resilience, and the importance of understanding people from all walks of life. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit led him to explore other avenues. He started selling soft drinks, an endeavor that required long hours under the scorching Nigerian sun. This venture was not glamorous, but it was honest, and it was his. It was a testament to his commitment to hard work and his refusal to shy away from the gritty aspects of business. From taxi driving to selling soft drinks, Adenuga was no stranger to hard work. This commitment to labor, this willingness to roll up his sleeves and get his hands dirty, laid the foundation for the empire he would later build. His story is a powerful testament to the fact that success is not an accident. It is the result of hard work, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you're doing or learning to do. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. But it was his return to Nigeria that marked the start of his entrepreneurial journey. Adenuga dove into the world of business with a daring spirit and a keen eye for opportunity. He ventured into trading of lace materials and other commodities, a business that was booming at the time. His ventures were diverse and often bold, including the distribution of Coca-Cola within Nigeria. These early business pursuits were not without their challenges, but they provided Adenuga with invaluable experience and a taste of what was to come. However, the road to success is often marked with unexpected twists and turns. For Adenuga, one of these came in form of a military coup in 1983. This event shook the nation and its effect reverberated through the business landscape. It was a setback that would have derailed his ambitions, but Adenuga was not one to be easily deterred. In the face of adversity, he demonstrated tenacity. He weathered the storm, navigating through the tumultuous period with an unvarying determination. It was during this time that Adenuga began to lay the groundwork for what will become his future empire. He was building a foundation, brick by brick, on which he will erect a business dynasty that will span across several industries. Regarded as a titan in the telecom industry, Adenuga is the mastermind behind Globalcom, Nigeria's second largest telecom operator. Under his visionary leadership, Globalcom has grown exponentially, connect billions across West Africa and beyond. In the oil sector, Adenuga holds the majority ownership of Corn Oil, one of Nigeria's largest oil exploration companies. Corn Oil has been instrumental in shaping Nigeria's energy landscape, and its success is a testament to Adenuga's strategic acumen and drive for innovation. When it comes to wealth, Adenuga's net worth is nothing short of impressive. The billionaire businessman ranks high on the Forbes of Africa's richest people, rubbing shoulders with the likes of Aliko Dangote. In 2003, Adenuga revolutionized Nigeria's telecom industry with a long. This was pivotal moment, not just for Adenuga, but for the nation as a whole. Before Globalcom, Nigeria's telecoms industry was dominated by a single player, but Adenuga had the vision to democratize telecommunications, making it accessible and affordable for all. Globalcom entered the market with a bang. The company was innovative, offering unprecedented services like per second billing, which was a first in Nigeria. This level of innovation was a game changer, challenging the monopoly of the existing telecoms giant and forcing competitors to step up their game. But Adenuga didn't stop there. He knew that to truly disrupt the industry, Globalcom had to grow rapidly. The company embarked on massive network expansion projects, erecting thousands of kilometers of fiber optic cables across Nigeria and beyond. In less than a decade, Globalcom has grown from a new entrant to a major player in the telecoms industry. Its services reached millions of Nigerians, even in the most remote corners of the country. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit didn't stop at telecoms. In fact, his business acumen was put to the test in a whole new arena where he took over Cornell, Nigeria's first indigenous oil company. Under Adenuga's leadership, Cornell expanded beyond its initial operations, becoming a front-runner in the Nigerian petroleum industries. It now boasts a strong presence, not only in exploration and production, but also in downstream operation, such as the marketing of refined petroleum products. Yet, Adenuga's ventures didn't stop here. With a keen eye for lucrative opportunities, he delved into the world of real estate, immersing a portfolio of properties that spanned the globe, from commercial buildings in Nigeria's bustling city centers to luxury residences in some of the world's most sought-after locations. Adenuga's property investments are as diverse as they are extensive. Banking, too, has felt the Adenuga's touch. He has been instrumental in shaping the industry, contributing to its growth and stability. His influence and investment has helped foster a banking sector that is robust, reliable, and ready to serve the needs of Nigeria's growing economy. But Adenuga's impact extends beyond the world of business. His philanthropic endeavors are a testament to his belief in giving back to the community.
Well, that's a special man to me. A very special person. That is a man that made my path, my ways very smooth. That's a God-sent person to me. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. is somebody that I will continue to thank, to appreciate, and to continue to pray God to help him, to give him long life and good health. Well, decades of our relationship, way back in the 80s, Rafi Ladipo was a nobody. But through the help of Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. and God's grace and blessing, I am what I am today. I owe it all to God and indeed Dr. Mike Adenuga, my second God. I'm close. I know him. He's a man that loves to assist his friends. Even if he's hungry, he will come back and call his friend. This is the way it is done. So for me, my knowing Dr. Adenuga Jr. has been a blessing.
Through the Mike Adenuga's Foundation, he has donated billions to cause closest to his heart, including education, health, and social welfare. He has funded scholarships, built schools, and supported hospitals, underscoring his commitment to improving lives and empowering future generations. In essence, Adenuga's business journey is not just about creating wealth, but also about creating value.
Several years back, the Nigerian League had no sponsor. And it took me less than 1 hour to get Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. understand that he needed to help our football to grow. I just called the then president of the league, the late Oyuki Obaseki. He met me at the National Stadium and was feeling very sad. And he said he was going back to Abuja. I asked him why. He said because he was not happy. Only yesterday he got the biggest disappointment of his life. That a company that had agreed to sponsor the league had reneged and they were no longer ready to sponsor the Nigerian league again, unless they cut the agreed amount, the initial agreed amount between the National League and their company, unless they cut it into two. And he asked, how will he now prosecute the league? I said, you can't prosecute the league. I'll get you a sponsor. Are you ready to go with Glow? He said he knows nobody in Glow. I said, I am Glow. And I quickly called the group CEO, Mr. Mohammed Jamil, and I asked him, wouldn't you want to sponsor the Nigerian League? He said they want to, but they don't know anybody on the Nigerian League. But, and I gave my phone to Yuki Obaseki to speak with Jamil. The man who was going to Abuja, who was ready to fly to Abuja, changed his mind because of what he had. That Glow was ready to sponsor the league. And pay much more than the initial agreed amount he had with the other sponsor. That agreement took just 24 hours. And Dr. Mike Adenuga paid a sum of 610 million naira to sponsor the league. And of course, every year, there is always an increase of 10%. Recording. So that was how the Nigerian League got sponsorship through Globacom. And to all of us as Nigerians, we need to thank Dr. Mike Adenuga.
His diversification and expansion strategies have not only multiplied his fortunes, but have also contributed significantly to Nigeria's economic development, job creation, and societal welfare. In the world of business, especially at the grand scale that Mike Adenuga operates, it is not so common to come face to face with challenges. His path to becoming a billionaire was not always smooth. He had his fair share of obstacles, some of which were marred by controversy. On such instance was the legal issues he faced in the early years of his telecoms venture, Globacom. There were disputes over licensing and allegations of non-compliance with industry regulations. The Nigerian government was not always his ally. At one point, he found himself in a standoff with regulatory bodies. But what makes Adenuga's story remarkable is not just the controversy he faced, but the resilience in the face of adversity. He didn't allow these obstacles to deter him. Instead, he used them as stepping stones, turning the negative into a positive. His legal troubles were not just an obstacle, they were a test of his character. He passed with flying colors. Adenuga fought to clear his name and to ensure that his business complied with unnecessary regulation. This commitment to integrity has been a cornerstone of his success. Despite the disputes with the Nigerian government, Adenuga never lost faith in his homeland. He continued to invest in Nigeria, creating jobs, contributing to the economy. Indeed, the path to success is never easy. It is filled with trials and tribulations. But as Adenuga's story shows, it is not the challenges that defines us, but how we respond to them. Through it all, Adenuga has remained steadfast. His success, a testament to his resilience. Mike Adenuga's story is one of determination, ambition, and unparalleled success. As we delve into the legacy he has built, we uncover a narrative of resilience and visionary leadership that has left an indelible mark not only in Nigeria, but across the continent and the world. His journey from taxi driver to billionaire magnate continues to inspire a generation of entrepreneurs who dare to dream and strive for success against all odds. Adenuga's contribution to the Nigerian economy are monumental. His businesses, from telecoms to oil and gas, have created thousands of jobs, fueled economic growth, and contributed significantly to the country's GDP. His generous efforts, too, have transformed lives and communities, further cementing his legacy as a leader who not only builds businesses, but also uplifts society. The respect for Adenuga is universal. From world leaders to business leaders, many acknowledged and admire his entrepreneurial acumen, his relentless drive, and his unwavering commitment to excellence. His name is synonymous with success, and his story is a testament to the power of vision, hard work, and tenacity. Mike Adenuga's story is a testament to the power of ambition. His journey from the humble beginning of taxi driving and petty trading paints a vivid picture of what tenacity can bring. He treaded the paths of uncertainty and risk, but his unyielding spirit guided him through the challenges. His ascent to the pinnacle of success, becoming one of Africa's wealthiest individuals, is an inspiration.
Adenuga likes singing one song. It's a miracle walking God. It's a miracle walking God. He's the Alpha and Omega. It's a miracle walking God. He loves him.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative, ACI, must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi, reporting for Souq News. Palm oil has long been a vital component of Nigeria's agricultural heritage, with roots tracing back to pre-colonial times. Originally serving local needs, its importance has grown exponentially, propelling Nigeria into a prominent global producer. Spread across regions like Edo, Delta, Cross River, and Ondo states, the country boasts extensive plantations and advanced processing capabilities. It takes about 4 years for oil palms to produce fruit, suitable for harvest. Each tree will then continue to produce fruit for up to 30 years, at which point they will have grown to around 40 feet tall. According to reports, Nigeria's palm oil production increased to 1.4 million metric tons in 2023, witnessing steady growth since 2009, with a peak surge in 2010. Despite a surge in domestic consumption, reaching 1.8 million metric tons in the 2021-2022 crop year, Nigeria still imports 350,000 metric tons, primarily from China and Malaysia. Similarly, some of the challenges plaguing the sector include declined production, outdated equipment, and insufficient financing, resulting in a notable production deficit. To address these challenges, government intervention is imperative, necessitating increased funding, favorable policies, and enhanced environmental protection measures. Furthermore, Nigeria and other African countries must move away from the local way of producing palm oil to a more mechanized method for effective and efficient production. Additionally, fostering collaborations among farmers, processors, marketers or consumers, and equipment fabricators is vital for sustainable production and value chain development. Israel Adeyemi, Souq News.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello and welcome to the World News on Souq News Television, reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. And we'll be bringing you stories from Nigeria and across the world. I am Grace Komalafe. We begin. The federal government says it's stepping up efforts to ensure food security and reduce reliance on imports with a fresh $134 million loan from the African Development Bank. At the launch of the 2024-2025 National Dry Season Farming in Calabar, the Minister of Agriculture, Senator Abubakar Kyari, announced that the loan will support seed and grain production across the country. He said the facility will help drive the government's renewed push for all-year farming under the National Agricultural Growth Support Scheme, a key part of effort to tackle food shortages and revive the economy. Already, over 190,000 farmers have been supported during the 2024 wet season. For the dry season, the government aims to support 250,000 wheat farmers across 17 states, with a projected yield of 750,000 metric tons. Kyari also announced a $1 billion mechanization plan, which will see 1,000 agro centers established and 600,000 youths engaged over 10 years. And now the federal government has set up a presidential committee on digital public infrastructure to fast-track Nigeria's digital transformation. Unveiled in Abuja, the committee is tasked with aligning national digital identity, financial systems, and data exchange across sectors, ensuring secure and efficient digital services for Nigerians. The Minister of Communications, Dr. Bosun Tijani, said the move is part of effort to unlock new economic opportunities and improve public service delivery through technology. NITDA's Director General Kashifu Inuwa called for stronger public-private partnerships to build trusted digital systems, while also stressing the role of data in driving innovation and policy decision. The committee will coordinate effort across government and industry to avoid duplication and ensure a unified digital strategy. Still with the federal government has announced that helicopter landing fees will now be paid by oil companies, shifting the cost away from local airlines operators. This follows strong opposition from the airline operators of Nigeria over $300 landing levy introduced last year. The Nigerian Airspace Management Agency said only helicopters serving oil firms in offshore locations will be affected, while those operated by Nigerian airlines are exempted. The fees will be collected by a government-appointed consultant, Naibi Dynamics Concept, which has now resumed operations after a temporary suspension in 2024. Aviation experts have questioned the legality of charging fees at privately owned helipads, with some warning that the decision could spark further disputes. Away from that, the House of Representatives is pushing for a review of the Ministry of Finance Incorporated Act of strengthening Nigeria's financial governance and align it with global best practices. At a public hearing in Abuja, Speaker Tajuddin Abbas said the current law, last updated in 2004, no longer reflects the realities of modern financial management. He described the reform as vital for improving transparency and accountability in the handling of public investments. Chairman of Finance Committee, James Faleke, also raised concerns over the misuse of public assets through executive directives, calling for a stronger legal framework to safeguard government investment. Lawmakers say proposed amendment will reposition the agency for better revenue generation and long-term fiscal health. Moving on, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission has introduced a new transmission infrastructure fund to help improve the country's power transmission network. According to NERC's May 2025 tariff order, the fund will be financed through a 2.17 naira per kilowatt-hour charge on energy delivery to grid off-takers. While the levy is meant to boost investment in critical infrastructure projects, electricity tariffs remain unchanged across all customer bands for now. All energy experts Adetayo Adegbemile says the new fund won't affect how much customers pay directly, but warns that effective management will be key to its success. Moving away from that, Germany is rolling out tougher migration rules, suspending the right of certain migrants to bring their families into the country for the next 2 years. The new measure affects over 380,000 people, mostly Syrians, who holds what's now as known as subsidiary protection, a status for those who didn't fully qualify as refugees. Under previous rules, around 12,000 family members were reunited annually. The government says the suspension is aimed at easing pressure on local authorities handling housing and integration. Germany will also delay access to citizenship, scrapping a fast-track option and requiring a 5-year minimum stay, reversing a regulation introduced just 6 months ago. And we bring you sport as we wrap up the world news this afternoon. The Super Eagles of Nigeria will face Ghana later today in the semi-final of Unity Cup Invitational Tournament at the G-Tech Community Stadium, London, at 7:45 p.m. West African time. The winner of the game will face either Jamaica or Trinidad and Tobago in the finals. In 2024, the two teams faced off against each other in a friendly match where the Super Eagles defeated Ghana by 2-1 at Marrakesh, Morocco. A total of 17 games has been played between the two teams, with Ghana winning the most games with 6 victories, while Nigeria has 5 victories. The rest of the games have 6 draws between the two national teams. And that's the news this afternoon on Souq News Television. On behalf of the news team, we say many thanks for watching. Do not forget to follow us on all our social media platforms for more information. My name is Grace Komalafe. Do have a great afternoon.
start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former commissioner of finance. I was a commissioner of finance during the Ganduja's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a commissioner of finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed commissioner of finance. Still, I'm a professor of accounting in the university, but I double as a commissioner of taxation because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011, and they invited applicant for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning, but I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected professor of taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I've done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end, from 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this the reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know, the process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming a committee in Nigeria, we had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him. It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will ask them to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025, so that by 1st January 2025, the content or the provision in these bills will begin to be implemented by the government. 4 bills were developed and proposed. And then, unlike the expectation, the comment you made that people are more concerned about the administrative, tax administrative bill. What the bill that is generating the highest controversy is the Nigerian tax bill. That is the bill that has made provision for repealing about 11 taxes that are currently existing, including the VAT itself, including petroleum profit tax, including personal income tax, including companies income tax, and other taxes like capital gain tax, casino tax, etc., etc. And then about 14 laws that are related to taxation, including laws that are designed to exercise control over consumption, over production. They made substantial amendment on them, and then take the amended aspect, amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill, which means that the laws have suffered from, or they have enjoyed consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of them, part of the provision in them have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then they made a lot of paragraphing, creating part, creating section, etc., etc., to the extent that the content of that bill is about 220 pages. So you have to develop the stamina. You have to be used to reading before you read everything from the beginning to the end. And if you don't do that, you may miss a lot of things. And you may be talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in the public domain. You hear people talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. They just listen to news, radio, television. When they hear the comment of somebody, then they will amplify that comment ignorantly without reading the bill and understanding the content of the bill. So that is the one that is enjoying the greatest controversy. Of course, others too are enjoying some controversy. The Nigerian tax administration bill, because it is in that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill. But how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian tax administration bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claim. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that has been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that customs should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian revenue service that should be collected. Customs, let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money. Okay, and they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made adequate provision to show that they know the moment this bill was passed into law, they don't have any power to collect revenue. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should collect. Let them deal with their own responsibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the State Internal Revenue Service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the State Revenue Service to utilize engineering revenue, they can bring in, they can collaborate, or they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the State Internal Revenue Service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is a question to be answered, because of the nature of Nigerian, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that all those that are used to that, they have to, they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be banned from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigerian Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved, and then of course patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that established it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team, then ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provision made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provision have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service, the need for governing board, which will have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have the technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, the whole and representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less, and it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agencies. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seen himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of Internal Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they were even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance. And there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it, but with my own experience as a Commissioner of Finance, who have been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the Accountant General against the Commissioner of Finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like this are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board. Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now the drafters of the bill, they will want joint revenue board to be on its own, have a law supporting it, so that at the federal level, where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative. Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative. And you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representatives into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problems between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect. But they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the Joint Revenue Board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill. So when it becomes act, become a law of itself, so the Joint Revenue Board will now be more powerful than what we know before as Joint Tax Board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my point is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies, they are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They base their economy on taxation, but then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of their countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individuals, the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those impositions of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout, this is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen. So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung. Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot, the firing squad, because of the misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain, and then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life. Because the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money. And the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished. You may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are relying on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute projects, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT, what you said earlier has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country. VAT could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affect everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. Increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rate in any country in the world. From my reading, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. They said VAT rate now, which is 7.5%, as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bills are passed into law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all VATable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase of VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, you are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country, you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for VATable goods and services and non-VATable goods and services. No separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in price will be on VATable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, no any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you are looking for a job. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side. And increase in inflation is a killer to businesses. Because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services. And when you stop production, you sack your employees. And then you have more people go into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the states in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came up and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong. And then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about the subsidy, fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that needs to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, when VAT is generated internally and of course the one for custom, they put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development. So they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population. And then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, in the simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state on the VAT that has been generated, consumption is much more in some state than in some other state. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to states where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe recharge card and other communication or telecommunication services, or bank services, or insurance services, or whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or wherever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or Ogun or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that states like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. The state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. That will go to Lagos. And then 10% of that 60% may be about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the crux of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people saw that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%. Now, not previously, right now, 20%.
Right now, 20%.
And it has been jacked up. And the deflation has been jacked up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it, since now the derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation has been increased to 60%, but what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy will have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section And so as you are interpreting these digits and then you say derivation, by derivation will mean this, and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they will go back to this issue. The suspicion is that they will just go back to the pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later date. So these are two issues, all based on that. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy. And that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit, 4% will be charged as development levy from 2025 to 2026. From 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. From 2030 and up thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy would be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TED Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. TED Fund, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal college education have been executed by TED Fund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences. And they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TED Fund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%. 1% of the profit before tax of GSM companies, banks, insurance companies, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NASENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy. to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that we show that, yeah, we have grown up as an economy that can compete with all these developed economies. So that agency is also relying on a particular share, I cannot remember, from what internal, I think, Federal Revenue Service is collecting. And now the government has introduced NELFON. So NELFON is collecting 1% of the total taxes, levies, etc. that are passing through the Federal Revenue Service. So these are 4 agencies of government that are relying on levies, charges, etc. for them to take care of the mandate given to them. So this development levy is designed to ensure that 3 of them are phased out systematically. Only NELFON, which is for giving loan to students, will survive. By 2030, that 2% that we are talking about, from 4% to 3% to 2%, the whole of that 2% will be for the NELFON. While all these have been put aside, it's up to the government to decide whether to disband them or to put them into the mainstream budgeting system. So in 2025 to 2026, TED Fund will get 50% of that 4%. And NEL Fund will get 25%. NIDA will get 20%, and SEMI will get 2%. So by the end of 2026, NASENI, NIDA will no longer get anything from that development levy. So they will be on their own. It's up to the government to decide whether to phase them out or to continue to fund them through the budgeting system. And then by the end of 2029, TED Fund will not be getting anything. Well, from that 27 to 29, they said TED Fund will be getting 66 and 2/3%. And NELDA will get 33 and 1/3%. That is what will happen for 2028 and 2029. By the end of 2029, forget about TED Fund. It is only NEL Fund that will be getting that 2% development levy that will be charged. So you can see that by 2029, all the 3 agencies that have clear mandate for moving the Nigerian economy forward, they may either be phased out or they may be taken back into the mainstream federal government budget. And agencies that are used to being independent, are being to working on target, how can they survive under the mainstream government budget? So the other implication is that as you have only NEL Fund, even before transferring everything to NEL Fund is there to give loan to students. All this money that will be coming to you just for giving loan to students. So this shows that a Nigerian student will mainly become debtors. And when they become debtors, will they have the mouth to complain about the government being a debtor nation? Nigeria as a whole becoming a debtor nation. Every day loan is increasing. So students too will now become debtors. Secondly, the federal institution, all these federal universities, they are not charging tuition fee up to now. They only charge registration fee. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, Bayero University, Kano, ABU, all these federal universities, and many of the state universities, they don't charge tuition fee, just to encourage children of the poor to attend university or polytechnic or colleges of education. So as TED Fund is put in place, nobody can claim that he or she cannot pay tuition fee. And then no university or polytechnic should be going to government asking for money. In fact, government may even give them target of the amount that they should be remitting to the government. Because you are charging tuition fee, you are charging registration fee, you are having enough money to take care of yourself. And then we want you to remit something to us because we own the federal university, college education, polytechnic. So at the end of the day, you see that students will become debtors, students and their parents who insist on making sure that their children attend universities or polytechnic or college of education. And then the universities will no longer be complaining about insufficiency of funds, because private universities are not complaining of it. They have their founders who are funding them, and they are charging fees. Some are even charging 2.something million per semester. In Nigeria here, some are charging 2 million, some are charging 1.5 million per semester, and some per session. And so they have a lot of money to execute various projects, to pay high salary to their staff. And then the private universities, they are complaining that no money. When you go, they say no money. Even for execution of project, they either take one to do it for you, or you go cap in hand as for support from individual and organization to execute project for you. But now that you are allowed to charge fees, and the student, if they don't have money to pay, or their parents don't have money to pay, they go to NELPOM to collect loan for the payment of the tuition fee and the registration fee, and even for living costs. And the method is very clear that when you borrow such kind of money, you will start making repayment 2 years after graduation, and even 2 years after graduation until you get a job to do. And then from the job that you are doing, you'll be paying 10% annually up to when you finish paying the loan. How will that be feasible in Nigeria? How will that be feasible? So this provision too is a matter of concern. Yes, for people that will look about what will happen in the future. Look at the implication of the policies contained in that bill. Okay? So I am of the opinion that to correct these lapses, they should just stop at the first formula. When you collect 4%, you increase the rate to 3%, as again to 4%, as again 3% for third point, in order to accommodate other agencies, and you stop charging the other day. And then, so the first year they said 50% will go to third fund, which is like reducing what third fund is getting from 3% to 2%. I hope you understand. When I say 50% of 4, that is 2. Before third fund is getting 3% of the accessible profit. So we can manage with the decrease from 3% to 2%. And then NEL fund, which is the baby of the government, will give you 20%. Okay? Then NISDA, which is having very clear mandate of making the Nigerian economy an ICT economy, 20%. Then NASENI, 5%, saying we don't care much about the technological development that may come to manufacturing cars, motorcycle, etc. We give them 5%. And then allow them to look for means of further funding themselves. So you stop at that, but not to scrap any of these agencies. So that's my own advice. Okay? So that is another important area that need to be addressed in this bill before they are passed into law. In taxation, as I said, we encourage payment of what you can afford. A situation whereby, this is my own personal opinion, yes, and people may feel that I am in support of taxing the poor. No, I'm not talking about the poor. Anybody that doesn't have income, that doesn't have profit, that doesn't have gain, it should not be considered for taxation. But if you are making some gain, you are making some income, no matter how small, and you are paying something, no matter how small, out of what you are gaining, that will make you to have greater moral right to challenge government. But if you are put outside the tax net, you are not contributing anything, you don't have much moral right to come and challenge the government for inefficiency, for poor accountability, for poor transparency. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I had called to be organizing some town hall meeting with small, medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises across the market that we had in Kano. I will invite their leaders and inform and address them You see, we are introducing presumptive tax. We are doing that with a view to ensuring that you own the government. You own the government. This government belongs to every one of us. But then those that are contributing money into running the affairs of the government, into executing various projects for the state, they have greater stake than those that are not contributing anything. And no matter how small your contribution is, you have the right to claim ownership of government. So many of them were encouraged. So I say, okay, you are in this business, you are at this level. How much can you afford to pay as your presumptive tax? So we say they themselves, yeah, they will accept, yeah. Yeah, so there was a time that we had meeting with some of them. I was saying that you are too small, or maybe every month you should be contributing 100 naira. Some say no, if that group of people can contribute 150, we can contribute 200 naira every month. Through engagement, interaction with the micro, small, and medium enterprise, you can arrive at something that they will be contributing in the form of presumptive tax. And that payment will make them to have the pride of becoming taxpayers. And they will be having their eyes on how government is spending the money. But the situation whereby you come openly and say that you are pushing away about 90% of the people out of the tax net. So you are only relying on 10% of people for the payment of tax. So you are saying that you are now taking the whole of the government to 10% of people, or probably 1% of people. My worry is about that threshold. The fact that you have threshold does not mean that somebody that is not at that threshold, who is making money, cannot contribute with a view to owning the government. I hope you understand. My concern is about ownership. Taxation is a way of owning the government. So if I pay tax, like now I pay tax, I know every month they deduct something out of my salary as a lecturer in the university. I will look at my pay slip and see the contribution that I have made. So if I need tax clearance certificate, I can go there and collect it, whatever reason. But you that are not paying anything, what tax clearance will you ask for? Okay? And then if something bad is happening in government, you see them stealing money, do you have any right to complain? Is it their money? What have you contributed there? So a situation whereby we want people to be economically empowered, to own government. And then we are now having a reform that is saying that is even proud to say that about 90% are made not taxable, even presumptive tax. So in other words, I am of the view that as we claim for transactional tax to be paid by the rich and luxury asset to be taxed as that are at the lower level, they should also be paying some presumptive tax, even if it is 10 naira per month or 20 naira per month, so that those rich people claim that the government belongs to them, this one too will say, yes, the government belongs to us. So provision like this is not there in the act. All they are just claiming is that they have pushed people away from the tax net. And pushing them away from the tax net, just pushing them away from ownership. So you are just surrendering the whole of the government to very few people who will now be teleguiding those in the position of authority. And you will just be asking for help all the time, where you can also claim ownership with pride, or no matter the amount that you are contributing to government. The other aspect of it is this absence of adequate provision in the Act on property tax. Property tax, yes, property tax. Like I was talking about luxury asset. Those with luxury asset, they need to be taxed on the value of this luxury asset so that we generate more revenue. Those that are doing a transaction of high volume of money, they need to be taxed for this transaction. That's what we call transactional tax. So you can see that as we are talking of relieving the poor or income earners from tax, from this tax rate, we are not talking much about taxing the rich in the bill. It is not clear as to how properties of the rich people in this country who are very small. Someone was even telling me that in Nigeria, where you say 99% of the wealth of the country is in the hand of 1% of the people in the country. That 99% of the people of this country, they own only about 10% of the wealth of the country. What a gap! If this is true, we have not done any study empirically to ascertain this figure, but you can see some sign of it, and you need taxation to bridge the gap. And then as you are arguing for the bridging of the gap, you now have a reform that is throwing away 90% of the people from the tax net, and then the people drafting the bill are even proud to say it. So I have reservation on this. If I find my way, I will agitate for appropriate correction to be done. And that does not mean that I'm agitating for the taxing of the poor. I'm talking about those that can afford. They are not for the personal income tax rate, but then they pay presumptive tax with a view to owning the government, with a view to ensuring that the government is not allocated to only the very few rich. And then these few rich, in the other way around, there are no adequate provision, there are no clear provision to see how their wealth will be taxed. No. If you look at all the statements that we make here, there's nowhere that I mentioned that the North is having this agitation. I'm just talking to you about areas of concern in the law. Areas of concern. I think I only made reference to the North when it comes to this issue sharing of VAT, that the governors and regional rulers in the North, they are forced to raise alarm, and they raise alarm on this matter only. But all the other matters that I mentioned, they have not said anything. Maybe they have not seen them. They don't have this perspective that I have. Okay, so I am a Nigerian first before becoming a Northerner. So I talk as a Nigerian. My concern is about the Nigerian people. And the Northern people are also part of Nigeria. Yeah, you see their position, or the worry they express is just about the injustice they suspect from the issue of VAT collection and sharing. And even that provision has been made perfectly, I doubt very much if they will complain. And then secondly, they may be having the suspicion that the drafters of the bill were just reading the mind of the president. A president who was a governor in Lagos State, who developed, people are just having the feeling that he was the one that developed the Lagos agenda, which is about making the Lagos State to have a special status in Nigeria. And special status is just about maybe putting it into a position higher than other governors, but not up to the level of the federal government. And then when you are targeting that special status position, then a lot of things could be designed that will be favoring Lagos. So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this bill if corrective measures are not taken. All these issues that I mentioned, I did that honestly as a Nigerian. By all standards, I should be accepted as a Nigerian. Even by virtue of my birth, people should accept me as a Nigerian. I don't have any reason to be sentimental against any part of this country. I don't have any reason to be favorable to one region against another. I don't have any reason for that. But even by virtue of my birth and my own level of experience, okay? And of course by my age, somebody that is around 60. So that person should only be thinking about what you meet when you die, when you reach your goal. Okay, so I think to be fair to them, we can say that their worry is mainly about that issue, and then all other issues are suspicion.
Well, I think as the name goes, we are still faring very well. We are still holding on. Basically, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited is a Nigerian company owned by the federal government of Nigeria, the 36 states, and the 774 local governments. The federal government has 47% shares in NDPHC, and the 36 states and federal capital territory, plus the 774 local governments own the remaining 53%. Originally, it was supposed to be a stopgap, build and sell power plants to increase the power availability. But in the process, as the company moved along, they discovered that if you build power plants, you also have to build complementary transmission networks. And then if you have transmission networks, you will also need the distribution network so that the power can ultimately get to the consumers. And so because of the gap that was in the sector at the time, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited was asked to build more power transmission networks, substations, injection substations. So over time, we had grown into the behemoth that we are today. Principally, we have 8 power plants functioning now, and then 2 are in the process of being completed. So that's what Niger Delta has been. But basically, I can say without any iota of contradiction that Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited has been able to increase the capacity, the network capacity, by about 50%, and of course the distribution capacity by about 60%. We are capable of producing up to 4,000 megawatts now, but there are still some constraints in the transmission network, which is being addressed by the various arms of government and the various stakeholders in the sector. If I want to talk about the problems in the power sector, you need more than an hour program. They are multifaceted. And each time solutions are being found, they are not far-reaching enough. For instance, before the enactment of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act, it was thought that the problem was we didn't have enough generation power, and that's what gave rise to the NIPP, which is the National Integrated Power Project, which was basically to increase the power availability in Nigeria. And there were gaps because at that time, I don't think the solution was holistic enough. I'm talking of during the time of President Olusegun Obasanjo. You remember the National Integrated Power Project was conceived at the time. And it's strange that for the past many years, we are talking about 4,000 megawatts, 4,000. In reality, the available power in Nigeria is about 16,000 megawatts now, between 13,000 and 16,000 megawatts. So you wonder, why are we producing or generating or putting on the grid about 4,800 megawatts? So there's a gap. And the gap is basically the fact that the present network is aged. It's inadequate. There is fragmentation in the sector. You have, as of today, about 26 different bodies in the power sector. And it's a typical Nigerian problem. Once Nigeria identifies a problem, they create another agency to deal with that problem, rather than looking at the problem in the eye and say, this is the problem. And I can give you so many examples. For instance, traffic, which is very basic to everybody. When after the Udoji Award in the early 70s, I think it was in the early 70s, and people had phone to purchase cars, traffic began to grow. Now, instead of taking a holistic attitude and train the police to do what they're supposed to do, expand the road networks, and begin to put a culture of driving properly in the country, we created the yellow fever, the traffic wardens at the time. You remember at the time, traffic warden was separated from the Nigerian police. That's right. And the problem was not solved because the people were still constrained to virtually the same network of roads, more cars on the same network of roads. And then we stopped training drivers. So Federal Road Safety Commission was formed. And of course, I'm sure that you all know that the problem became worse. And now all of the state governments are creating their own variants of the Federal Road Safety Code. An example is LASMA in Lagos. And the people are still on the same roads. You know, so whereas we had 200 cars on a stretch of road, now we have 1,000. Now we have drivers who cannot read traffic signs, which are not even there. So today, when people see traffic lights, either in Abuja or in Lagos, I mean, they don't even know what to do. I'm sure that, I can't remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. I cannot remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. You know, it's the same thing with the issue of corruption. When we detected, corruption was increasing, we started creating so many variants of, and I always ask the question, where is the equivalence of EFCC in the countries that we're trying to be like? So we have created EFCC, we have created ICPC, we have created Bureau for, what's that other agency? Sorry? No. Those are another problem entirely, the BP and the BPP, you know. I mean, I'm talking of Code of Conduct Bureau. But in all honesty, can we say that corruption has reduced in Nigeria? Can we say that? So the problem is that we don't look at problems in the face and deal with the issue rather than creating bodies and bodies and bodies and bodies. We don't have the variants of EFCC, ICPC, and Code of Conduct Bureau in the countries that we're trying to be like. In this age and times, honestly, there are no, you don't need, it's not rocket science. There is hardly anything you want to do that has not been done before or that is not being done in some other places. I mean, so you see in various sectors that once we identify a problem, rather than look the problem in the eye and profiling solution to it, we create another body. It will appear to me that it is finding job for the boys, you know, and that is one of the reasons why we are where we are today. I cannot remember the last time anybody had to do driving tests to obtain a driver's license. I can't remember. In the US, if you want to obtain a driver's license, it's a long process. And I remember my daughter, when she went to the US at the age of 18, I remember when she wanted to go and obtain a driver's license, she called me and said, "Daddy, please pray for me." And I think the first time she went there, she didn't make it. And it was one slight excuse, error. And eventually, she had to go back, you know, to retake the test. So that's what I see that we're doing wrong. And that has virtually destroyed all the sectors. The power sector is faced with so many problems. I was trying to explain to you, for instance, that the discos have various coverage areas. And if you take them one by one, you will see that some of them are covering a landmass that is bigger than 2, 3, 4 African countries together. You know, somebody was on my secondary school classmates forum. Somebody was trying to do a comparison between Botswana and Nigeria. And I said, Botswana has 581,000 kilometers, square kilometers. But 70% of that is Kalahari Desert. So effectively, what they have is less than 100 and something thousand kilometers. Nigeria has a vast land. Botswana has a population of 2.5 or 2 point something million. You can't compare that to, there's no basis. There's no basis. And so if they have 1,000 naira, their GDP is likely to be higher than that of Nigeria. You know, Nigeria has 210 million people. Officially? Yes, officially. You know, you can see the population of Lagos. I'm sure that the population of Botswana is not as thick as Surulere alone. I'm not trying to give excuses for what we are in Nigeria or how we're doing things badly. But I'm saying that we have a giant problem. We have giant problems in all of the areas. And we need to put our heads together to provide solutions to these problems. You know, you can say that Nigeria is a country in progress. I know that we have enough human resources. We have enough intellectuals to find solutions to our problems. And I'm beginning to see that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is tackling the problems headlong. I don't want to say that they work in silos. I mean, it would not be absolutely correct. I don't want to say that. That would be too negative. I would like to say that there's need for better collaboration between all of. And then one of the greatest things that we need to do is that there must be a coordinating agency that is not encumbered with or by bureaucratic procedures. Okay, NEC is supposed to be the regulator in the society. Now, like I said before, if you have a regulator, they must be trained. And we shouldn't be ashamed to train our regulators and to ensure that we have the right people in those positions. But like I said, almost all the agencies in Nigeria, you find a lawyer heading an engineering company. You know, I mean, it's not done. And what happens is that, I don't want to create a war between professions, but the truth of the matter is that if you are a lawyer and you have, you're doing legal consultancy in the sector, that doesn't make you to be chief executive of a purely engineering company. You know, the last time it was an accountant that was in charge of one of the parasitals in the sector, and you know, even now that there's a new government, you see all kinds of people trying to outdo each other here and there. TCN, for instance, is supposed to be in charge of the transmission networks, but you have the independent ISO under them. How is that going to work? I mean, that is supposed to be an independent, and it cannot be under TCN. You know, the discos, for instance, who is supervising them? NERC is supposed to supervise them, but you have on the board BPE, you know, that has 40% of the shares, and they're supposed to monitor them. Are they doing that? And then now the Yoruba people say amukun eru ewo oni ewo saleni. That is, if a man is crippled or has bent knees and is carrying a load, it's not likely that the load will be straight because the legs are bent anyway. So that is the problem that we have. You know, the root cause, we're not attacking the root cause. You know, the electricity power sector reform has a transition program. But unfortunately, because we didn't do the privatization properly, we gave it to people who have no financial resources. They borrowed money from the banks to purchase the concession anyway. You know, because they borrowed money from the bank, they don't have enough funds to repair the aging facility that they inherited. So that is a problem. Now the bank is on them. The bank lent them money for 5 years, or you know, whereas this is a sector that is, I mean, you need long-term fund. You know, you need to have enough money to lay new cables, replace transformers. Some of these transformers have been there since 1960-something, to replace them. Look, where I come from in Ondo South Central District, we have not had power for up to 15 years now from the national grid. Everybody is an electricity generator company on his own. When we stepped into it to see what was happening, we discovered that the distribution company did not have enough money to repair the damaged distribution networks. So NDPC stepped into it, and we've spent almost 3 billion to repair all of that.
3 billion.
Or almost 3 billion. I mean, we're talking about 6 local governments. At a point, by the time we had finished the reticulation of the networks in 5 of the local governments, we discovered that the source of supply is from Ondo. Ondo has a 2 by 30 MVA substation. One of that substation is gone. So it means that the distance of almost 100 kilometers from Ondo to Ore and to Ilaje, to Igbokoda area, to Mahin and Co. Just one single 33 kV line is coming from that. So by the time the light gets to Okitipupa, what you have is candle light. It's the same thing we saw in Lafia, for instance. For years, Lafia, even the government house in Lafia was being operated on generator because the single line feeding Lafia and the entire Nasarawa state is from Abuja. So that's why we stepped in and built the 330, 132, 33 kV substation, which was commissioned early last year by President Muhammadu Buhari. And you can see the joy in the faces of the people. Now, in Ondo South Senatorial District, for instance, they are building the NDDC, not NDPHC, is building a 132 kV substation in Odeonije, which should help to bring power from Omotosho and to that area. But they have been on it for years now. And without the completion of that, there's nothing that can happen in the place. They will still have candlelight. So these are the problems. Now, NDDC is independent of NEC. It's virtually independent of the DISCO. It's independent of but they are doing a good work because they have offered to do, they have identified the problem and they have offered to do it. But who is coordinating these activities to ensure that everybody is working? And you know, one of the things I always complain about is that since this past 6-10 years, for instance, TCN has many of its projects are 85-90% completed. Some of the problems are just way-live, that the government should collaborate with the state governments to resolve. But what do you have? A substation is ready in Akure, for instance. A 330 kV substation is ready in Akure. The transmission line is supposed to come from Oshogbo to Akure, and another transmission line is supposed to come from Benin and drop in Akure. Because of way-live issue along the route from Oshogbo to Akure, that project has been stalled for almost 6 years. So there has to be an organization that is above NEC, that is linked only to the president, that will look at all of these things. I talked about the fragmentation in the sector. You know, look, and let me tell you something. I know that electricity is a commercial venture. Yeah. And when you put your money there, you should be able to recover your investment. However, it's also a social contract between the government and the people. It's a social contract. You know, so if you have such a transmission line, everybody should be involved. And I remember that it has to be a responsibility. I remember when we were doing a project in Owerri. And because the transformers have been there for a long time, we needed to remove the transformers to a workshop somewhere in Ikorodu there for repairs, so that when they take them back, it can function properly. And we had given authority to the EPC contractor to go and remove the transformer. But of course, when the community saw what I mean, that they were removing their transformer. This was a transformer that has not been functioning for the past 10, 15 years. They refused to let them go, and the governor had to intervene. The governor also refused to let them take the transformer away. I had to personally intervene with the governor, speak with the governor, write an undertaking before the transformer can be moved to the workshop for repairs. It's not repairs, but they need to change the oil and make sure it's in good working condition, because it's been on the plinth for 15 years. So there has to be a coordinating agency that is devoid of bureaucratic encumbers. Initially, NDPC was created from the federation account. The initial seed money for NDPC was from the federation account. However, since we started producing electricity, let me put it that way, we don't receive subvention from the government. So our revenue is from the sale of electricity, sale of energy to the network and to what we call willing buyers. For instance, you will see that we still, even outside the country, we sell power to countries outside Nigeria. Yeah. So that's how we derive our, but because also we are owned by the 3 tiers of government, we have also embarked on working with the other sectors to improve the networks. For instance, we build distribution. So from the profit that we have, we build distribution networks virtually in all. There is no state in Nigeria that has not felt the impact of NDPC. And then we, like I said, the transmission substation in Lafia was constructed by NDPC. It's like LNG. I mean, LNG cannot receive subvention from the federal government anymore. I mean, of course, initially, government put in their own investment and the private sector put in their own investment. I'm hoping that we will move away from this structure in NDPC. I'm really hoping that we'll move and adopt the NLG structure, for instance, and bring in a huge investor to acquire 49% so that we can start operating like an LNG. There's a lot of confusion in the society, and even those even some high government officials don't even know the functions of NDPC. They don't even know. I mean, we were in a gathering some time ago, and a former minister who claimed to have been a part of the conception of NDPC was annoyed when somebody threw a question at him, and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't have power in my house, and you guys are sitting down there." And I had to lecture him and say, "Hey, I'm not supposed to put power in your house. I'm just a businessman, in the sector, producing power, electricity, like every other person, like, what's the name of Elumelu's Transcorp Power, and selling it. That's all we are." The problems are enormous. But I believe very strongly that the discourse as they are now don't have the capacity. There has to be a restructuring of that sector. Under whatever you want to call it, maybe breaking their franchise into little bits. 1 or 2 of them are doing well. Eco, Disco, Ikeja Disco, yeah. Because, and also, the problems are different. So, but for most of them, look, let me give you an example. If you need to, under Yola Distribution Company, I mean, you know how wide that sector, I mean, that part of the country is. If you need to take a 33 kV line from one town to the other, you may be doing 100 kilometers. Whereas under the Eco Disco franchise, I mean, 100 kilometers will do 2, 3, 4, 5 communities. So we need to restructure this discourse. We need to support the discourse to develop a new program tailored to reduce ATC and C losses. What is ATC and C? Aggregate technical, commercial, and collecting losses. Now, when you take power from Ondo, for instance, to Ilaje, 100 kilometers, by the time, and don't forget that along that route, you are dropping power for Ore, for Ajebandele, for this, for that. By the time you get to the end, what you have is candlelight. So you will need to, and the discos don't have the finances to do these things. I said earlier that the privatization was not properly done. Okay. I'm not sure that those people have an understanding of what they were getting into. Everybody thought the power sector was like the telecommunications sector. But it is not. The amount of infrastructure that you need to put in place, physical infrastructure that you need to put in place for power is totally different from that. Because apart from your cell in telecommunication and the handset there's nothing that you need to do. You probably don't need to put poles, pay compensation. Fiber optic is for specific areas. I mean, for specific things, and it doesn't stop the telecommunication facilities.
After all, they can use satellite.
Yes, exactly, from functioning very well. Okay. So that the difference is, but you cannot send power remotely. You need cables, you need poles, you need transmission lines, you need all sorts of things. You need transformers. The discos should be responsible for them. But when they don't have the fund, what do? You can see that many of them, about 7 of them, are under receivership now. Some sort of receivership or the other. You can see. Because they borrowed money from the banks and they were not able to pay back within the time they thought, I mean, they were going to be able to pay back.
They were taking over.
You have to deal with each one of them, on it has to be a tailored solution to each disco. You cannot apply the same brush for all of them. Well, the truth of the matter is that at some point there will be increase in tariff. However, this is not the time for it. I mean, Nigeria, we are doing a lot of reforms now. The removal of the subsidy has increased the cost of living in Nigeria. The exchange rate, harmonization of the exchange rates is also going to affect the economy and the earning power of the common Nigerian, even though that should not be the case, because I can tell you for free that no business organization was charging their customers based on the 400 and something naira to the dollar that the CBN was and that's a fraud on its own, because CBN knows that there's nobody who is selling anything in Nigeria decides the cost of that good based on the CBN exchange rate. It's simple, because they are not sure that they will get, when they need to replace machinery, raw materials, they were not sure that they could get the dollars from CBN. So this is the best thing that could have happened.
The Naira float.
The Naira float is the best thing that can happen to our nation, Nigeria. And I'm surprised because every expert and non-expert had been advising CBN to do this for so long. So I'm surprised that the CBN was reluctant to do what is needful, and that's about the corruption in the system. So this is not the time, and I'm advising government too. This is not the time to increase tariff. Honestly, subsidizing the power sector is not good for the economy, because the truth of the matter is that 80% of the subsidy in the power sector is being enjoyed by people who can afford to pay for electricity. That's the truth. The low tariff pays only the rich. You know, the poor people just take advantage, just like in fuel too. Look, if you have 10 cars and you put all the 10 cars on the road, the poor man has only one way to go, just to go to office and come back, and you know. But the man who has 10 cars will want, the wife will take one, the children will take one, the workers will take, and that's what is happening in the sector. So yes, this is not the time to think about increasing tariff. It will look. In the past, the cost of diesel was very high, right? Now, a lot of people migrated to using petrol generators. Yes. Now the cost of petrol is even almost higher than the cost of, because petrol burns faster, you use more petrol for your generator than diesel. So, generating power in your house now, where you don't have power supply from the national grid, is a big problem. No, there is no doubt in my mind that we need to migrate to prepaid meter. Okay. I mean, not only intelligent meters, okay, so that when we have intelligent meters, nobody can manipulate their consumption. You know, if you go to some hotels in the past, all of the heavy-duty consuming equipment, their laundry, their air conditioners are connected directly, or they bypass the meters, you know. But if you have intelligent networks, that cannot happen, because it will be discovered and then you will be dealt with appropriately. So there's no doubt in my mind that everybody, and it's in the interest of the consumer too, to acquire prepaid meters. And it's not the only prepaid meters that the discos should supply. It should be intelligent networks. Of course, I said earlier that they don't have the money to do it. They don't have the funds.
What was the intelligent network? What will you do?
Look, if you had an intelligent network in a place like this, for instance, you can determine what is happening without you being there. Even on your phone, you can control your distance. So I'm just trying to use that to explain what it is. So if you have an intelligent network, the discos in their control rooms will be able to monitor and ensure that energy theft is reduced to the barest minimum, and they can ensure proper operations in their own sector.
To you the the remarkable life of a Nigerian businesswoman who has overcome significant challenges to become one of the most successful entrepreneurs in Africa. Let me tell you about the strength, resilience, and passion for success of a woman who journeyed into the male-dominated world of oil exploration and production. A woman who displayed her love for philanthropic endeavors and her commitment to empowering others, particularly women and young people. This woman is Folorunsho Alakija. It takes only the brave, courageous, and smart-minded people to become rich and influential personalities in the world. In Africa, when we mention the names of rich and powerful women, you must mention the name Folorunsho Alakija, the richest woman in Africa. Her net worth, according to Forbes, is $1 billion. Now, how did she start? Let's take you down memory lane on the life of Folorunsho Alakija. Folorunsho Alakija was born on Sunday, 15th July 1951 to Chief L.A. Ogbara, her father, and Mrs. Ogbara, her mother, who is a businesswoman. She was born into a polygamous family of 8 wives and 52 children. Her mother was the first wife, and she was the 8th child of her mother. Young Folorunsho grew up at her family house located at Ido Oluwo Street, Ikorodu, Lagos. She had her nursery education at Our Lady of Apostles Nursery School from 1955 to 1958, also in Lagos. At the age of 7, her parents enrolled her at a primary school in Wales called Dino Ben School for Girls in Wales. She was in that boarding school for 4 years before she returned to Nigeria. After her primary education, she attended Muslim High School, Shagamu, Ogun State in 1963. Well, during the holidays, she would go to her mother's shop to participate in the textile business. She would learn about trading and marketing of textiles. Generally, she learned a lot of tricks about business. After graduation from high school, she enrolled at Pitman Central College, London, to study secretarial studies. In 1974, Folorunsho started her career working as an executive secretary at Sejuade Enterprises. After gaining some experience there, she moved on to First National Bank of Chicago, now First City Monuments Bank, working as the executive secretary to the managing director. Later, she was appointed the new head of the Corporate Affairs Department of the International Merchant Bank of Nigeria, formerly First National Bank of Chicago. She moved on in her career to become office assistant to the Treasury Department. After spending 12 years in the banking sector, Folorunsho traveled to London in 1984 to study fashion designing. She studied intensive courses in millinery and fashion design at the American College in London and the Central School of Fashion. When she returned to Nigeria, she established her fashion label called Supreme Stitches. Within 3 weeks of setting up her business, she was invited to take part in a fashion competition. Folorunsho won the competition that brought her straight into the limelight of the fashion industry in Nigeria. Prominent women from different parts of the country started making clothes with her. Her fashion company thrived successfully, and a few years later, she renamed it to the Rose of Sharon House of Fashion, making it a proper fashion line. As her success in fashion grew, she was later made national president of the Fashion Designers Association of Nigeria, FADON, and a lifelong trustee of the association. By the early 1990s, Folorunsho decided it was time to expand her business tentacles to oil and gas. Her company,
FAMFA Limited was incorporated in September 1991. The company applied for an oil prospecting license, OPL, to explore a 617,000 acre block for oil, now OPL 216. In August 1993, the company was awarded the leasehold rights of OPL 216 oil block, and it was renamed officially. FAMFA Oil was changed to FAMFA Oil Limited. Its goal was to be the forefront of indigenous oil and gas exploration and production in Nigeria. Folorunsho got on board the exploration of a major deep water oil field located 1,500 meters off the Niger Delta, the Agbami field. She gained access by partnering with Star Deepwater Petroleum, a subsidiary of Texaco, through a joint venture agreement. FAMFA Oil Limited then appointed Star Deepwaters Petroleum as its official technical advisor for the OPL 216 exploration license. The company received 40% of FAMFA's 100% stake, while the remaining 60% was retained by FAMFA and the Alakija family. It was discovered in 1998 by Shell. Star Deepwaters Limited, an affiliate to Chevron, functions as the operator of the field. Through her company, FAMFA, Folorunsho and other companies are oil benefactors of the Agbami field. The Agbami field was first discovered in 1998 but only became active in 2008. Its operations will last throughout 2024. After a majority of its vast reserves would have been extracted, she had to fight back against the government in court for laying claims to a 50% stake in her company. It was initially a 40% stake, but the government later returned for an additional 10%, claiming that the company generated a revenue of $10 million from the oil block. Folorunsho felt it was unfair because her company had worked hard, invested everything in the business. When the fruits of their labor started to manifest, that's when the government took everything away. The Alakija family fought the government in court until they won on May 22, 2012. The first drilling of the Agbami well was done on 15 July 1998. The exploratory well was about 4,700 feet underwater, which was the deepest depth in Nigeria at that time. From the license application to the point of the company's first strike, there was an interval of 17 years. Today, FAMFA Oil Limited is a leading oil and gas exploration company. Folorunsho Alakija has other businesses in property, real estate, and in printing. She owns Dayspring Property Development, a real estate company with investments in different parts of the world. She also owns Digital Reality Print Limited, a printing company and corporate services provider. And in the area of philanthropy, Folorunsho's success story would not be complete without mentioning how she wants to give back to society. She wants to help those in need. Hence, she started the Rose of Sharon Foundation, which was created in 2008. It is a registered faith-based NGO that has empowered widows and their families and orphans to be successful through education programs and scholarships up to the university level within the country, Nigeria. Through FAMFA Oil Limited, Folorunsho also hands out yearly scholarships to 9,000 medical and engineering students across the nation. The foundation has also donated a total of 21 chest clinics for the treatment of tuberculosis in 21 states across Nigeria, including the Niger Delta region and Lagos State. They have successfully donated 4 e-libraries and 2 school libraries to schools within the nation. In addition, she has a foundation created to empower women called Flourish Foundation. It encourages women in their different careers and provides grants for female entrepreneurs who want to start a business. Folorunsho is also a writer and has written a few books. For instance, one of the books titled The Cry of Widows and Orphans and The University of Marriage, and also the Folorunsho Alakija Speaks, to mention a few. Now, Folorunsho's personal life would not be complete in this article without mentioning her husband, Mr. Modupe Alakija. Folorunsho and Modupe got married in November 1976. Their marriage is blessed with 4 sons and their grandchildren, and they reside in Lagos, Nigeria. Folorunsho holds so many awards and recognitions for her contribution to society. She holds 6 honorary degrees and a fellowship at the Yaba College of Technology. In July 2013, she was appointed as the Vice Chairman of Nigerian National Heritage Council and Endowment for Arts. She became the first female chancellor in Osun State University and Nigeria's first female chancellor on the 9th of March 2016. She is also one of the Lagos Business School's alumnus and a member of the Commonwealth and Investment Council Advisory Board. She is also an advisory board member for Center of African Studies, Harvard. On July 17, 2021, Benson Idahosa University, Benin City, bestowed on her an honorary doctorate degree in business administration. In conclusion, Folorunsho Alakija's story is a tale of hard work, determination, persistence, and courage. She was able to build up her marriage, raise an upstanding family, and build her empire. She also faced challenges in her life, but she conquered these challenges. She is living proof that success is not limited by gender, age, nationality, or financial backgrounds, but rather success is the product of courage to take risks and stand up strong in the face of adversity.